what's there left to say? Throw your stones the river. Like me it drifts away. I would watch you stare. I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Follow your choice, it's done. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind.
Till you break my mind.
Until you break my thought.
Till you break my thought. I'm throwing wishes in the well in hopes that you will keep them for yourself. And know there was a time when we never let go. Never let go. Ooh, we never let go.
We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Follow your choice, it's done. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind.
Till you break my mind.
Until you break my thought.
Till you break my thought.
These sticks and stones will break.
They will break, they will break, they will break. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. No, no.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color. Standing in the way.
There was a time when you had me falling to the ground, like a king without a crown. Whoa. Why you make it hard? Don't let me down. You might as well be lost, but I'm found. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on, and I deserve to stay, and I'll find my way. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. I wanna be with you always. Know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. Whoa. In the dark we fight. You take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay,
actually going for the end. Can TSM get back in time? I don't think they realize what's happening.
I cannot believe it.
This could be it.
One. This falls.
And Nori in the pit is healing up quite a bit. That's another kill. Phoenix 1 just gets her double kill. 3 people are dead. Bjergsen is zoned away. Hanser is dead. 4 members of TSM are gone.
After we won, we realized these guys are mortals, you know? We can actually beat them.
Biofrost is stalling out. The Nexus turret goes down. The Nexus is falling. Phoenix 1 have done it. They have defeated TSM.
Welcome to Week 3, Day 3 of the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live for what is to be the most watched competitive event of the day. Am I right?
No, probably going to be the Puppy Bowl.
Oh, please. All right, well, here we have Dignitas arriving to the studio a little bit earlier today. Phoenix 1 themselves preparing for their battle against TSM. It's going to be a big one, the upset in 2016. There's Bjergsen and the rest of the crew making their way into the arena as well. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, back by popular demand, or really just to make Mark more comfortable.
I was freaking out yesterday. I was like, every time I looked to my right, I was like, right, Dash, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, I was at home watching. You guys did fabulously. I got to thank all the guys for stepping up in my stead as I'm gone. But joined on the desk today by Mark Zimmerman and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. Kobe, how you doing today?
A-team, let's go.
Boom. A-team. I like it. All right, well, let's get into the business. Fun fact. Before we get into today's business, actually, yesterday's finale between Echo Fox and Liquid marked the 1,000th game of regular season NA LCS. So thanks to the audience at home for being a part of the journey. And here's to many, 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 many more games. One can only hope. We've got some of those for you today. And as we get into it all, let's review how the teams are ranked. At 5-0, Cloud9 continues to hold on to first place. Then in second, we have Phoenix 1, FlyQuest, and TSM. Behind the middle of the pack teams are Dignitas, CLG, tied in 8th, with Envy ending their week in 10th. Now, some of those ties are sure to snap with our matches scheduled today. First off, on NA LCS 1, we'll see who drops out of second as Phoenix 1 goes against TSM. Then FlyQuest hopes to keep up with the winner of that match by defeating Immortals. Over on NA LCS 2, Team Dignitas and CLG hope to leave the other behind at the bottom of the standings, after which Cloud9 takes on Echo Fox. Now, during those games, make sure you tweet at LOL eSports any questions from the weekend, and myself, Kobe, or Zyrene might be able to answer them later on NA LCS tonight. But gentlemen, going into this weekend, we expected to see some changes with the patch coming through. Teams also managed to sneak in a few surprises as well.
Right. I mean, coming into the week was all about lethality and the popular picks that we were going to see with it. But there's also been a couple surprise picks that work out really well with it, most coming from FlyQuest with the Zed, the Misfortune, and then we've also seen something like the Graves being able to get a burst to your build, and it's going to be something to keep an eye on because the lethality buffs do affect more than just what we were expecting with the Varus and the Jhin and stuff like that. So there's a lot more assassins that are AD picks. Also, Jace is another one. We can see a lot more stuff keep popping up.
Yeah, and with the importance of lethality now, also rising in importance is a flat armor, right, and tanks. So we'll see where that does come from because a lot of teams have been trending towards these poke comps, and that gave rise to some new junglers, right? I really like Ivern, finally made its way over. Europe's been the sole region pretty much using that, but nowadays we got it as well. Really does complement poke comps very well because of the extra snare that you can send out to make it much easier to land that poke, as well as Nidalee has also made a good showing. Her heal buff in the recent patch helped out a lot. Plus, as usual, she can throw the spears. Here's some looks at how you can also use Ivern, though. The extra utility here, basically another support and half tank. You get Daisy, almost another free champion for team fights for your poke comp that doesn't want anyone to soak up the hits. Got Daisy out there. It doesn't matter that it's AI and not an actual another player because she's just taking a bunch of beatings.
You just need to throw something out there to absorb skill shots and stuff like that. And right now, the jungle pool doesn't have many tanks. You basically have Rek'Sai as like the primary one, and Ivern being able to be another option that can bring a lot of utility and a little bit of beef is really nice.
It was very interesting to see Nidalee pop up, though, by a couple different players, including Moon himself yesterday, just as the old school kind of poke jungler.
Yeah. Everyone got a little scared as soon as we see Nidalee come back to competitive. Like, please, not again.
I don't ever want that champion back in my solo queue games. It's annoying as heck. But it is a nice counter to Ivern as the primary kind of poke jungler that has shown up. Jat, the resident Ivern expert as well, pointing out some mechanics like the ganks there, showing up with your shield first.
The mechanics of walking at
then
him?
the Q. You walk at him first, then you throw your Q. Too many players try and do it in the opposite direction. Now, while Cloud9 still hold the first place spot, we've got a battle for second with 3 different teams coming up. Obviously, Phoenix 1, TSM, first match of the day. They're 2 of our 3 teams.
And I think it is a really interesting matchup because when you look just at the performance of their players, Bjerg and Ryu are actually really close just in terms of stats.
Oh, yeah.
And even game impact. Like, Ryu has had some monster team fights and plays. And then the rest of the team kind of gets a little imbalanced where you can say TSM has an advantage on the top side with Hanser, and in the bot lane, P1 probably has it with Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow has been super impressive to me. In a world where AD carries right now haven't really been shining through a lot, and accuracy has been basically the best measure, for success for AD carries, right? And he's actually been one of the most. Plus, dealing out having a large uptime basically on AD carries is more difficult now that, yeah, you're bringing the utility. But he's also able to thread in so many auto attacks between all the skill shots that he's landing.
Now, following yesterday's win, though, for TSM, the two games that they won in pretty dominant fashion. How would Phoenix 1 be feeling coming into that? A TSM that's on the rise and improving week over week.
Well, I mean, P1's in the same boat, so both these guys have been winning a ton. P1, I think, was like 6-0 in their last games or something like that.
Right, 3 2-0s in a row.
Yeah, so they have they're also on this massive upward trajectory as well, and one of them is going to unfortunately have to drop off here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the match that almost all people, plus all the teams, are really looking forward to see because it does kind of shake out the top of the standings.
Now, of course, we talked about how there are 3 teams in this discussion, FlyQuest being the 3rd. They'll, of course, be playing for a victory to tie up whoever wins in this matchup. How are we feeling about this roster and that kind of race for second place?
I'm definitely a big fan of the FlyQuest strategy right now, and people are kind of just laughing about it right now. And they're like, "Haha, it's so funny to see High and Lemon, winning again. They're back in the LCS. That's comical." Yet it's so much about their flexibility in pick ban and the fact that they have one of the best, if not the best, all-time in-game leader that North America has ever provided to the scene in High. And you can see it in their playstyle, right? They're so decisive with all these roams that they're going for. They head into the game with a well-planned-out strategy, due to Lemon as well as the coaching staff, and then they execute it really well because of High's, in-game direction.
And I think it's interesting to contrast that from the way that P1 and TSM kind of play, where they are struggling a little bit more in the mid-late game, where FlyQuest is really strong there, and they have more basic drafts, whereas FlyQuest is doing all this crazy stuff on red side, leaving OPs up and drafting not based off priority. So the way the teams all at the top play is actually very different.
Now, some important matchups here to close out week 3. The teams are about ready to go, so it's time to send it over to the casters to get us in the game.
Thanks, Dash. Greetings, League fans. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and lending his analytical expertise for this series is Joshua Jat Leesman. What's going on, man?
It's good to be here, and I am happy to all the people that are specifically here and chose us and CLG and Dig over TSM and Phoenix 1 that's on the other stream. You made the right choice.
Absolutely. Our first match today does feature 2 teams tied in the standings, with Team Dignitas facing off against Counter Logic Gaming, as he just said, and Team Dignitas are on the back foot after being dismantled by FlyQuest yesterday.
Yeah, and you can almost couch their performance a little bit for Dignitas since they've played TSM, Phoenix 1, FlyQuest, and Cloud9 already. But ultimately, with those showing up as losses, the team that was Apex before they changed to Team Dignitas here is still looking like Apex, who wasn't all that hot last split. And someday, though, remains a bright spot for this team. But we are wrapping up week 3 now, and Team Dignitas are in danger of that 1-5 start to the split, which would be bad.
And it's a similar story for their opponents in CLG, who are also sitting on a 1-4 record themselves. They're in danger, too.
Yeah, and let you look at CLG, and they're as cool as cucumbers. They have that veteran attitude, and they're confident they can turn it on in time to make playoffs. But they kind of need to start now. And they looked good in Game 1 against TSM yesterday, but they fell apart for the rest of the series. And it's tough, right? Because most teams look at an opponent with a 1-4 record and assume it'll be an easy win, but neither of those teams have the luxury of taking this match for granted because there's great players on both sides.
Hard to look down at a 1-4 record when you're also sitting on a 1-4 record. It can be a tough life, but let's go ahead and take a look at those starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Dignitas. Someday in the top lane, Chaser in the jungle, Keen at mid, Lod bottom, Xpecial supporting him, and Coach Jungsu Kim.
Yep, and on the red side, as we just mentioned, is Counter Logic Gaming. You know these names. Darshan in the top lane, Xmithy in the jungle. Puhi's had a pretty good split in the mid lane, despite the record. Stixay in bot with Aphromoo, and Zix is the coach.
Now, we talked about the 1-4 record for both of these teams, talked about the fact that they both need a bit of a win, but the consequence that we may not have directly spelled out for losing this series is you leave week number 3 tied for last with Envy.
Yeah, and that is really grim, actually. There are no winless teams left in the LCS. Both of these teams have strong playoff aspirations. If you're Team Dignitas and you sign Someday and Chaser from the LCK, you expect to be very good. And then I feel like CLG is still kind of riding off that MSI success when they were second place at MSI and then still made it to Worlds. But it's just not there yet, and they need to find a way to make it work.
Let's see if they can do it or do anything special here in the picking and banning phase as we are into Champion Select for game number 1. They're going to be banning Aurelion Sol and Jace out on the side of Dignitas, really showing respect towards who he's mastery of Aurelion Sol. As Camille shows up, ban number 1 on the red side. Nothing really too special there.
Yeah, just target bans from Team Dignitas on the blue side. They have the luxury of doing this in most situations. Now you see CLG with the Rengar and the Camille ban. You can almost certainly expect a LeBlanc ban last. The only situation you wouldn't see that is if Keen really doesn't want to play it, but even then, I feel like if they would have just saved that, CLG would have banned it anyway, but they're taking the risk because they really don't want to be forced for Keen to have it, and it speaks to a hole in Keen's champion pool.
It gives a little bit of breathing room towards CLG to actually make a real ban of their own instead of just having to ban away the last member of the Unholy Trinity.
Exactly.
Like we always see Red Team having to respond to, and they're going to decide to take Ryze off the table, still targeting the mid lane, still targeting a power pick, but not just the power pick.
Exactly, and Ryze is another one of those big picks. Kha'Zix is probably one of the most first-picked champions in the game, definitely the most first-picked jungler since Rengar almost never gets through. They're choosing between him and Varus since the lethality changes, I feel like, have made Varus the #1 bot laner, but Kha'Zix would be this more logical choice.
And a point worth making is that both of these junglers have actually played Kha'Zix the most, tied with a couple of other champions, actually. But Kha'Zix is a most played champion for both of these two. They've each got 4 games on him. And now Chaser's going to be having a 5th here in match number 1 against Counter Logic Gaming. CLG, though, they're taking a chance to pick up a couple of power picks of their own with Maokai and Varus locked in first rotation.
Yeah, and I actually think this is a little bit dangerous to pick the Maokai so early with Fiora still on the table, only because Someday is on the other side, and he has pretty much been the sole carry for Team Dignitas. He's 2-0 so far on Fiora. It is one of the picks you put into the Maokai, and we'll see if they pick it here before CLG could potentially ban it out on the second side.
Dignitas will go ahead and respond, picking up the Jhin in the bottom lane, the other one of those 80 carries that benefits from the lethality changes, so they're going to lock him in against the Varus. And just as you predicted, Fiora for Someday, that top lane carry.
Yeah, so Darshan definitely hoping to make sure this game accelerates into a teamfight phase, because if Someday's Fiora gets to the super late game and the game stays close, that matchup becomes very favored for the Fiora. Until then, the Maokai tank will have much more teamfight presence, so that's what CLG is going to be trying to do, is accelerate the game to that point.
Graves actually going to be pick number 3 for CLG. They're going to match roll for roll, 80 carry top and jungle on both sides, and it's what they were kind of talking about on the desk leading into this. Lethality buffs mean new champions becoming available, becoming a possibility, and Graves is one that kind of surprised us.
Yeah, and it's specifically just the Edge of Night, and if you're really far ahead, you end up throwing the Duskblade on top of the Warrior and Ghostblade, and you have so much base damage and lethality to cut through the enemy armor that a previously strong Graves is now just deleting people off the map if he gets to that point, but he also does it at the cost of being quite squishy.
Ban phase number 2 coming up now after those first 6 picks means Malzahar and Syndra are going to be taken off the table. And since the roles were matched in the first part of the picking phase, that means banning phase will likely look somewhat similar between the two teams as they want to be taking those mid laners and supports off the table.
Yeah, and you can see CLG, as was the case yesterday against TSM, is doing a pretty concentrated effort to ban out the Zyre and the Malzahar in phase 2 to push it to the different support pool that Aphromu's had a little bit more credit on. Interesting as well that Team Dignitas has banned the Karma, since that's Xspecial's most played support by a long shot. Mainly they didn't want to give it to CLG because with the double support ban, CLG was kind of prepping a Karma pick, so Team Dignitas wasn't going to get that anyway.
Aphromu also has a couple of games under his belt on Karma already, but he's going to be blocking in the Thresh a
Yep.
playmaking support here for Afromu in
That's
game number
the thing.
1.
We keep hitting on it. Afromu is a playmaker, and CLG is at their best when he is able to initiate and actually be a part of making the plays instead of being on a disengaged champion like the Zyra or the Misfortune. So I like the choice from them, especially with all the support bans. And they also are allowing Huhi a counterpick to try and take advantage of what he claims is a very large champion pool.
Well, that champion pool for Keen is going to include Corki this game. We've been seeing a lot of this guy in the mid lane, Jat, and for good reason. He is so incredibly strong right now.
Exactly, and we're in a little bit of a poke meta here because of the long-range marksman in the bot lane, and then also Corki complements that so well. This very high uptime, long-range poke that really forces teams to try and engage on you. So very common Corki to be picked in the mid lane with something like a Jhin. And then they also now have picked the Tahm Kench to try and match up against a Thresh hook that lands. Just eat the guy before they can take it in.
Easy way to get him out of trouble. If you've got to do it, we'll have to see how well that works out for Dignitas as that final pick will be coming through in just a couple of moments for CLG. And it's Orianna, currently the most played champion for Huhi, going to put another game on it so far this split, matching up against that Corki.
Yeah, unfortunately, most played in a 1-4 split doesn't necessarily correlate to success all the time. So
right.
1-3 on it so far. It's been okay, and this does speak very well to CLG having a very strong team fighting composition. They have large amounts of damage, they have differentiation in their damage type, and they have Orianna who can also help shield Darshan when he goes in to be the big tank. So very much a team fight focus here from CLG as they're going to want to try and get the lead and then really just stuff it home into Team Dignitas so Someday can't become the split pushing force.
And there's so many eyes on Someday this game as the one who's been that reliable carry for Team Dignitas in the past in the games where they have looked good. And you also got to remember kind of what we were talking about yesterday when Dignitas went up against FlyQuest. The inconsistency of Chaser and Keen puts even more pressure on Someday to make those plays and be that carry.
Yeah, it really does. But I do still like what Team Dignitas has done with this draft, putting Someday in a position where he can carry the game. There have been other drafts where Team Dignitas seems to get the super high champions in every role, and then Someday's on Poppy, and even if he has a good game, he's not necessarily able to win it. If he's on Fiora and Chaser on an S-tier jungler like Kha'Zix can also have a good game, you could see Team Dignitas just winning off that.
Absolutely could. We'll have to see if they can make that happen against CLG or if CLG is going to show them exactly how things are done. Two teams that nobody was expecting to be this low in the standings now going to go head-to-head. One trying to claw their way back. One still going to be stuck at the bottom. Who's it going to be? We're on to Summoner's Rift in game number 1 to find out.
Yeah, sad truth of this game is the loser goes to 1-5, and as we mentioned earlier, would be tied for last place 1/3 of the way through the split. That is not something either of these teams expect, and it's something they desperately want to avoid.
That's some rough business. A fate nobody wants to be sharing with the current state of Team Envy is Dignitas and CLG. Nothing really too crazy going to be happening here at the level 1 as Smithy and Huhi stepping up just a little bit into enemy territory. Going to find Keen waiting on him as Chaser and Someday deciding to sort of respond in kind. Darshan will be there waiting for him. Chaser forced to flash over the wall.
If
Puts
Afromu
himself
gets
far
into hook range
forward.
and lands it.
Oh, death sentence. Just a little bit wide right.
Yeah, so that was a really risky invade by Chaser, and he's a little bit fortunate to only get out of there with his flash burn and not also giving up first blood. What does happen, though, is since CLG showed so many people towards Chaser, Team Dignitas was able to ward the blue.
Keystone Mastery's popping up there on your screen. Nothing really too crazy. Maokai still going to be going with Courage of the Colossus post-nerf. We've been seeing a couple of those top laners switch over to the Grasp instead, but he's going to be remaining with that extra shielding potential in the team fights. And a little bit surprised at this Tahm Kench run. I don't think we've seen Bonds of Stone in a long time.
Yeah, we definitely haven't. With the nerfs to Courage, Tahm Kench not having the greatest ways of proccing it, and if he doesn't think he's going to be getting into slap range for his Grasp, I can see it as an argument. I actually think just the raw gold value of that mastery is okay, but yeah, it's definitely a rare choice.
Chaser starting off on the bottom part of his jungle. Smithy going to be starting off on the opposite side of the map, top side for himself. Red buff beginning for both of these two as Lodnik Special walk in, immediately going to find themselves hooked. A little bit of extra damage coming out there from Stixxay to start the lane off.
Yeah, trying to get the most out of that level 1 death sentence, making sure they can get Early shove on the lane. The slight range advantage of the Thresh onto the Tahm Kench can allow CLG to shove this out a little bit, but a little more kill threat than we are used to in our bot lanes early on in the split. And we may end up seeing some fireworks down there just because both of them have gone with that longsword start to try and rush their first lethality item, which lowers their max health pool and makes them more vulnerable to getting killed.
Aframu always trying to be that playmaker down here, constantly stepping up, looking to grab those death sentences. That last one not hitting onto Lod. However, the piercing arrow follow-up will find its mark. As Chaser moves his way up into this top part of the map, seeing
right
help
away.
Someday out. Repose going to be blocking that Maokai Q. As Darshan is forced to flash away, Chaser goes ahead and blows that summoner spell.
And this could be pretty troubling too, because it looks like Darshan actually has the wave pushing away from him, and he's flashless without wards or jungle assistance close by. So either he needs to be very risky here because a Kha'Zix's return gank could happen, or he would need to teleport back into the lane with wards. Chaser's coming right back up. He should almost be expecting Xmithy to counter gank though, because Xmithy needs to be up here just to protect Darshan.
Nature of Graves very likely to want to counter gank as well. Goes ahead, fires that into the line, into the wall. But Chaser just hops himself out of there. No real danger for him just yet. Darshan and Someday still just going to be 1v1ing as the junglers both head into Chaser's top part of the jungle.
Xmithy needs to stay up here until Darshan can push that wave into Fiora. Otherwise, he would get denied off the wave because he is flashless. So good on Xmithy for getting that ward at the Gromp and clearing the plant to get more vision onto Chaser. Might allow Darshan the time to get in. And then he also nearly kills Keen.
Yeah, that nice return on the end of the line makes it so he's able to proc that Thunderlords, get some very juicy burst down onto Keen, force him out of lane here nice and early. Chaser again going to be hanging around the top side, walks over 2 different wards without realizing what he's doing. Just going to get himself back now, not really seeing an opportunity to do much to Darshan. Darshan's just going to be cheeky with those saplings, make his life a little bit more difficult to get out of there in time. But the fan vote that we actually saw pop up on the screen a couple of moments ago, 48% think Dignitas is winning, 52% give it to CLG. A very split player base over the outcome of this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where it's really difficult to decide the outcome because both of these teams have shown flashes of being strong, but ultimately haven't been able to pull it through. So I can see where the split is. Xmithy going bot.
Xmithy active again. Looking to make the gank this time into the bottom lane of Dignitas. Pulled to safety by that lantern from Aframu. Not really finding exactly what he was looking for there. You saw Afro go for the hook onto the Tahm Kench, but again, couldn't find it.
Yeah, did burn the flash, which is a successful gank since it was part of Smithy's natural jungle pathing as he goes back. Hasn't really been denied too much, but with that gank Chaser trying to harass, COG have been tracking him very precisely here, and he smites early. Who he gets it.
He easily securing that big raptor. Chaser's got to be timing those smites a little bit better if you're going to go counter jungling. It's one of the most important aspects of it. Otherwise, you're going to be losing out on that big monster in the camp, and that's where most of the experience in gold is.
Yeah, the tricky thing with Chaser there is he was so low that if he didn't smite, he would have feared giving up first blood to Hui, so I can see why he smote early, just not having the best of times on that Kha'Zix early.
An unfortunate situation. Someday having himself a pretty fun time here in the top part of the map. 38 CS to 25 very early on in this lane, so off to the kind of start that you would hope for your Fiora if you're expecting him to carry this game.
Yeah, and Chaser has put a lot of time into the top lane to burn that flash, and Xmithy is also going to try and get something back here. Knows he's walking through a control ward, so they have to go now.
Xmithy is just ganking all over the place this game. Someday going to be slowed down. Darshan still looking to make the moves if he can. Chaser's on the way. Someday keeping himself alive very, very well. Someday going right back into the fight. Darshan has no flash. Remember that. Chaser finds the rockets. The courage of the Colossus keeps Darshan alive.
Someday is being a bit of an issue already. That gank lasted a while Chaser slowly walked up there. And again, Xmithy has to kind of help Darshan here. Darshan's down teleport, doesn't want to give up this huge wave, so Xmithy is kind of here holding the wave with him so he's able to farm, and that's delaying his flexibility in the jungle.
Someday on this Fiora is so fun to watch because he is so comfortable on the champion. Even with 2 enemy players hanging around, he just lunges back and forth, weaving himself through the minions, grabbing the CS, no fear at all in this guy.
Yeah, and here we go. CLG already trying to mess with Someday, sending the delayed lane swap up. This is earlier than we've seen them do it against TSM, and they're going back in onto Someday. They don't even need to kill him, but they want to kill his turret.
The riposte is used to keep Someday alive after that jump from the Maokai trying to take him down. Someday still looking to farm.
Yeah, this could be big, though. Tahm Kench is coming up, as is Laud. They're definitely not going to let him have the turret. Cork ends up falling back, so no fight as of yet.
CLG really recognizing the Dignitas game plan for victory, deciding they want to jump on Someday nice and early, but the pressure just does not pay off for them quite yet. Maokai getting himself back, going to be going towards that bottom lane. Someday will do the same, and we've got ourselves a reversal.
Yeah, and they're just going to end up swapping right back. But the question is, do they swap yet again? Because CLG actually doesn't like this Darshan versus Someday matchup, especially after a few ganks have gone awry. So Team Dignitas was very quick to match the first roam, but now as Darshan is recalled, and he realized that Team Dignitas was so quick to match the roam, is already running top lane. So unless Team Dignitas swaps back, like, CLG's actually going to be able to get this matchup, which would be 2v1 onto Someday and leaving Darshan in the 1v2, which is what they prefer. Because,
Absolutely.
With two top laners starved, that still delays the amount of time until the Fiora can become really big.
Maokai works a lot better on low economy than Fiora does. Maokai's always going to have that lockdown potential. He's still going to be tanky. There's just so much built into his kit that even without gold, you can be useful in these fights. Fiora, as a carry by nature, going to be needing a little bit more gold under her belt in order to be effective as the game goes on. Gold's still dead even between these two teams, though. Any advantages being built by one side are being answered elsewhere by the other side as Stixay and Afromu pushing up onto Someday here in this bottom lane. Smithy going to be rotating down towards these guys yet again. Always keeping that pressure on.
Yeah, Keen has picked up a package so he can threaten the ganks in the side lanes. And I do like the way Smithy is using Graves. He's trying to pull Kha'Zix out of the jungle and just force him into spots. That's one of the things that Graves is so good at in the jungle, is just pushing lanes, actually, as soon as he comes out of the jungle, because he does a bunch of damage to turrets and also has incredibly good wave clear. So we may end up seeing yet another swap right here.
Someday getting himself back, Laudnick Special showing up, but at the same time, the back comes out from Darshan. CLG is continuing to juggle these lanes around Dignitas.
Yeah, and this is pretty funny to watch, actually.
It honestly is. It's
As
very
they're-
entertaining to watch them go match for match on these.
They're constantly running away from each other, and it's all about predicting the play once to be able to get a turret, because right now, they actually have 4 people bottom lane, so all of this dancing back and forth by CLG could end up costing them first turret, because there's no way Darshan holds this.
Darshan alone versus 4, not a matchup the tree's going to be doing too well in. Keen, Chaser, Special, Lot, everybody just ganging up on this one. Darshan tosses in a sapling, but there's nothing else he can find. And it's going to be turret first blood going over to Dignitas just a little bit before 10 minutes.
Yep, they eventually end up taking turret first blood, and CLG is keeping the Maokai and the Fiora a little bit denied on gold, because that's the end result of what's happening. CLG is going to end up killing this turret. They just don't get the bonus. So that's the cost they pay, as well as this Ocean Drake. I think that's actually too high of a cost, but that's good for Team Dignitas for matching it and countering properly.
Yep, Dignitas feeling pretty good about the situation they've found themselves in. That first Drake taken down at 10 minutes. Extra regeneration early on. Keen looking to make the moves onto Huhi. Curtain call opens up. Huhi's getting out, but he's out behind enemy lines. Someday going to be chasing him down. Afromu there with the lantern, and saving Private Huhi is mission success.
Could still see a 5v5. Shockwave burned on blue.
That was an interesting turn of events. The CLG's looking to go right back in. They've got the hook onto Special. First blood for Huhi. Lot's going to be number 2.
And CLG get a very early weird team fight around the blue buff, but Darshan did see the opportunity to go in for the bot lane of Team Dignitas as they were a little bit scattered. He thought maybe it would be safe to enter the jungle, as he tried to blue secure with the shockwave, but ultimately Smithy did get the blue with the smite, and they get the first 2 kills, plus more turret pressure.
A tier 2 turret going down 1 minute after turret first blood did. CLG sees what Dignitas did early on. They were like, damn, they got the better of us. Let's just turn it right back around.
Yeah, it was really chaotic in there, and even though CLG is the team fighting team, they're the ones that are playing the map as much as possible and really pushing Team Dignitas on their cohesion, and that's the time where CLG comes out a little bit on top.
Huhi grabbing a kill and an assist in that despite blowing the shockwave, and here's how that whole fight goes down.
Yeah, so Chaser's really low, and that shockwave, even though it was actually targeted at Chaser ended up flashing over the wall as well as dodging the shockwave, so CLG's still making the call to go with Chaser being so low, and then everyone on Team Dignitas was stuck behind the Raptor camp, whereas the bot lane just kind of found themselves off on their own, so CLG well able to just stay together, whereas Team Dignitas got split apart.
And despite the fact that they lost the turret first blood gold we were talking about earlier, the fact that they've got a global turret advantage as well as a 2-0 kill lead means CLG is now up 2,000 gold early on in this game.
Yeah, definitely makes up for it. And then even if you just look at the Maokai versus Fiora, their gold is even, with Darshan being able to pick up those kills in the team fights. But Team Dignitas trying to get something back. Look at that teleport positioning by Someday.
Smithy pulled to safety by Afromoose. Someday coming around from behind, though. Can they make the moves here? Stixxay exhausted, trying to get himself away. Chain of Corruption going to be finding its way onto Someday. CLG in full retreat. Someday still looking to chase him down. Tahm Kench into the back lines. Xpecial is there, and Stixxay is done. Dignitas find their mark.
Whew, and they burned a lot to get there, but credit to Someday for being able to finish off that kill. He couldn't quite riposte the ultimate from Stixxay, and it made you think they wouldn't be able to close it out, but Xpecial came in with the Abyssal Voyage right at the end to get the slow and ultimately the Someday kill. But that's a lot of free time and a lot of map pressure elsewhere. Mid lane's pushing up, so's top.
Huhi trying to shove this in as quickly as he can, while Darshan is just delivering a big old wave of minions into that inhibitor turret. Someday with that TP way behind them was ready to make this play.
Yeah, and right before the ward died, that ward died already on the replay. So Stixxay flashing back, sees Someday. Right there, Stixxay ulting while Someday was dashing forward is just the perfect timing, but at that point, Xpecial comes in, Someday just dashes forward once again with the flash, and they're able to close the kill.
And despite the fact that you've got so many of these high damage carry potential champions on the side of Dignitas with Fiora, Kha'Zix, Corki, and Jhin, they've got to be happy about getting that on Fiora of all people. Just boosting that carry potential early, making it so he's able to get where he needs to be and be that massive split push threat.
Yeah, because you look at the rest of the Team Dignitas team, and it's very poke heavy. Jhin and Corki are about sieging, and with the Tahm Kench to aid them, disengaging. Not to mention, I'm expecting Chaser to evolve W second instead of Leap to get the slow on his Void Spikes as well as throwing out more Void Spikes, and that just kind of adds to the poke they're going to be able to throw out. But that's all well and good. You really need the split pusher to work if you're going to have the rest of your squad doing the poke.
Chaser caught out, and Xpecial is right there with the save, keeping him nice and safe. Exactly what you mentioned when we saw that Tahm Kench locked in Champion Select. Somebody gets hooked, then they get eaten, the play is done.
Yeah, and even an ultimate burned by Varus to stuff that play, so as long as Xpecial is near Laud, and as long as the two of them aren't next to 5 people on CLG and then they don't just kill Xpecial after the feast, then they'll be all right.
It did cost Xpecial his flash there to get in range of Chaser in time to keep him safe, but that's definitely a trade that Dignitas is okay with making. Still down 1,500 gold. Ocean Drake going to be alive here in about 1 minute. As you can see, CLG hanging around the area, sort of clearing out some of these wards, prepping for that event, making sure they're going to be ready when it does happen.
Yeah, and especially when you're in these games where there's so much poke flying around, the Ocean Drake really climbs in priority as far as who wants to get it. Team Dignitas already getting the first one, because mana is a constraint in poke as well, whether or not you can continue to poke, so it's good for both sides to have it. More important to deny the team that's absorbing the poke, though. So CLG really wants that Ocean Drake so that they can't get poked out, and they should be teleporting and prepping for this Drake.
And when this Drake fight does happen, we're starting to see first items really come online here. Yumu's Ghost Blades completed for both these lethality-based 80 carries. Morello Namacon done for the Orianna. Sunfire Cape on the Maokai. So we're starting to see those early spikes happen for these guys in their builds.
Yeah, and having the Serrated Dirk on top of the Ghost Blade, plus still having a tier, just puts Stixxay way ahead of Laud in damage. But what's interesting here is Team Dignitas is actually prepping the top wave to just increase Someday's advantage, and they don't necessarily care about giving up position on the Ocean Drake. Someday doesn't even have teleport, so they're going for this kill on Darshan.
Darshan alone. Xpecial coming in to make it a 3v1. Someday going to be soaking that turret for a long, long time. Xpecial ends up eating Chaser up, trying to take him away. Darshan exhausted and beaten down. Dignitas grabbing that kill for themselves. Going to be getting turret number 2 as well, but CLG found number 3.
Yeah, and I really question Darshan jumping in so freely right there against the Fiora and the Kha'Zix, because yes, Xpecial did have to join with the Abyssal Voyage, but now he can't even wave clear for the second turret. So COD traded with time in the mid lane turret, which he could have done regardless of Darshan dying, and it is an Ocean Drake sacrifice, but he really just did not have to die there.
CLG trying to come up here and stop them on Dignitas, see if they can get
here we go.
pick here. Xpecial's going to be bursted down. No thick skin even. Bursted before he could do it. As the 4th turret falls on the side of Team Dignitas, CLG going to be grabbing more of those objective leads. Keen's clearing out some waves down here, but he's got Xmithy and Stixay waiting for him. Keen's a little bit too far forward.
Yeah. There's some pings right on top of him. Keen has no vision on the map, and there's the cavalry.
Here comes the pincer attack. What can they do? Keen looking to get himself out. 2 different TPs going to be channeled. Remember, the Dignitas TP is going to be there slightly beforehand, but it's actually canceled. Keen now alone. No way to get out of that one, and Stixay is going to grab it with Piercing Arrow.
Yeah, Someday decided to cancel. Darshan decided to complete. Still 2 teleports burned. Someday's will come back a little faster because he canceled his. He was not going to be able to save Keen, who was up at that point.
Not as Fiora.
Was hoping to scare him off. Unsuccessful.
Sadly for them, Darshan also had his TP, decided to call the bluff, and considering there were 4 members of CLG down there, Someday just decided he didn't want to be an extra tombstone in the bottom lane of Summoner's Rift. 4-2 now still for CLG. Looking pretty good here in game number 1. Also had some mistakes though, so looking to see kind of who does this more cleanly going into the mid game. Who's actually got a coherent game plan and can translate that into success.
Exactly, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but it's really what the game is about. Can they keep Someday down?
And if they're going to do it, this is the way to get it done. Someday forced to flash over the wall. Stixay going right after him. Xmithy is there too. Adios, Someday. That's the pick they need.
Yeah, because that's really all Team Dignitas has. They've been funneling everything towards him, even giving up Ocean Drake for it. So CLG now taking Someday down. Do not have to worry about the split push threat and should be very aggressive about trying to take this turret with the next minion wave.
Stixay going to continue firing those arrows off as well. A lot of power in the poke as he's whittling down health bars. Even if Special gets some of that HP back, if there's no minions in front of those piercing arrows, they still have quite a sting to them.
Oh yeah, and they help wave clear incredibly fast as well. Pretty difficult to push up against the Corki though. He can just, as you can see, a big one from Corki and a W from the Jhin clears out the back wave, stuffing the push and allowing Someday to respawn.
Poke spam versus poke spam. The minions just get pretty much deleted and nobody gets to make any real headway as CLG now with a minion wave middle. Going to be rotating over towards this one, but Corki's Phosphorus Bomb's more than effective at clearing some of those out. Stixay eating the damage from the big one, going to be taken down to about half. Doesn't really want anything to do with this fight any longer with that minion wave gone. CLG just keeps dancing back and forth between top and mid, trying to out-rotate their opponents little by little.
Yeah, and they also know they have a big wave brewing into the top side so that someone's going to go for that, and as soon as Someday does, CLG can fully commit down to taking this next turret.
Flash forced out from Keen as he tries to escape CLG, but Curtain Call gets opened up, looking for anybody he can find. 3rd shot hits Stixay. 4th one's going to be finding Xmithy. Big one. Lod grabbing the kill onto Stixay. Chaser almost going to be brought down by Darshan, who's now Deadly Flourish, kept alive by Huhi. Shockwave not finding anyone thanks to Xspecial's flash. CLG, low health bars. Lod looking to make that 4th shot count. Can he do it? Dancing Grenade finds the kill, but he pays for it with his own life. Xspecial now going to be tanking back and forth. Darshan too tanky. Chaser's able to find the damage. Someday looking to get in the mix as Huhi still looking to take Chaser down. He gets him, but Someday cleans it up. 3 for 4.
And this is going to be another one, and they get to hand it to Someday.
Oh, Afro double killed. Someday now 4-1-0 on this Fiora.
So this was a mess as far as fights go, but I understand the plays here. CLG really want to finish this turret, but end up taking a lot of poke. They cannot disrespect this. It's the Kazakh's poke as well as the Corki poke, and he gets a big one onto 4 people as Lod's Curtain Call ends up finishing him out. But then Team Dignitas is thinking, oh man, we might win this fight, not realizing Fiora is still not here. So it is a 3v4, even if the health is low. So when Lod flashes in, not getting that slat hit and going back in for another dancing grenades, kind of gets him one shot, and then they don't have any sustained damage until Sumner's like, wait a minute, I can get 2 kills. That's more valuable than finishing off this outer turret. As soon as he teleports in, Someday was going to clean up these 2 kills, so it was good for Huhi to be able to finish off Chaser. Unfortunately for CLG, it means Someday now has 4 kills on the game.
That was a smooth lunge into a post combination from Someday as well. It's not even allowing Afro to waste any extra time as he cleans these guys up, gets himself right back to where he wants to be, farming up 191 CS so far. Black Cleaver and Ravenous Hydra completed. Means he's a very scary prospect to have to deal with in any kind of a 1v1 situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And CLG is going to continue to try and group up now and force more team fights, maybe even hope the Team Dignitas gets aggressive, because in the chaos of that fight, look at all the flashes and the summoner spells that were actually burned. And no flashes left on the main, on anyone on Team Dignitas. So if CLG can get Maokai to flash initiate and kill a priority target first, they could see some huge gains.
And you saw it at the bottom of your screen there just a moment ago, but Stixxay 166 damage in the last team fight. Not what you want to be finding for your AD carry. Darshan now in danger of being caught out. Shockwave going to be used, doesn't find anyone. Curtain call opened up. Darshan, normally the guy who'd be soaking him, doesn't want to be soaking much longer. Flashing in front of Stixxay so that that fourth bullet will not seal his fate. CLG gets out.
Yeah, Someday just baiting who he Shockwave and allowing Team Dignitas to get aggressive right there. So not even just split pushing, but also helping him out in the 5v5 windows. Pretty incredible. Darshan having to flash away defensively. Let's see if COD can rush down this Mountain Drake.
Drakes are 1 ocean to 1 ocean so far, so this will be a nice little advantage for CLG if they can find it. Now that we're 23 minutes into game 2, remember that Baron could always be an option off the back of a big team fight, so Mountain Drake will help make that a reality for CLG even faster if it does become an opportunity.
Yeah, the Mountain Drake just accelerates the pace at which these teams have to make decisions, because so much of the push-pull in these split-push games with the Fed Fiora is how quickly can Fiora kill a turret or an inhibitor while your main squad is either killing turrets on the other side or rushing for objectives. So again, very critical in this aspect, and those are the decisions that it's going to force. CLG just have more tools now.
CLG's been doing so much damage with this Orianna when the spells actually connect. You've seen the kind of rapid burst he can do with just a basic spell combo landing onto somebody like Keen. With that Luden's Echo now done, that means that rapid fire burst is going to be even more effective. And speaking of rapid fires, Corki's going to be working on that cannon to be completed as his second item to make his burst that much scarier as well. Edge of Night also completed for both these junglers, so a lot of block potential for those critical spells allow these guys to move a little bit more freely as they're looking to set up picks and set up plays.
Definitely going to help guard against the poke a little bit. Also maybe protect them from a death sentence. If they do get hit by a death sentence, they always have the Tom Kench who can eat them out of it. So trying to get that resiliency. The fear I have for Keen is, especially against AP mid laners, I often see Corkies go Hex Drinker or Maw second. He has no magic resist on that Corki, so
none at all. If
they are trying to stall out while Someday is pushing, they're not doing everything they can to avoid getting picked off, because that's ultimately the way they lose, is if CLG can force a 5v4 while Someday is off winning his 1v1, and then CLG steamrolls at home, and that could be just catching King with a Shockwave, he'd be instantly dead.
Afro move, moving up very far forward into enemy territory, looking for that death sentence, but again, not going to be finding it. Chaser evolving those rockets second, like you mentioned, back when he was still level 7 or level 8. Very effective when your team's looking to poke, very effective at just sort of kind of keeping your enemies at bay.
Yeah, getting the slow on that spell is super important, so that also helps you disengage. CLG, I wonder if they're just trying to land enough poke before they can go for Baron, because they can threaten Baron quite realistically. Or do they just go for Someday? That could be where they're fainting next.
It's the Dignitas plan of action, right? Someday, 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 someday. So CLG is saying, we just got to shut this guy down. Just get him out of the picture.
Yeah.
Always keep an eye on that.
And it's interesting, because it's not just because they have Someday, it's because they have Someday on Fiora. There's certain top laners that really speak to a specific playstyle that you need to be able to execute, and Fiora is one of those where it's so much better in split push and 1v1 situations, and has that scaling component that he will be able to kill. Someday will be able to kill anyone once he gets to 5 or 6 items very quickly. Changes the way you have to play.
The percent HP true damage on those vitals means no matter how tanky Darshan gets, he's always going to be losing massive chunks of that health bar as Someday acquires more and more attack damage in this split push. He's currently up over 50 CS compared to his opponent in Darshan. So that economy advantage is only going to continue to grow as Darshan stays bottom to try to stop Someday as good as he can. Smithy, though, looking for Lod.
A lot of damage.
Going to be boosted up, speed boosted by that Hoo-Hee ball. Lod gets himself away, but he's got to spin the flash doing it.
Yeah, Graves jumps on you and gets you with Challenging Smite. You better run if you're Lod.
Piercing arrow over the wall to find Tom Kench. Package delivery backwards to safety for Keen. Doesn't want anything to do with Aframu's collapse potential. Yeah. CLG has found themselves an opportunity to take control over the entire Baron area. They are going to be spotted out by this ward here in the river, and the call is Baron.
Yeah, that sets them up. They burn the flash on Lod. They feel like they've gotten rid of the wards, but they haven't swept everything, so at least they're burning Someday's TP. This will mean they pull off.
Someday coming in, Deadly Flourish finding its way onto a Smithy, piercing arrow fired out defensively, and CLG are off the objective. Dignitas manages to get there in time, and a slightly unthorough approach to taking Baron is thwarted by Dignitas.
Yeah, they were rolling the dice there that Team Dignitas was going to be too afraid of the face check, but they're not afraid of the face check because they had a ward and they knew they were doing Baron, so they weren't worried about the peel. And even that, Darshan had to burn TP to get in position, so it's not even really a summoner spell win. It's just a turret for Team Dignitas. Team Dignitas get a jab in at Baron.
Dignitas still with about a 2,500 gold deficit compared to CLG. The gold difference has been around this value for a lot of the game, but remember, as the game goes on further and further and further towards that late game, a small gold lead like 2,500 means less than it did back at 12 minutes. And here at 28 minutes, it's going to mean less than it will, or it means more than it will if we get to 45 minutes.
Agreed. The later it goes, the less it means as far as raw gold differences. You have to pay attention to the percentage gold difference, but Bloodthirster almost being completed onto Someday. And the only time I've seen a Maokai this year be able to really deal with the Fiora was actually a game over in Korea where Huni was on Maokai, and he was ahead of the Fiora in gold, and he also built Thornmail third item before the Fiora had picked up the second lifesteal item. That's definitely not going to happen this game.
No.
We already have a second lifesteal item in Someday with the Vamp Scepter on top of the Ravenous Hydra, and it looks like Darshan is either going for, the Frozen Heart or Randuin's Omen. So not going to be able to return that damage, and Someday's going to continue to win that 1v1. It's just a matter of how slow does Darshan make it.
CLG looking to make some plays yet again, this time onto Lod, who is still flashless. Aframu wants to find it if he can. Flash into the Chain of Corruption. Lod's going to be caught out and bursted down. CLG, they find their man, and now what is the call? They're here in mid lane. They've got the wave.
Oh, they go. They try to go for sure. They don't have the Maokai here to tank for them, which slows their ability to push a little bit. But even with this kill onto Lod, if they can get Someday to go back in base, which they have, they should be going right back to Baron to clear the vision and pressure Team Dignitas in that space.
Got to make something out of this. Lod still dead for another 15 seconds. Aframu clearing out those wards, moving towards the Baron pit. Gonna go ahead and drop that control ward, take out the last couple of remnants of Dignitas vision hanging around the area, and they make the call to start it up again. Is the second time gonna be the charm? Dignitas wants to say no. They're hanging around and they're ready to go.
It's at 5,000 health. Team Dignitas wants to go.
Dig needs to make their move. It's down to 4K. Gonna be dropping down to 3.5. CLG trying to do this as cleanly as they can. Darshan over the wall, looking to shut down Chaser so he can't steal it away. Red team has secured Baron Nashor. CLG is able to grab it. Stixxay is gonna be bursted low. Smithy first. Someday's in the pit just cutting these guys to pieces. You got Baron, but what's the cost? Dignitas, 5 for 0.
Woo, and a triple kill coming in for Someday. The cost, Clayton, is massive for CLG right there. They don't necessarily have the team comp that can kill Baron super quickly, and they got caught halfway through a fight while they were still debuffed from Baron, and they got destroyed in that pit because Lod even made it for the very tail end of that fight, and Team Dignitas probably gonna take that inhibitor.
Dignitas feeling good after that one. CLG sloppily go for the Baron. They end up securing it, lose all 5 members and the mid lane inhibitor in what was a game that was seemingly without great momentum for a while. The pendulum has swung for Dignitas.
Yeah, and even though CLG had the Mountain Drake, they just couldn't kill this fast enough. Just watch how much poke CLG take for being in this pit. Smithy flashes over the wall here, but like everyone is incredibly low by the time Someday comes in. The curtain call is just in range for the back of the Baron pit, so Lod is able to contribute. And since CLG had flashed over the wall previously for the Kazakhs, they didn't have any CC left for when Someday's Fiora came in, who was the scary person in that team fight. And now he's really fed.
He didn't even come in alone. He had a whole artillery barrage behind him with those Jin bullets coming down from the curtain call. Just a great setup for Dignitas. But now they're still on their back foot as CLG's pushing up into their territory. No Baron buff available for anybody. You take the Baron, you get aced, all of a sudden the buff doesn't exist any longer. One thing also worth pointing out is that once that next Drake spawns, it is going to be an Elder Drake. So 2 big buffs with the potential to be on the table around the same time here in the near future.
Very true, and I expect somebody to keep split pushing to set up these situations. Well, what was interesting is as Someday jumped in, you had the artillery behind him. It's pretty much just like he said, cover me, because missiles and bullets were flying in to
Suppressing
keep the other
fire,
team
yeah.
at bay, and it worked perfectly.
Someday sitting on 7-1 and 2. Bloodthirster completed as third item, working on a little bit of a defensive option now with the Spectre's Cowl, probably going for that Spirit Visage to provide even more amplification towards the lifesteal he already has, give him some of that valuable cooldown reduction, as well as just make it so he sort of laughs off the damage that Darshan would try to do to him. It's a complete non-factor, Darshan's damage, now that Someday's got a little bit of defense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's sitting at 111 magic resistance and massive amounts of lifesteal. CLG really have to become a little bit even more desperate now. They either have to completely pile to kill Someday, which they may or may not be able to do without him taking one with him, or they have to just rush at Team Dignitas and hope to get the engage, but Team Dignitas knows this too, so they're hopefully playing very far back, and it's all about wave clear here for Team Dignitas, which is why CLG wanted the Baron, because then they would be able to force this, but they don't have the Baron minion, so the wave can get cleared.
Curtain Call opens up, but Darshan's going to be soaking those first couple of shots. Redemption used to keep CLG healthy.
Yep, who needs minions? They're just going to go.
Bottom lane inhibitor turret is done, but it's going to be Someday answering this push in the top part of the map. Keen bound up by the Chains of Corruption. More damage coming in. Collateral damage will find its way back there as well. Keen still alive. Lod going to be forced to retreat yet again. Xpecial going to be jumped on. CLG might be looking to make some kind of a game ender here. Redemption comes in, but it will not be in time. CLG, they find the inhibitor, but they're going to lose their own. No way Dignitas allows them to back in time to stop Someday. 1-for-1 inhibitor trade. Yeah, they got the kill on Xpecial, but Someday is feeling good up there.
And here's the struggle. Someday would end the game. It's waves of super minions. So CLG trying to end it on their own net, but they can't catch Keen. Now they have to run.
Now who he's caught out. Now he's almost taken down. Keen looking for maybe one more rocket if he can find it. No flash available. Darshan looking to make the TP to get back in time to stop this. Xmithy is already there. CLG still running. Chaser in hot pursuit. Deadly Flourish finding its way onto Stickstay, but there's no root attached. Chaser popping the ultimate, still looking to catch up to these guys. Someday's coming in for the punch. The pinch, I should say. Might be a punch along with it, depending on the damage he hits for. Darshan will be blocking him, just trying to control him for now. Dignitas not able to successfully route these guys, catch them out, and punish them, but they do force them away, and they enjoy a 2-to-1 inhibitor advantage.
Oh boy, yep. The 2-for-1 inhibitor advantage is a win for Team Dignitas, and these are the very tense moments that will ultimately decide the game. Probably not the big climactic 5v5 team fights. It's all about who can get the pick or who can win their side of the map faster. CLG, if they could have gotten Keen with the Shockwave, if he hadn't have flashed away, then yes, maybe CLG could have powered through, because they still have the Maokai who can tank things up, but they need to buy themselves time, and they have such a smaller margin of time to work with now that they're down 2 inhibitors against that Fiora.
The nature of this game has just been so tense the entire time because of the drastic difference between the game plans, of the timer that's essentially been put on CLG. Because if they wait and that thing strikes midnight, Someday just takes the Nexus on its own. They have to work so hard against this, trying to stop this Fiora push, but with 5 items now, all he needs is one more, and he's going to be full build. Nothing's going to be stopping this guy anytime soon. CLG are going to need to do something decisive very soon.
Yeah, they're definitely trying as well. For now, they need to make sure those super minion waves are pushed out as far as possible, and then they would want to get a foothold in the rest of the game. And this is what tests Team Dignitas' teamwork and CLG's teamwork. CLG is usually so good at moving around the map, but Someday has been able to pull out these games and will Team Dignitas to victory when they've been picking Fiora. And we said it during Champ Select, Clayton, when CLG locked in Maokai earlier, we're like, ooh, people don't do that against Team Dignitas because of Fiora immediately going, and they opted into this. It's been a close one.
CLG hanging around here in the mid lane. They've got the top side shoved out a little bit. Mid lane inhibitor has respawned, so some of that pressure is going to be alleviated from this squad. Someday looking to reapply that pressure right back into the bottom side, though. The only lane left with a guarded inhibitor in terms of turrets being between Someday and it. Dignitas looking to remedy that situation as soon as they possibly can. Chaser's going to be finding Xmithy here in the jungle. The Graves ult doesn't find anybody. Not what Xmithy was going for.
He was hoping for a one-shot, but he missed his skill shots. And Chaser also had a chain vest, so that really diminishes the effectiveness of lethality, since lethality is all about getting people really close to 0 armor, and as soon as you build something like the Chain Vest, you provide yourself a massive amount of defense.
Elder Drake is now live, along with Baron Nashor. That situation we mentioned earlier where you have the 2 big buffs both running at once is now a reality. Keen's got the package, might be able to make some kind of a delivery here, but so far this game they've been nothing but whiffs.
Yeah.
Pretty much always used defensively or completely not at all.
Exactly, because Team Dignitas doesn't have to engage a open field fight. They only need to be able to throw poke in when CLG is doing an objective, or catch CLG while they're running back and forth trying to deal with Someday. So don't expect him to package aggressively unless it's into a Baron or Elder Drake pit.
Aframu almost got a death sentence onto Lod there, but the Ghost Blade was popped in time to allow Lod to have the extra movement speed to get himself out of danger. Someday still working on that bottom lane tier 2. It's not going to take too much more work at this point in time. Brings the dig turret advantage up to 8 versus 7 on the side of CLG.
Yeah, and the timing actually doesn't work very well for CLG right now. If Darshan leaves those minions at the turret, it probably kills a Nexus turret. Meanwhile, CLG would want to be doing Baron, but Darshan also has to defend this, so they're going to be losing something unless they pull off a miracle.
Too much work for a single tree to have to deal with. Someday you can see when he procs those vitals, just the chunk out of Darshan's health bar it takes. Very difficult to do anything to this guy without a turret watching over you. As Dignitas sees their opportunity from all this pressure, they move into the Baron area, start clearing out some of these CLG wards, continually kiting back, utilizing the poke, and CLG has no answer for this, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to this point and COD hasn't had the waves prepped, it's really, really hard to play against a talented, fed Fiora like this, and Someday's mastering it right now. Even now, Darshan wants to be able to save this, and I'm a little surprised actually that Someday is going back. It's because the rest of his team pulled, and it may actually buy the time for CLG to get control of the situation.
Inhibitor slowly being whittled down by these minions, but fortunately for CLG, a lot of those minions were already on the Nexus turrets, which then became invulnerable. So they just sort of stood there and got themselves killed instead of really contributing to anything constructive.
Yeah, that was really well played by Darshan to keep everything alive when it looked like a nearly impossible situation, but it started because Team Dignitas decided to go back and chop instead of keeping that overall map pressure left. Someday did buy a straight-up Guardian Angel. Chaser completed his as well, so they're kind of prepping for the next setup, but they had 90% of the pressure already built up, and now they have to rebuild it. Oh, or to just jump over the wall.
Sometimes just deciding to go for the base. He doesn't care. Forget minions, let's just go backdoor. Aframu looking to make some kind of a play, but Xpecial gonna be keeping himself nice and safe.
Yeah, QSS on the Tom Kench to make sure they can't get picked, because that's all they have to worry about while
Just
Someday
buying
works
time.
on these inhibs.
Buying time for Someday, who takes down the mid lane inhibitor by himself. Still has the potential top lane inhibitor he could go for. Bottom lane inhibitor still protected by a turret. Darshan making his way back into the base to stop Someday. Can't fight him for very long away from one of those turrets like we mentioned a couple of moments ago. Still only 2,000 gold separating these teams 40 minutes in, so pretty much an even fight 5v5, but 5v5 isn't really the name of this game.
I wonder what COD is going to do, because they need Darshan with them if they want to kill a turret in the mid lane, or they have to go in with all of their squishy targets at Baron and risk getting poked out. So they're between a hard place and Someday, so they're in a lot of trouble.
Pretty bad spot to be. Curtain call opened up. Huhi and Aframu having to retreat. TP gonna be channeled. Darshan looking to stop him. Aframu so low. Still kept alive. Someday coming in from the flank just in case the fight would have broken out completely. Pings coming out from Dignitas into the enemy base towards that top lane inhibitor that's completely exposed. They know Someday can go for it as long as they hold the rest of CLG here. Dig almost going to be taking some annoying damage onto their support, but it is Tom Kench, so he'll regenerate a lot of that pretty rapidly. As Someday does decide to go right back into the enemy base, he'll lunge over the wall and go for inhibitor number 2.
Yeah, and CLG has no teleport, so they have no other options. They have to go for Baron right now, and it's on Team Dignitas to stop them. Will Someday teleport in, and does CLG get aced once again?
This is the call. Baron at 3,000 HP. CLG needs to take it. They need to take it fast and clean. Chaser over the wall, just going to be interrupting backs, firing off the rockets. CLG got the Baron, and this time they got it alive.
That could have been a lot worse for
Way
CLG,
worse.
but now can they run down Someday? That's what they need.
And they grab him, flash away. Someday keeping himself alive for now. Huhi in hot pursuit. Xmithy looking to go even further. Deadly Flourish coming out. Huhi's going to be in some trouble. Shockwave finds no one. Chain of Corruption on to Keen, who's going to be locked down, but Stixay is now the one who's going to be jumped on. Huhi's dead first. Redemption in the backlines. Chaser's got GA. Darshan wasting so much time from the rest of Dignitas. Chaser getting himself back. Darshan's GA is popped. Gets himself away to safety with the power of the Lantern, and somehow that's just a 1-for-0. Huhi dies, Guardian Angels get blown all over the place, and Dignitas turns towards the Elder Drake.
So many forced plays right there. COD really felt like they needed to kill Someday, so they go all out for it. Huhi doesn't get the right shockwave, ends up taking a whole bunch of poke. They do not finish off Keen. Elder Drake goes over to Team Dignitas, but they will have time to put up another defense. Watch Someday here, just doing everything he can to stay alive. Riposte right there, what is the killing blow, and then Huhi just takes so much damage from Keen that he has to flash away, and then just over the back of the fight, watch Chaser, flash jump, kills Huhi while Someday is up from Guardian Angel. And if Someday had more mana, I think Team Dignitas would have continued this chase, but Keen and Chaser were very low, and they knew Elder Drake was an acceptable reward here, so they back away with only killing Huhi.
Every single Guardian Angel that was up got popped.
No longer up. That's why you get it.
Fiora, Kha'Zix, Maokai, all losing Guardian Angels in that previous fight. Would have been a lot bloodier without those purchases being there to begin with. 1,500 gold separates the two teams. Dignitas with an Elder Drake buff. They've got 2 Elemental Drakes under their belts, which means it's going to be a 135 true damage burn. CLG just kind of wants to wait this one out if they can.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate strategically for CLG here, because when they have the Baron, that's the time they want to be able to group up as 5 and push off Team Dignitas, but you do not want to do that against a team with Elder Drake, who has it for the next 2.5 minutes. So by the time the Elder Drake is expired by Team Dignitas, which is another minute, they need to prep another split push threat. Otherwise, CLG is going to be able to group up and brute force something down with the Baron buff. Since Baron lasts longer than Elder Drake, that is the inherent trade-off. Elder Drake is stronger in 5v5 combat, but Baron lasts longer. So Team Dignitas needs to go for wave manipulation right now so they can take the choice away from CLG later.
Darshan doing what he can to send that top wave on its way, despite the fact that super minions are pouring in. Keen setting up shop in bottom side. Remember, they've still got that 1 inhibitor turret left to deal with, as opposed to the other lanes, which are wide open should those inhibitors respawn anytime soon. Dignitas into the enemy jungle yet again. They found a free blue buff for themselves. Going to be passing that one off to Keen to ensure more rocket spam as this push continues. Elder Drake about to wear off. Only a couple of more seconds left to go on this one, and that's going to be CLG's potential green light.
Yeah.
To maybe make something happen.
No, if CLG sees the Elder Drake go off, as long as the super minions aren't full-time harassing their Nexus turrets, you'd want them to go for 5v5 initiation. What would happen elsewise, though, would Someday still has a teleport up, so if super minions ever get close to the Nexus turrets, he can just bail out of the fight and go for it. A lot of tension here, and so much of these games have to be pre-planned, because this is just the way the Fiora split push game works.
Stixay clearing out the waves while Afromu provides any sort of an escape mechanism he can for these guys. We're approaching the full build point for pretty much everybody in the game. 80 carries starting to hit it. Mid laner's getting very close to hitting it. Someday hit it a long time ago. Darshan does finally get that Thornmail up and going, but considering the Fiora now has 2 different lifesteal items and a Spirit Visage, it's not going to do too much.
Exactly. It will definitely slow the harass, though, and Someday, you know, might actually be a little low after killing Darshan. But you can see, not too much. Plus, he's pretty mobile. Can they close him down?
CLG Someday again. Very nice death sentence. Someday surely going to be brought down. Credit goes over to Stixay. And for the first time in a long time, CLG can breathe a little bit easier.
Yeah, that's huge. It allows them to potentially either push mid or just get all of their waves pushed out right now. 50 seconds, and they're already at the halfway point in this lane. Plus, they can bring Darshan into tank. This could be 2 inhibitors for CLG, actually.
CLG recognizing that Someday still has a 35-second death timer. They've got 1 inhibitor exposed in the bottom lane. Mid lane still got that turret, but they've got everybody here.
Yeah, pay attention to the poke. Darshan has flash. He's going to want to use that to initiate. But there's also a QSS Tahm Kench and a lot of things that Team Dignitas can use to disengage. They're not going to risk it.
Darshan is a full build Maokai with multiple armor items, does not concern himself even a little bit with the damage from the turret, just walks up, tanks it up. CLG finds inhibitor number 1 and inhibitor number 2 right thereafter, and the tables have turned. Dignitas now the ones facing pressure. But the curtain call opens up, trying to find those valuable members. Xmithy avoiding the 4th shot.
This is the risk, though. Someday's alive, teleporting in, trying to get 2 inhibitors back, and Team Dignitas is trying to interrupt the recalls.
Dig has to stop these backs right now. CLG needs to get somebody back into the base to defend this. The Shockwave's not going to be finding anyone. Darshan makes the TP, gets himself out of dodge in time. Chaser's going to be losing that Guardian Angel yet again. Burst from Xmithy is there. Red turret destroyed. You see the message in the middle of your screen. Someday still working on that base.
But they can no longer interrupt the recalls, so it is a 2 inhibitor for 1 trade by Team Dignitas, and slowly but surely, this game's going towards its conclusion.
Eventually, maybe, we'll see the end of this game, but 47 minutes in, when you trade 2 inhibitors for an inhibitor and a Nexus turret, these teams are just going blow for blow for blow. And the fact that they're just not able to get any advantage over each other shows how close of a match this truly is. Baron will be live for the 3rd time in 25 seconds.
Yeah, and ultimately, when you're playing these 1-4 split push compositions, their margin of error is so slim from both sides. So when a team has an advantage, like Team Dignitas had for the last 15 or 20 minutes, if Someday gets picked off, you just lose that advantage right away. And they can play it strategically to a point where CLG doesn't necessarily have the answers, but if he gets picked off like that, you see it. Now CLG has the edge. With Baron being back up as well as 2 inhibitors being down for Team Dignitas, they're now the ones in a tight spot.
CLG seeing if they might be able to end the game where Dignitas was not able to. Dig will always have to continue answering those minions flowing in on the other end of the map. Chaser kiting back, utilizing the power of the rocket. Stixay's going to be eating a lot of damage. Curtain call comes out. Mini shields onto Stixay, keeping him in a good enough spot. Redemption used, CLG grabbing some heals from that. Aframu taken down to about 1/3. Someday marching towards the enemy base as Dignitas scares away CLG long enough to move themselves towards Baron just a little bit. Keen with package ready if Dignitas finds a chance to maybe take this fight. Darshan going in on top of eXpecial. This might be our start. Darshan still tanking, Chain of Corruption, not finding anyone. Pretty big spell to not have. Dignitas sees their green light.
Yeah, this is risky because it is a 5v5 fight against a team who wants it.
And there's minions in the Dignitas base. Who he's going to be forced back. Redemption coming down. Darshan's the target. Piercing arrow coming out. Someday going to be bursted low. Guardian Angel pop. Dignitas in a real bad spot. Someday now getting himself killed. The lone member dead in this fight. The Nexus turrets, the second one, will likely fall here to these minions. 1 hit away from that big super minion pulling it down. It falls. Open base. Open Nexus for Dignitas. It's a 5 versus 4.
Meanwhile, minions are actually killing CLG's base as well. The second Nexus turret just fell, so CLG kind of have to push in and win right here. If they get poked too much, they would end up losing.
CLG just needs to find the win, go for the Nexus, force this down. eXpecial's gonna be the target. Deadly Flourish coming out. Stixay exhausted. Chaser gonna be forced to jump out. Xmithy is dead, so is eXpecial. Lod gonna be hit. Piercing arrow. Ladies and gentlemen, CLG, game 1.
Woo! That was a barn burner right there. 2 Nexus turret deads on the side of CLG while they kill the Team Dignitas Nexus. Only 1,000 gold apart from these teams. 10 turrets dead on each side, 14 kills on each side, 2 Drakes on each side. That game was so close, Clayton. But ultimately, CLG walks away the victor.
CLG, man, you got to be sweating for these guys because they had to deal with that Fiora pressure for so long. Just a situation that you feel like there's no way out. It's just slowly constricting the life out of you. And then they alleviate that pressure. They find the pick onto Someday. They get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you think about it totally from a mental perspective, that was CLG thinking they could just out-coordinate the Team Dignitas side because you're putting their best player on the champion that is most capable of carrying a game by himself, and they still couldn't do it. So that was almost the gauntlet being thrown down by CLG, and it nearly backfired. Like, it probably should have backfired because Someday got way too fed. At one point, he was 7-1 in that game. but Team Dignitas just couldn't do it. They couldn't quite get the right plays down the stretch.
And we talked about when this season first started, CLG returning the entire roster, this team that's worked together, the importance of the synergy and having the ability to work together as a coherent unit is what wins games like that.
Cool as a cucumber right there.
Cool
They just stayed
as a
steady
cucumber.
throughout the end of that game and closed it out.
For a deeper look into exactly how they did it, what they did, and how it went down, let's check in with the analyst.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Now, this is a game that we did not expect to go in CLG's favor, given the way that the earlier portions of the game and how far ahead
a roller coaster.
someday
it looked good.
Someday got on that Fiora.
Yeah, so obviously we've been talking a lot about how Dig looks their best when Someday's on a carry champion. He's able to get one this time into a favorable matchup into the Maokai. And initially he's kind of crushing lane. It's looking pretty good. And then I actually liked what CLG did a lot, where they started opening up the map and they just kept swapping back and forth. And Dig was always a step behind.
Right, and Dignitas are very clear about their strategy with this, right? Chaser is up there right after he's level 3. He stays up there. He's just camping that top lane to the point where that's why CLG go with this lane swap. And even though CLG, they're going to lose tempo going for this lane swap, right? Now that you're the one being the reactive one, they are able to get some minion waves back for Darshan, and there's a very long chain of events where they actually are able to turn eventually something around in the mid lane, but it is a long chain that is worth tracking.
Right, and so before we get to kind of that point where Someday starts to take off on the Fiora and open the map up with the split pushing, let's look at some of those CLG moves that you're talking about. The positives that are going to come out of this game for them is that they still have some sense of macro game.
Right, it is very reminiscent to the old 2v1 style where you're moving around the map a lot, trading TP advantages and things like that. And that's how the early game really looked, was kind of that old open map style. And with that, CLG looked really great. They were pressured in the mid lane, they had deep vision control, and they were able to take the bot turret off a rotation, but then they overstay, take a lot of damage, and the initial engage by Afro was just a little whiff.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where Dig's going to come out on top here with the fight, Kobe, but Fiora coming in very late with a TP here. No pressure in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, so Someday we're going to sing his praises a lot for a large portion of the split pushing that he did this game. However, we still see that there are some coordination issues with this team. If you are making the call to have your AD carry flash into 4 people, and maybe he's not being vocal about that, or whatever the case, it looked like the team was on the same page of chasing that down.
Right.
Someday was at where the outer turret was, so he would have to push through 2 more waves to be able to get to another objective to really make staying up there and split pushing worth it. And they did have that ward in a pretty good spot. If you're willing to flash forward with the rest of your teammates, maybe you make that pincer earlier on and you maybe come out with it with a death or 2 less.
Right, so we had seen this kind of this situation where CLG's playing the macro game fairly well, but Someday was still managing to pick up the kills. We saw that 7-1 scoreline at one point in the game with the triple life, or rather the double lifesteal item and the split push pressure that was able to set up. And yet Dignitas not able to close this game out. So let's kind of identify why it was that this comp fell apart, because we were saying Someday on the carries is Dig's best opportunity to win a match.
Still think it is.
Yeah, and that's totally okay, but why couldn't they close out here? What was the issue?
Well, there were a couple things. Once they finally started taking the top 2 inhibs off the back of Someday split push, there's 1 inhib left up, and they started kind of grouping around him, and then that stalled them out. And then once, instead of putting him top to guide the super creeps in versus a Maokai, and then pull pressure up, they sent him against the turret alone, and that's when CLG collapsed and they got that fight, where it actually didn't go that well, but they couldn't get the bot inhib turret again. And then it stalled out to the point where both teams had some inhibs down, and then they forced around Baron, which was a huge mistake by Dignitas. They're not the ones who should be forcing around Baron.
All right, let's take a look at a Baron fight here. 30 minutes in, CLG is going to get aced here at the Baron. This was a big blunder in forcing this one.
Right, this is kind of what allowed them back into the game, so we're taking a step back here, where CLG had all that great macro play, and then they forced this Baron really, really hard. They over-focus Chaser, trying to stop him from being able to take this Baron. Smithy goes over the wall, fails his ultimate to get back over, has to flash back over to secure the Baron, and now they're all trapped in the pit. And this is really when Someday took off, and you should say, okay, they should be able to kind of have this split push Fiora take over the game.
Right, that's a triple kill picked up there for the Fiora, and that was kind of the point where we're like, well, there's really no way that Dignitas should lose this game. You also notice in that fight, Huhi blowing his shockwave on the Baron only hit maybe 1 target. Multiple ultimates throughout the game in this victory didn't hit, or probably misused or not used optimally. He'll receive probably a bit of flack for that and some criticism. Lucky to get the victory, I think, in spite of all of that, and we'll see how much more polished clutch team might be here in game 2. But for Dignitas, that's got to be disappointing to have been set up with, probably your best opportunity to win and having someday, a strong split pusher on the map and still come out with a loss here.
All right, it's one of those heart rate goal graphs where it's just someone's going up and down, and it really did look like towards that, post 35-minute mark when they started getting that gold lead, Dignitas looked in a really great position because it's someday on his signature champion. His stats on it are crazy, and you think he's going to win.
Oriana got out-damaged by Maokai.
So there were definitely some very big mistakes from both solo laners of CLG, and you mentioned the one that we had on camera. That one looked great compared to the sombrero while flashing out.
Yeah.
So they definitely have some stuff to clean up, but they were able to grind out that win for game number 1, which bodes very well moving forward. Because I don't think that even though they were able to beat Someday's Fiora, I don't think that they want to give that type of strategy over to Dignitas again because. Right. If you force him onto something like the Poppy, it seems so much easier to be able to take them down.
Well, yeah, I mean, his win rates, when we were looking at some of both his career stats and his split stats, I mean, now moves to 12-4 on Fiora over his career, so just under an 80% win rate there. Maokai, this split 3-3, Poppy, 0-3 for Dignitas, so definitely a better opportunity to win when he's on this carry champions. The question is, will CLG allow that to happen this time around? For Dignitas, let's pretend they don't have the opportunity to play Fiora again. Do you think that they have what it takes to beat the CLG squad if they get relegated to a tank in the top lane? How do they have to adjust their play style?
So we have seen them win with non-Fiora someday. On the Maokai, they do have those 3 wins, and he has been a really good tank player as well. It's just that when you have him on a tank, then you definitely need Keen to step up, Law to step up, the rest of the damage dealers, right, who have had bright spots, but very uncertain, are they going to actually be able to finish out a game? Keen had that 9-0 Azir game when he was, and you can't end with a late game 9-0 Azir then.
Right, so if you're gonna toss your win condition in someday, you've got to bring up a win condition from one of your other 2 major carries.
Right, and I think Keen's the one to kind of look at. We've seen him on TF be able to do a lot of good things like that, and I think once you get off the main mid lane champ pool, he starts to look a lot better.
All right, CLG sneaks by with a victory here in game 1 of the series. We're going to step away for a quick break, but when we come back, it's game 2 between Team Dignitas and CounterLogic Gaming. Stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS. That's a lot of work.
The game is ending. Just stall. Poke. Cooking. I got it. I have shield. All right, push him out. Go. Get in the game right now. Go mid. Yeah. Poke the top wave. Just go. Hey, don't get picked up. Don't get picked up. Let's go.
I'm trying to heal up. I'm gonna heal up, guys.
Lantern. Nexus is open. Let's go.
Yeah.
We just got in the game. All right. Hey, we have to do it right now.
Yeah,
we have to go right now.
I'll flash in on their carries. You guys in the game. Yeah.
Don't get
I'm with shielded Darshan.
Yeah, I need Darshan to go right now. Right now.
Darshan, anyone.
Yep. Look for the end.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start hitting the Nexus.
Hey, go. Turn. Tom. Guys. Watch Gorky. Gorky.
You guys have to go in.
Go. No.
Yeah.
All right, good job.
Nice.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours at stake. talk behind your back. Chase the light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in this shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in their way. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadows, shadows, shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in their shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in their way.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Team Dignitas and Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, we also have to point out our player of the game from last game. It was hard to choose because it was such a rotational game by CLG, but we are deciding to go for Aphromu in part just because of his leadership. You got to see in some of those sound ups at the rollout there is just he was making most of the calls, participated in almost all of their kills, and facilitated the plays.
Definitely a game that was won out of team play, not an individual player just putting everybody on his back. It was a conscientious effort by all 5 members of CLG, and when you're one of the guys leading that effort, you deserve the player of the game.
Yeah, CLG kind of snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Part of that, as well as Stixay, was just poking nonstop. If there was going to be a runner-up for player of the game, it's definitely Stixay here. Yes, he was Varus, but 44,500 damage and 42.6% damage share is ridiculous. If you look at season averages, you almost never see anyone over 35%. So for an individual game to have that high of a damage share is pretty nice.
And going into game number 2, if you're Team Dignitas, you've kind of got to ask yourselves, what is the game plan? Because we mentioned at the end of the last game, this was the dream, right? Game number 1, you got that split push Fiora, you got to play it into a tank.
Yeah.
This was the win condition that Dignitas was hoping for, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, what's interesting is I feel like if they were to play the game again, they'd be confident that they'd be able to win, right? Because they were so close. That game was on a razor's edge pretty much the entire time. And the analyst desk mentioned, like, even in Korea and his career records, somebody's got like an 80% win rate on Fiora or
It's
something close
disgusting.
to that. So
it's really, really good.
I think if they could get Fiora into tank again with good poke and disengage, they'd actually take it. But it is worrying for them because I don't think they're going to get that again. And CLG did manage to beat them what is essentially their best.
And I mean, if you're CLG, the amount of difficulty behind getting that win, it's not like this was an easy win. They didn't just walk through it and take the victory. So you've got to be thinking, let's not play this same game again.
Exactly. They get to have blue side this time as well. And just based on the way that a lot of champion selects have been falling out, like, blue side has ended up being quite favored with the first pick and the other teams often banning the standard bans of LeBlanc, Camille, and Rengar. So CLG going to be happy to be on this side. Means they could probably get something like Kha'Zix early, and they get a lot more targeting in the ban phase.
Same target that they were able to select last time, though, as their last part of the bans, the Rise, making sure that that doesn't fall into the hands of Keen. It is his most played mid laner so far in Spring Split 2017, so they don't want to allow him to have it this time. LeBlanc and Rengar banned away by Team Dignitas, no real surprises, and there you go, not today, someday.
Yeah, just don't let it happen. It also allows CLG to pick Maokai much earlier with more safety. Of course, they picked it unsafely last time. would not be surprised for a first pick Kazakhs, but Darshan just has so much happiness on Maokai, and now that they aren't even going up against Fiora, I guess that just emboldens him even more. They banned out the 2 potential carry counters, and he is just best-in-class tank, so they're going to go with it really early.
Interesting number as well for both Darshan and Someday. Maokai is the most played top laner in Spring Split 2017 with 6 plays before this series for both of them. Next closest for each one of them was either Nautilus or Poppy at 3.
Yeah, for sure. So they got those tanks on lockdown for sure. Poke goes over to Team Dignitas. Varus Kazakhs would make, as long as Kazakhs isn't banned yet, would make a lot of sense.
No Kazakhs bans yet. Not this time.
Yeah, you and I have had the mistake before of being like, why are they not picking this banned champion?
That was...
And we just do the whole champ select. So now every time I'm going to make it, I'm triple checking what's banned.
I always end up doing the same thing. Once you watch one VOD chat replay of the entire chat calling you boosted for 10 minutes because you didn't realize that Maokai was actually banned, just make sure to slip the double check in there. Make sure it's actually what it appears to be, as they don't go for the Kazakhs, instead opting into Lee Sin.
Yeah, these teams are just kind of changing up their priorities a little bit, especially Team Dignitas. But Chaser's Lee Sin has been really good. He's played it into many Kazakhs and had control of the early game, so this is a preference pick for Chaser. I think if you were just making an objective power tier list, Kazakhs would be a little bit above it. And he does a lot of the things Lee Sin can do, but if Chaser's just more comfortable on Lee, that's why he's going to go with it.
Comfort picks can sometimes lead to a win where OPs might not. CLG going to go ahead and decide to respond the same way Dignitas did last time. They answer the Varus with the Jhin. Make sure you get a nice top-tier lethality using 80 carry in there before the second round of the bans kick in.
Yeah, if they wouldn't have picked it, would have easily been pushed down, although they had been fairly comfortable with the Sivir yesterday. I loved that adaptation. And the Malzahar being picked by Team Dignitas is putting NX Special in a seat where he can initiate a little bit, and he's had pretty good games on Malzahar thus far. Not to mention CLG, the last 4 games they've played, I feel like, they've banned the Zyra and the Malzahar in Phase 2. Team Dignitas not going to let that happen.
Can't do it this time around. This also means that the first round of picking is not going to be a direct mirror like we often see it be in terms of the roles selected. So the bans are going to be changing up a little bit here in Phase 2. Dignitas, again, going to ban away Aurelion Sol from Huhi. Just so much respect for what he can do in this champion. One of the few players that's really exceptional at it.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. He's the only player who's played it in the NA LCS. I mean, everyone is just doing the other mid laners, but he finds the way to roam around the map. And here, CLG is really going to push Someday into a niche a possible a pick. You mentioned the second most played after Maokai for Someday was Poppy. They've also banned out his carries in Jason Fiora. They're really pushing him down, especially if they ban Nautilus. That moves him on to something like Gangplank, and that has a much slower curve as far as powering up.
Yeah, that's actually the only other champion that he has played so far in Spring Split 2017 would be the Gangplank, and he's played it 1 whole game.
Can't ban them all.
There are not quite enough bans, even in new champion select, to get rid of everything. They aren't going to ban the Nautilus away. They would rather take Corki off of the table, not deal with that endless poke that they had to last time.
Yeah, there's obviously the chance he could just tank for tank with Nautilus, and that wouldn't be bad for Team Dignitas. But there's also something that is yet to make an emergence in the North American LCS, and that's the top lane Kennen. Instead, he goes with what Looper was doing against Maokai, which is a top lane Swain. I'm pretty sure that's going to be top lane instead of mid lane, although they could flex it. And it's definitely an interesting choice, and it's what CLG set up with all those bans.
Stixxay hovering the Warwick, but of course we know that that's just the Stixxay trademark. It's not actually a Warwick hover. So, but the Swain in the top lane, every time I see that now, all I can think of is when Looper played it and was 0-0 and 0 at 42 minutes. So hopefully we see a little bit more of an action-packed top lane than what was provided by that. Misfortune's going to be picked up as the support for CLG. We know it's support because Jin's already locked in, so none of that 80 carry Misfortune massive damage share that we saw yesterday in FlyQuest versus Dignitas. Because Afromu now has to make the choice of what he's going to be playing on the support. We saw some good death sentences last game. Obviously, we gave him player of the game. The playmakers, we want to see another one.
Yeah, well, they're going to try and get the playmaking out of the mid lane because the Misfortune is locked in for the support as far as the selection process goes.
I literally just said Misfortune support, not thinking about Afromu support. I don't know, my brain turned off there for a second.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because for the last few days, that's all Afromu has been going for, but just the situation presented itself. CLG heavily decided to prioritize getting the Maokai and the initiation on other roles so that now they're just trying to make sure they don't get smashed in lane, and it puts him onto the Misfortune.
Afromu on that Misfortune means who he's going to be on that Syndra there in the mid lane, having to deal with Keen's Echo as the response.
Yeah, Echo is a pretty standard pick into Syndra. It's another one of these things that you don't really want to call a counter pick, but it's more of just a thing you pick to not get smashed. I want a name for that, because that's what I feel like Misfortune is into Malzahar and Zyra, and that's what I feel like Echo is into Syndra. It's an assassin who can avoid the ultimate, he can also come back to lane very quickly instead of getting poked out, and has ways of influencing the map. You're still willing to first pick Syndra with that pick available, but you're very expected to get it against you, and Keen's a pretty good Echo.
It just means that the pick you're picking it into is actually so dominant, it normally farms every other champion. And in a counter pick, you don't mean, oh yeah, I'm going to beat this guy. You just mean, I'm not going to get farmed.
Yeah, there we go. That's the hope.
That is the dream right now for this Echo and for Keen and for Team Dignitas. A win here means they're going to be taking things to game number 3. A loss means CLG is going to find themselves in the middle of the pack with Dignitas tied for dead last.
Oh, man.
The nightmare situation that we talked about going into game number 1 is now ever so closer to becoming reality for Team Dignitas as Counterlogic Gaming probably feeling pretty good about themselves for being able to find that comeback win in game number 1. Maybe that'll give them a little bit of extra momentum here in game number 2 as Dignitas has to make sure that they got their heads on straight. They're ready to take it to their opponents yet again here in game number 2. Maybe be able to find an advantage and just end it with that translation into a win this time around as we're loading on to Summoner's Rift for the second time today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Dignitas versus CLG.
And we got a top lane Swain. We kind of brushed over that in Champ Select a little bit because there were so many bans at Someday, but normally you're pretty excited about seeing that. This is a pick that you very seldom see in the top lane, but he should be able to farm up against Maokai. I also think Swain is a pick that is a little bit more vulnerable in the early game before he's been able to get the Rod of Ages to just give him that little extra bit of durability so he can almost drain tank you with the Ravenous Flock. So let's pay attention. There was so much ganking pressure in the top lane last game between Xmithie and Chaser. Would not be surprised to see them try something similar again here.
Xmithie and Chaser both made so many attempts, not just topside, but Xmithie especially all over the map in game number 1, very early on, just trying to be involved in the lanes every possible opportunity. And Swain is very slow, he's immobile, he's not exactly scary if he doesn't have his entire spell combination ready to go to unleash on you. So those early ganks, that early pressure is a very likely possibility onto him before the ultimate becomes available.
Yeah. And defensive lines for both teams early on. Although CLG may be going for the... They're considering going for the late invade. Chaser being safe enough, spots him coming in. And that will probably mean they're just going to do standard starts.
No Kha'Zix flash blown at level 1 this time. No. Not today.
Not today.
Xmithie saw what happened to Chaser in the last game. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. That's a pretty bad idea.
Be a little bit safer. Yeah, obviously, we're seeing many more topside starts by junglers. Dual lanes down bottom really care so much about getting the wave shove started so that they can hit level 2 first, because that's usually a significant edge down the bot side, whereas the top laners don't care as much about that, so they're more willing to give a pull.
Both junglers, excuse me, going to be starting on the top side of the map. That means this time around, we're not going to see the red start mirrored for both of these sides. As Dignitas, Lodnik Special pushing up early on, taking control over the minion wave, just sort of shoving these up into Stixxay and Aframu's faces. The power of Special on that Malzahar. We've seen what those Voidlings can do early on, man. They're so scary.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons Misfortune's picked against it, because with the Love Tap passive, they can kill the Voidlings much faster. Doesn't mean you don't have to run away from them, though, as we see there.
Darshan finding level 2 before Someday does means he gets a good chance to jump on top of him and get a decent little bit of an edge for himself. Of course, Someday with potions is going to be just fine. Returns the favor right back onto Darshan as soon as he finds that level 2.
Yeah, Darshan with the Corruption Potion already burning through all the stacks, so trading very aggressively here, which is interesting because Xmithie's not pathing to that side yet. He's doing a very Kha'Zix-style route where he's killing the camps that have the fewest number of things so he can get more isolations off, but this makes Darshan vulnerable. And he has been playing so aggressive in the first 2 levels on Maokai and getting away with it, but this time he could get punished. Oh,
Keen with some good combo damage onto Huhi with the Echo, just utilizing that mobility after the orbs have already been fired off. Considering he got hit by Scatter the Weak just a moment ago, he knew the disengage really wasn't going to be there. Pretty much a free trade.
Ooh, so Darshan teleporting back into the wave. This could have been really dangerous because he has no wards in the river, and Chaser's actually going to start pathing back up here now. Because if he can kill Darshan here, it would be the most punishing of kills. Now he's got the ward in the river, so it makes the gank a little bit trickier, but Chaser could still go for it through the blast cone.
Instead, gonna fire that Scryer's Bloom into the enemy jungle. Just make sure that Xmithy's not hanging around here as he goes for some counter jungling action. Stealing away that Gromp, just sort of robbing Xmithy of that economy.
Yeah,
With the respawn timers on the jungle camps now, it actually is quite useful to sometimes steal those away and wreck their farm path a little bit.
Yeah, Xmithy went for the full clear, which is a pretty big switch up and puts a lot of faith under Sean to not die, because if Chaser would have just gone up there for a gank, he probably would have killed. But the fear was, in an early game 2v2 Maokai versus Kha'Zix, you probably win that versus the Lee Sin Swain if Someday has used his cooldown. So he was afraid of the 2v2 and he never went for really a full gank. Interesting there, because that could have been really bad for CLG.
Bot lane tide has turned as well. Stixxay and Aphromoo now have control over the lane in their own right, keeping Lod and Xpecial back. Deadly Flourish not finding its way onto Xpecial as Aphromoo is having to deal with a whole heap of trouble coming at him from those Malefic Visions with Voidlink's combination. Xmithy waiting to utilize the Blast Cone to maybe come up here and jump onto Someday if he can, but with Chaser still hanging around, could quickly evolve into that 2v2 we were talking about.
Yeah, Xmithy has shock though, so he's got the double longsword. He's really hoping to either catch the 2v2 or just get a delayed 1v2 gank off of, but with how Chaser and Someday have been playing, Xmithy's just sensing the Chaser has to be around somewhere, so they don't want to overcommit for a game.
Someday and Chaser deciding to back in synchronization. Nobody wants to leave the other guy there alone, having to risk the Xmithy gank by himself. Darshan 27 to the 39 farm of Someday, so Swain getting himself about the same kind of a lead that we saw from the Fiora last game, actually.
Yeah, very true. I mean, he is a ranged champion, so has good amounts of CS. Under turret as well. Harder for Darshan to harass him out of it, but that's still credit to Someday, because Swain is not necessarily that strong until he's getting level 6 with the Catalyst, and surprise, he has that now, so it could only get worse for Darshan.
You know what I'm excited about this game, Jet? First Drake Infernal. This sometimes encourages teams to do stuff that they wouldn't normally do because of which Drake it is. Keen going to be eating a lot of damage from Huhi, who hits level 6 before that Chrono Break is available, so no way to dodge away from it. And Keen, now ticking level 6, is in a pretty scary spot if he doesn't back.
Yeah, but the nice thing about level 6 Echo is you can back and ult straight in the lane if you so choose, especially since Huhi's ultimate is down. Instead, he decides to use his teleport, going to save his ultimate for later. That'll help the side lanes feel a little bit safer here for CLG.
Speaking of low HP, Xpecial's really not sitting in a very good spot himself. Kind of hanging out over the wall. Going to back in secret so they can still might be thinking that he's hanging out over there. Don't want to go too deep onto Lod with that possibility being a reality. But Lod's just continuing to farm up 45 to 57 CS. He's also finding himself with a decent disadvantage. Keen actually the closest in terms of farm across the map to his opponent.
Yeah, very true. Able to keep up with that Syndra. Whereas I like Stixxay and Aphromoo winning that lane. It's speaking to some improvement as they started the year very slow and lower than expectations. Felt like they are coming in off-season shape, so to speak.
Yeah.
And they're coming into these games early, but rounding into shape just a little bit. Lod, though, able to shove out the lane and kind of equalize CS. So not a huge lead there, just that huge lead top lane.
Remember, Dignitas is still looking for the rest of the team to kind of step up and alleviate some of that weight from Someday's shoulders sometimes. Every game, it's always the Someday show. It's always, Someday, can you carry this? Someday, how strong is that back of yours? And everybody else is like, well, when are they going to step up? When are they going to join Someday up there and say, no, I've got this one?
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's not like they haven't had great games in their own rights. Like, Keen had a 9-kill Azir game, but they lost. Like, they need to be able to capitalize on advantages that they can gain. As they get a cheeky attempt at a blue buff steal, but don't quite get it.
Keen eating
Does Darshan flash for this?
Decent damage. Darshan going for the flash. Looking to make the play. Twisted advance into the mix. Keen going to go ahead and Chrono Break back. But it's right back into the waiting arms of CLG, and Huhi has got first blood.
And that's why Darshan wants to be on Maokai. It is the reliable champion that when he finds a position, he's able to pull the trigger and get it done. Because that was just a 3v3 that Team Dignitas was a little bit retreating from. And they go for more, but Chaser gets away completely.
Deadly Flourish locking him down, though. A little bit more damage, might have been able to make something happen there, but instead Chaser gets himself out alive. Lod's going to be eating some pain from that Make It Rain. As Stixxay and Aphromoo both hanging around the mid lane now, looking to see if they can get any kind of pressure onto this tier 1 with the enemy mid laner dead. Someday again jumped on by Darshan, who's now starting to feel more comfortable in this top lane.
Yeah, and CLG just so different than other teams in the strategy. Who rotates their duo lane to just shove the mid lane turret 7 minutes in? That just doesn't happen by most accounts. So here, they could not get the blue buff steal from Xmithy. Xmithy goes in, gets some damage on Keen. Chaser and Someday are really just in full retreat. Keen, poor placement of his parallel convergence there. If he placed it more forward, he would have been able to pretty much get out because he would have stunned people as soon as he jumped in, but he kind of has to run past it to avoid Darshan flashing over the wall, and then the ult back didn't really do much other than ensure his death.
Now he's chasing him down again as Aftermoon and Special find each other at the entrance to the red side.
Oh, that's
Turret call's
big...
gonna be opened up. Bullet time comes out. They gotta block the shots.
Ooh.
And they do. Special's gonna walk himself away from this one, but Lod down to about half HP after defending that teammate. Still a lot of activity in this bottom part of the Dignitas jungle from CLG. Looking if they can make any kind of a pick out of this. Maybe grab an Infernal off the back. For now, it's just going to be that blue buff steal.
Well, they are getting very proactive and aggressive with their plays. After they're able to shove Chaser out of the blue buff, the poke they're able to get on Special, immediately taking that into a blue buff steal, and now going right to that Infernal Drake. Kha'Zix level 6 also incredibly fast at taking it.
No reason not to if the enemy team doesn't have a way to stop it, but right now it looks like
close.
Dignitas might be moving themselves into the pit. Drake is low, Chaser's in, and he's got the steal away. Keen can't quite mop up Xmithy as well. Damage and burst coming down onto Aframu, forced to flash away to dodge the Sonic Wave. CLG gets a little bit big for their britches and gives away an Infernal.
Yeah, that was an oopsie. They thought they'd be able to damage it with just the support and the jungler because Stixxay was off in the lane, making sure to get shoved. So they were being greedy there, and it cost them the Infernal Drake because they do not kill it in time, and Team Dignitas threatened to kill enough that Xmithy can't get the smite.
Dignitas with that Infernal, feeling good about that. It's going to help the damage for the Echo, the Lee Sin, the Swain, and without, a super tank top laner or a super tank jungler or anything like that, everybody's going to be benefiting from that bonus damage that the Infernal's going to be giving them. Everybody's got a use for that on this team.
Yeah. Even though Drakes can be useful for many champions, there's definitely things that are more useful for certain champions. Jhin is actually, I think, the biggest benefactor of the Infernal Drake because he gets so much AD since he has natural stat conversions to AD that when you were increasing that AD by a percentage, he gets more AD than anyone else would. Right. Based off that. So
8% of 200 is more than 8% of 150.
Yeah. But then you also have to take into account Maokai gets almost nothing from Infernal Drake, but Swain does. So both of these teams actually benefiting a little bit more from Infernal Drake than an average team.
Dignitas in the bottom lane, 88 CS in the Varus compared to 100 CS on that Jhin. Both of these two, of course, working for that Ghost Blade first item lethality. So popular, so strong right now. Darshan jumping his way in on top of Someday to dodge away from the Never move, as well as get some decent damage down. Now that he's got that Spectre's Cowl, AP damage becomes something that's just kind of laugh it off for him.
Yeah, both those guys are going to be using a lot of spells on each other to not much effect at this point. Just Rod of Ages Swain does enough to sustain up of any damage Darshan can throw at him. And as you mentioned, the Spectre's Cowl, it's not that much damage, so...
Drain tank versus real tank. It's just a wet noodle fight by a different name.
Pretty much.
Chaser getting some wards down in the enemy jungle, seeing if there's anything to steal away there, seeing if he can keep any extra eyes on Xmithy. Someday and Darshan, there they go, slapping each other around with no real consequence. Someday gonna go ahead and turn that bird form off before it saps too much of his mana away, though.
Yeah, and Darshan is the one that is incurring more risk in that lane because for these trades, he's having to Twisted Advancing forward and kind of use all his spells. So if Chaser was there while he's doing that, it would be more fatal than Someday, who's just a bird walking around and could easily walk out.
Dignitas rotating multiple people into the bottom lane now, looking to take down this tier 1 if they can. They're down about 700 gold, so Turret First Blood would put them in a pretty solid spot, but Stixxay and Aframu are going to hold the line. Puhi and Xmithy were both hanging around, coming down through that jungle as well, in case Dignitas decided to stick around and really try to force something hard. As Chaser's Sonic Wave misses the same way Xmithy's rockets do. They can't really find anything onto each other, although they acknowledge the presence. Darshan finally starting to come out on the wrong end of these trades, going to be forced back for now, as Someday shoves the wave up.
4 or 5 waves of trading, and you see Someday slightly ahead, and now being able to pick up that honey fruit. Smithy's thinking about tanking, but he's smaller. Now it's who he's caught.
Huhi looking to make the first happen onto Keen, but instead it's him who's going to be in some trouble. Chaser's there with the follow-up damage. Keen now in real danger of being bursted all the way down. Darshan looking to make the moves, twisted advance into the play, and he's got the kill.
2 for 2 on flash twisted advances to Keen kill conversion for Darshan, and they want Someday, but he's really healing.
Way too tanky. Smithy too squishy to go any further underneath the turret. Level 7 versus level 10 as curtain call opens up. Someday's going to be in danger. Bullets flying past. Can't quite find him, though. Chaser looking to tank the 4th one up if he has to. Bullet time over the wall. Law's going to be taken down to half. Special with an ult onto Stixay. Everybody gets themselves away, though. Huhi somehow still alive. Deadly Flourish not going to be finding its mark either as piercing arrows land their way into CLG's backs during the retreat.
Yeah, everybody pokes as they move towards the mid lane, and nobody ends up actually dying, but I think CLG does come out on top of that one because they can steal the red buff, and ultimately they did start that with the kill on Key.
They steal the red buff, they grab the kill, they're 1,500 gold up. Maokai's now got Spirit Visage done, so bye-bye Swain damage for real this time.
Better. Yeah, a little bit more healing, a little bit more MR. We're going to watch this one more time, and this was tricky. Like, Huhi gets collapsed down on by the Lee Sin and the Echo, and Keen needs to ult back because Huhi ulted forward, and then Huhi just flashes back into his turret, so he prevents them from chasing in all the way. Keen, since he had to ult early for that Cinder ultimate, did end up getting punished by the Darshan TP, so that's the first pick Maokai coming in valuable as being the reason that they're picking up these first 2 kills.
And both deaths on Keen so far have been a good job of CLG recognizing the opportunity to say, look, we know he's got Chrono Break, but he's going to put himself in a spot where we can still make a play anyway, and pulling that trigger. As Aframu now in some trouble. Dig might have found their shot, a little bit more damage. Laud wants a Chain of Corruption at the very end. Just the tip gets it, but it's going to be 1 for 1 because Huhi unleashes a volley into Chaser.
Yeah, and
a volley of orbs, not a volley ability.
It did a lot of damage because he had just hit level 11 and had Morellonomicon plus Sorcerer's Shoes. So that is kind of perfect timing for CLG. Aframu definitely caught out of position, but they chased a little bit too close to Syndra, and that's what she does.
Syndra is one of those champions that you can just never... You make one mistake of underestimating the damage one time.
Yep.
And it just starts her down a dangerous path, this road to ruin, where she can just start deleting people 100 to 0. We've all seen the clips on Reddit of Syndra missing every skill shot, then pressing R and grabbing the kill anyway. So definitely a reality Dignitas is trying to avoid.
Yeah, especially as a jungler, Syndra is one of the most scary mids to play against because if anything goes wrong in your gank, you're dead. And that's even if you're 1v2 because Syndra's first full burst combo is that threatening. Later in the game, you really want to be able to get on top of the Syndra, but definitely her area of influence is incredibly dangerous in the mid game.
With Morellonomicon now completed, she's also got all those base stats that Syndra wants to have to be effective, the ability power of the mana, the cooldown reduction. And that's also going to go even further this game because that healing reduction is going to be super useful against Someday's Swain.
Yeah, it really will be, and it's a pretty standard thing, so that's what Swain needs to be knowing about throughout the game, and as long as he can stay high on health, he doesn't have to worry about it as much. It's going to depend heavily on how big Someday ends up getting in this game.
Someday with 6 stacks on his Rod of Ages means he's on his way to having that item fully evolved. Mercury Treads as well to just sort of get out of that threatening CC from both the Maokai and the Syndra stuns just a little bit faster.
Yeah, notice the Mercury Treads all around, really, 3 sets, more than you would normally see, but that's because stuff like Syndra Stun, Jin Root, even the Maokai Twisted Advance, and CLG's ability to quickly follow up on them are kind of their primary way of getting picks to start fights with. And if Someday can sit around in the longer, more extended fights, he's a lot of sustained damage that they're really going to want. So as long as he can avoid getting locked down, it'll help their chances.
CLG with a little over a 2,500 gold lead now. Second Drake has spawned, but you saw Smithy kind of hang around in the pit for a second and jump out the back way, likely remembering what happened with the first time they tried to take the Drake like this. Doesn't want to make that same kind of a mistake again as Dignitas decides, hey, CLG's not taking it. We might as well do it ourselves. It's going to be no contest. Cloud Drake goes their way.
Yeah, and this is the area of the game where Team Dignitas is winning. That's now 2 Drakes to 0.
Absolutely.
Especially with CLG wanting to go around the map to get so many picks. Having that Cloud Drake definitely helps him avoid a lot of the skill shots. And CLG definitely winning this early game. Huhi going QSS early, though, diminishes his burst threat a little bit. He doesn't want to get shut down by Xpecial just flash ulting him, but hitting that Luden's power spike second is just so important that I'm a little surprised who he goes for that defensive play.
With Stixay and Afromoo now in the top part of the map, Sunday's doing what he can to try to defend some of these wards from them as they push up and look to take more turrets after grabbing that turret first blood in the bottom lane. Afromoo and Stixay got to be careful, though, because Someday is actually really threatening. If he can land a never move onto either one of them, he poses a serious kill threat.
Yeah, level 12, Swain at this point in the game. Someday, heavily banned in champion select, pushed onto the Swain right here. Doing about as you would expect in the lane, although he is, what was it, 18 minutes into the, what was Looper's record, 42-minute 0-0-0
Yeah, 42-minute 0-0-0.
Yep. 24 minutes of farming and Someday can get there. Hasn't yet found his way into the game.
It's going to be a long path getting all the way there.
Oh, here we go, flash ult.
Play ult's going to be used. Afromoo taken low. Piercing arrow coming out. Chains of Corruption to follow it up. Afromoo going to be taken down first. Stixay looking to get away. Lod has got the pick up there, but it's a double kill for Xmithy as well. 2 for 2 so far, and Someday is not looking to stop anytime soon. He's got Keen hanging around nearby, but Darshan continues the chase, jumping back onto that Dignitas mid laner. Xmithy's coming up. Who he's going to be coming up. Keen is going low. Protobelt to get himself to safety, having a flash out now as well. Someday underneath the top lane tier 1. Keeping himself alive, but are they looking to make the dive? Swain can be really tricky to get the dive on. That drain tank is no joke.
Exactly. He's very high in health, but they're looking to at least get some turret damage and threat. Nah, it's full health Swain.
It's way too tall of an order. CLG's going to back away. A lot of deaths in that fight, though.
Oh, yeah. The bot lanes all died. They all died. It was X-Special blowing up very quickly. He's kind of going all out for these initiations when they don't necessarily have a clean pick, because X-Special ended up dying first, even though he's the one who flashed for the Nether Grasp. So if you are the one expending most of your summoner spells and ultimates to initiate, you do not want that to backfire, but it does a little bit. Now COD trying to pressure that mid turret.
Curtain Call opened up as a zoning mechanism to keep Dignitas away from this, but the minion wave has expired, so it's not going to be buying them that turret anytime soon.
And COD still with that gold lead, although the Infernal and Cloud Drake make you argue that the game is a little bit closer. Still like the position they're in this game, as long as Darshan can continue to kind of fly in without consequence. There's not that much tank busting on Team Dignitas, so even with the first pick Maokai, Team Dignitas never really found a way to build in any tank busting because they were more worried about lane counter picks. And with that, their lane counter picks haven't given them any huge advantages that they can take over the rest of the map as of yet.
CLG still sitting on a minor gold lead for themselves, still feeling okay as to the way this game's going, not having to worry about a massive 1v1 threat from Someday like they did last time. Swain, of course, still scary in a lot of 1v1s, but he's definitely not Fiora in terms of what she can do to bust tanks and just tear through turrets.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for the Spirit Visage second on the Swain as well, as they're kind of dancing around the bottom lane. That is good to prevent the burst from Syndra, but there are still substantial physical damage threats. Like, COD has done a good job of building a team composition that has varied damage threats, which makes it hard for someone like Swain. Swain would really excel since he's a champion that kind of hits this critical mass since he has so much self-healing. Either you can kill him and you kill him super fast, or you can't quite kill him and he's at full health all the time. And it becomes much harder to hit that critical mass when he has to worry about physical damage as well.
In the meantime, though, the junglers starting to get themselves a little bit tankier on the side of Lee Sin, and of course more damage heading the way of Kha'Zix. Hex Drinker done second, kind of try to prevent some of that damage from the double AP composition on the side of Dignitas. Also working towards that Black Cleaver, just general great item on Kha'Zix.
Yeah, definitely. Farming up pretty nice. Xmithy's had a good series so far. Up against Chaser, who has been fairly inconsistent so far. Team Dignitas still really needing to shred the moniker of being Someday's team, as we were talking about earlier in the game. They've had big games and other people. In this one, Laud with the 2 kills would want to be able to poke through the Maokai and get a lot of damage onto the CLG low mobility carries. Save for that, though, and they're going to be a victim to Darshan just flying in, and the rest of CLG winning team fights for the win.
Well, sadly, the Echo pick hasn't been working out too fantastically for Keen so far. I mean, like you said, you pick it to not die to Syndra, but so far he's 0-2-0, and he's not being that guy that can shoulder the game along with Someday. He's kind of struggling.
Yeah, just trying to survive. He dies to Darshan Flash Twisted Advance. That's been the killer 2 times out of 2. Look out, too. Darshan's Flash is up in about 15 seconds.
Aphromoo and Xmithy top side to sort of scare Keen away. Luckily for him, that Maokai isn't there on the other end of the map this time, so no flash twisted advance potential just yet. But there's one tier 1 turret left standing on the side of Dignitas. CLG wants to go ahead and take care of that problem real soon, but they also got to remember that the second Infernal Drake of this game is going to be live in 20 seconds.
Yeah, so CLG would want to take that, but they really don't want to give stacking Infernal Drakes to a team that has as much attack damage and ability power as Team Dignitas, so I'd like it if CLG prioritize that turret for later. And this is where CLG has differentiated themselves from Team Dignitas, is just better teamwork. And it's also where Team Dignitas has struggled a fair bit throughout the early parts of the split. It's just not being able to make proactive plays where they would need to as CLG is going to set up this Drake.
CLG hanging around the area. Someday throws some poke over the wall to just try to whittle those health bars down a little bit. Dig would love to have a second Infernal Drake under their belts. Chaser's not going to be there in time, though.
He's really low.
Is who he's going to be taken low. Deadly Flourish comes out trying to buy a little bit more time. Piercing Arrow finds its way onto Darshan. Chaser going for a kick, lands it onto Stixay as well. Keen looking to jump himself around into the backline. Bullet Time going to be buying these guys some sort of an escape mechanism as Keen's forced to jump back. Piercing Arrow will not find Stixay. CLG disengage it.
Yeah, and nearly a disaster as the Blast Cone knocks Keen towards the retreating CLG, but he doesn't necessarily have the burst required to do anything about it and just ends up backing away. So success CLG, they did have to burn 3 summoner spells during the escape, but they were even in position to defend the mid lane turret after that, so it's not much of a loss at all.
You know, I like the fact that Keen's building towards a Zhonya's Hourglass now. It means he might be able to do some crazy stuff in terms of playmaking with that, just haphazardly dive into the backline and buy himself a couple of extra seconds to allow his team to get in position to keep him alive. So maybe that'll open up opportunities for him to have a better chance in fights like that next time.
Yeah, he will definitely embolden him to be even more aggressive. It's a pretty great item on Swain since his birds continue to heal him if he Zhonyas while he's ulted, so he will actually heal during the stasis, making him even harder to take down in fights. Definitely a nice synergy.
Double Zonya is very difficult to deal with, but Dignitas will have it up and running before too much longer here. CLG, though, QSS on Syndra that was completed a while ago, just never touched on it until now. Really respecting what the Malzahar can do, and of course it's going to be great for Chains of Corruption and Never Moves as well, to make sure he doesn't get himself popped before he can find his own damage in these fights.
Yep, he's been a player who's known to position rather aggressively, although Xpecial, gotta watch out.
Xpecial in some trouble, Curtain Call opened up, Chaser blocking those shots away, but he's around the corner, he's got some burst coming down, Someday's going to be finding him, Xpecial done. Chaser jumps over, but it's Aphromoo who now might be in some trouble as Keen's going to be locked up. Deadly Flourish finds, but not even a Chrono Break. He getting hit by the Never Move, trying to escape, but the Bird DOT has got him Lod trying to run from Xmithy, but this is an Apex Predator double kill for CLG's jungler.
Man, that was a good call, considering Team Dignitas used to be Apex. Love it. Team Dignitas get caught out right in there, and Keen dies without using his ultimate at the end of it. He was in a weird spot that entire fight, but was never quite able to be cut down until the very end. And Team Dignitas basically spent all the time moving back and forth, trying to kill while he was still doing a bunch of damage, and the rest of Team Dignitas was dying. So a big map play win there. CLG better coordination throughout the fight, and they again come out on top.
And where are the kills going? Right onto Reset Machine Xmithy.
Yeah, and I mean, Xpecial kind of caught out once again. But then we watch this, he's in the jungle, and should be caught between 4 people. But he dodges out enough of the skill shots, including the Never Move. Chaser then jumps over the wall to ward, and they just kind of leave Keen. So that's poor team coordination right there. And then even after they land the route onto he still gets out a bunch of damage with which the rest of CLG can follow up on. And you're not going to escape Xmithy. Get the jump up just in time. Finishes off Lock.
One thing worth noting about the last point I made, yes, Xmithy does not actually have the capability of resetting yet. He did go for the Rocket Evolution second. He's going to be providing more of that long-range control, those slows for now, but once he does hit level 16, if he gets there with a lot of kills under his belt, it's going to be a very scary scenario if he gets a chance to go off again.
Yeah, I really do feel like the Evolve W second is a superior choice on Kha'Zix right now, with the way you see him in pro play. There is, I believe Acadian still does the E second because he's going off in a lot of these games, like he's 7-0, and if you're trying to do that, and you want to one-shot someone when you jump in with a Duskblade or something, I can still see the E second, but the utility that the W provides, and I never really thought this would happen, is just Kazakhs almost always wanted the Evolve E2 because the resetting jump is so amazing.
Yeah,
but
for hard carrying.
in this case, the Q and the W I feel are actually a little better than the E-Evolve.
Pro play, of course, also a lot more coordinated than your usual solo queue, as Lod's going to be in some trouble. Edge of Night protects him from Xmithy's assault. But the Chain of Corruption comes out, locks down the CLG jungler for just a little while. Curtain Call still got one last shot primed and ready to go. The tier 2 turret on Dig is going to survive for now. TP coming in. Someday looking to cut these guys off. Home guard there to allow him a little bit better positioning. Never move, not going to be finding anyone as Deadly Flourish comes out again, trying to find some kind of an opportunity. Dignitas separated. Keen going to be dropping that parallel convergence, but isn't going to be able to step into it in time to stun anyone. Someday regrouping with the rest of the Dignitas boys as the stun comes out. The Deadly Flourish follows it up, but that's not the target you can go on CLG. Dignitas now moving themselves forward yet again, seeing CLG so bloodthirsty, thinking they might be able to punish this, but ultimately both sides walk away.
Yeah, and it's also because it's really hard for Team Dignitas to lock down CLG safely. Their one biggest reliable initiation is X-Special's ultimate, but as soon as he uses it, he's basically going to die. And Someday can walk at them and they can try and win these slow fights, but as far as a crisp hard initiation, it's pretty rare.
Stun lands onto Chaser. Deadly Flourish won't be able to find him afterwards, though. That's the power of those Mercury Treads you were talking about earlier. The Chain CC, much harder to do correctly. And Chaser gets himself out. Even if they would have got him, he does have a Guardian Angel very, very early.
Yeah, that is an extremely early Guardian Angel. I feel like that is trying to cover up one of their weaknesses of initiation, because with the GA, he can be much more bold with his initiations to get a kickback and still live to tell the tale as they slowly siege this mid lane turret.
Aftermove uses his ult, going to be forced to flash away.
Here.
Nice stun onto multiple people. Xpecial likely going to be killed here first. Xmithy grabbing that damage. Chaser's going to be burst to 2. Stick stays done. Lod grabbing that kill, but Darshan's chasing Lod out. Chaser's going to go down twice now. GA will not do the job. 2 dead on the side of Dignitas, 1 on CLG, blinking health bars on both sides.
And you saw what Chaser had in mind. He got the kickback and he killed Stixay, but the rest of the team had a pretty poor team fight because Xpecial once again got caught out and everyone else on Team Dignitas just had to turn tail and run away.
Just in time for CLG to perfectly even up these Drake counts as well. Not just count, but type 2, Infernal and Cloud for both sides.
Absolutely. So Aframu trying to wave clear. CLG really just prepping this Darshan. He just walks at him to pop the shield from Xpecial. They kill him early. But then look at Stixay kick back as the GA procs in. Ideally, you'd want Someday moving up towards Chaser to save him with that GA. But he had to really just run away from Xmithy, who was doing a great job zoning him out as a now 5-0 Kazakhs.
5-0-2 on the Kazakhs, picking up a QSS of his own just in case they say, hey, you know, this bug's going off a little bit too hard. Maybe we should lock him down. Going to be a lot harder to do at this point in time. You also saw the work that the Hex Drinker was able to do in that essential 1v1 he had against Someday, keeping him alive and allowing him to win that fight.
Yeah, it's funny how they have the QSSs, but they're killing Xpecial at the start of the fights, the person they need the QSSs to defend. They're definitely making his life really difficult here as he's losing viable targets with which to ultimate and also getting heavily focused by CLG.
Second Guardian Angel in the game also up now. Darshan completing that one onto his Maokai means when he goes for those flash twisted advances, no fear in his heart.
Even safer. There is still the struggle of being able to kill Someday's Swain, though, if these fights do drag on. It's really unfortunate for them that Keen is having such a rough game because he's the type of guy that you want for cleanup. Having Swain plus Assassin is actually a decent combo as Swain can get the low and the Assassin coming on the backside, but Keen quite get it.
Oh,
Xpecial
and Chaser both going to be likely picked off here. Xmithy wants to make it happen, but Chaser still gets himself away. Keen's going to be locked up next. Bullet time coming out. Xmithy going to be brought down by Keen. That's a pretty big shutdown to have as Stixay goes for the flourish. Not going to find the kill just yet. Curtain call, 2 miss, 3 hits, and that's all you need.
Would have been a great escape by Keen, but he cannot juke quite well enough, and nearly a turn there by Team Dignitas in that fight, but boy, Xpecial is just a piece of paper in these fights.
Not
destroyed. Oh, after
not having a good time as CLG thinks about maybe going for Bear, and that's going to be shut down pretty quick, though. Dignitas still hanging around the area with Lod's arrows and Someday's ability to fling himself into the fight and just buy time. Hourglass still available, so if nothing else, he could waddle his way into the pit and just go invulnerable with the Ravens.
Absolutely. Watching this fight one more time, though, you can see Xpecial gets his shield broken by the Misfortune E, and who he probably didn't need to ult Xpecial. He could have ulted Chaser and gets the kill and just thrown a Q at Xpecial, but he does it anyway to get the kill. This is where things get a little dicey as King is able to kind of section Xmithy off before Stixxay can make it to the fight. Flashes out of the Deadly Flourish, but as you mentioned, just has to hit one. Tries he might. Ooh,
Number 3 is the magic number. Gets him with that nice flower fadeaway there at the end as well, marking his territory, saying, this is my kill. 2, 2, and 5 now for Stixxay. Edge of Night, Ghost Blade, Mortal Reminder, BF Sword to pile even more damage onto him. There's a reason that he was able to just destroy Keen's health with that rapid burst.
Yeah, these builds definitely excel at taking down people who are lower armor targets. And the Zonius gives a bit of armor, but it's not quite enough when you consider the type of lethality he's going to be building up. Probably going Duskblade next, although I have seen Infinity Edge on the Jhin since he has the guaranteed crit on the 4th shot. Definitely very effective.
CLG hanging around the Baron pit now, though. 33, 34 now minutes into the game. This is going to become a very real objective, a very real point of contention between these two teams.
Yeah, and 6,000 gold lead is nice and allows CLG to dictate, but it doesn't give them total freedom on what they want to do. So they will have to be careful. It is where they have excelled over Team Dignitas is in the team play aspect. So now that they have a lead to work with, really going to challenge Team Dignitas coordination and
Special again! Bullet time almost finishing him off. Curtain Call shot's going to be blocked up well, so they're not able to finish him out. Stixxay's bullets were on point, by the way. If there were not other bodies blocking those, he would have finished off Xpecial multiple times, but Dignitas doing a good job of protecting the VIP.
Yeah, and Xpecial is in an incredibly difficult situation on this Malzahar because he is the primary initiator, as well as the person who needs to ward, as well as the person who is the lowest level in the game. So he's just almost set up to fail, but he's getting hit a lot. And can they kill
Someday so low. He's Zonia's is the ult from Huhi, as now Lod's going to be cut out. The burst is there. Keen in the middle. Chrono Break right back into the fight, but he's not able to do any meaningful damage. Xpecial going to be gone. So is Chaser. GA is going to bring him back, but what for, man? He's in the middle of 4 guys. Dignitas gets completely routed, and CLG doesn't lose a single man.
And with the calm, clean call to go in for a fight, they're able to win it. And Someday wasn't there because he was taken so low previously. Still kind of got to respect a Swain walking into a bunch of low health people with Baron, but that Baron's dead.
Yeah, no way Dignitas can test this one whatsoever. The problem with Swain is if he was there, he would be a threat, but he doesn't really have any way to arrive.
Yeah, he just walks in. You need more setup if you want to get Swain involved in the fight. And when you watch the start of this, Syndra stun, has to zone is the ultimate. That lines up with the beautifully timed Deadly Flourish, and he's completely pushed out of the fight. Meanwhile, they were doing the Baron that whole time, so they immediately jump on Laud, knowing they've been able to zone Someday out. They then just land a huge amount of Cinder damage. I think Hui's doing a bunch of work in this game. Perfectly timed Deadly Flourish out of the Zonias. Then they just wait around for Chaser's GA, and it's a crisp, clean fight.
Very, very clean for CLG, who are now enjoying a 9,000 gold lead 36 minutes in. And there you go, Jad, exactly what you were talking about. 5,600 damage from Huhi's Syndra in that last team fight. Stixxay did 875. He didn't even have to do anything.
Couple of Deadly Flourishes, and he did about 10,000 damage to Baron, because he was the one killing it and just assisting from over the wall. Now CLG's in such a powerful position. They might just run straight at him.
At least they didn't do 83 like Someday, who's now going to be the target yet again. Xmithy taken dangerously low, but CLG still looking to pressure onto this turret. Got to be careful about it, though, because Stixxay is also very close to death's door. Xmithy going to smite that Gromp down to grab a little bit of extra health on his way out in case Dig goes too ham chasing this. Elder Drake is alive. Dignitas might be making the call to go for this with CLG hurt, and it looks like they are. Xmithy still hanging around, firing those evolved rockets into this team, just trying to buy as much time as he can. He's got Darshan and Afro here as well. Afro ready to fire off the bullet time if need be to just zone these guys away from it. Curtain Call comes in. He's going to make the burst happen. 2 are gone instantly. Xmithy off to the side, dueling with Keen, but Keen's able to find a lot of Time Winder damage. Not quite going to get it on the back end. Double kill for Stixxay. Keen's going to be cut to pieces by Xmithy. 4 for 1.
And this could just be a walk-up mid lane. They still have the Baron buff. They're a little low. Someday always finding his way out the back of the fight, but that's because he's never quite able to get in the fight in the way he wants to. This is at least going to be the inhibitor.
Someday survives every fight, but then bad things happen to Team Dignitas, and those bad things are going to include a mid lane inhibitor going down here 37 minutes in. Still some decent death timers waiting on him, and CLG might just be looking to make the finish. Syndra's not going to find his way onto Someday just yet. Xpecial hanging around to scare these guys off. Deadly Flourish will not find the mark.
You gotta be careful.
Darshan ready in case they go a little bit too far. Twisted Advance, always a scary option if you're Dignitas to be walking into that. Darshan still with that Guardian Angel, and CLG, they just grab their inhibitor and they get out.
Yeah, smart play. Everyone building up to just the right items. Infinity Edge completed. Huhi able to get Death Cap. We're watching this one more time. The big Elder Drake fight. And once again, Xpecial is immediately dead. Huhi able to kill him early. And then they just chase down the carries because there's not a big front line for Team Dignitas right here. Good timing by Darshan to just make sure he's keeping Echo locked down so he can't do anything sneaky. And now it's just, why not? Rinse and repeat. CLG right back at Elder.
That Maw of Malmortius, again, doing a lot for Xsmithy, keeping him alive against that burst damage coming out from Keen, who, even though he hit him with the back part of the Time Winder the second time around, wasn't able to secure the kill. Make It Rain coming down onto the Wolves, forcing Keen to jump away over the wall to safety. CLG with complete control over this area, except for Chaser hanging around behind the Elder Drake pit to make a steal.
Yeah, he's thinking ahead. He's saying,
he's ready.
There's no way we're able to fight him. The only way I can keep us in this game is if I can sneak in here and steal it. They don't know I'm back here because who would wait here for 30 seconds? Chaser would. They're going for a steal.
Zero or Hero, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be Zero. They've got it on the side of CLG. They take down 2 instantly. Keen TP's in, can't even find his chrono break in time. Curtain Call opened up, not hitting the mark on the lot. Xpecial fires off the ulti just for the hell of it. Double kill Stixay. Who he can't find the rest, but it's Lod and Someday versus the CLG World, and that World's looking awfully heavy.
Oh yeah, supportal combat right at the end there. Stixay cheated and killed Xpecial one more time. Rough game for him and Keen, and CLG looks like they're gonna take this 2-0.
Darshan, with about the same concern for the turrets as he had at the end of game 1, just does not care. Someday's gonna be going down this time. You don't walk away from that one. Stixay dominating as Rockets find their way into Lod's back. The Nexus turrets find their way into the ground, and CLG is going to find their way into a 2-0 victory over Team Dignitas.
And this one was much more solid than game 1. CLG able to put 2 games together here and prevent themselves from falling into last place, which is now the predicament that Team Dignitas find themselves in.
Team Dignitas, one of the 2 teams in North American LCS now with a 1-5 record. Not a pretty place to be sitting, but a relief now for the boys on CLG, knowing that they've got that second win for themselves. They're more towards the middle of the pack. They've got some solid footing to stand on going into week 4.
And they found themselves the right level of comfort in this Team Dignitas series. First picking the Maokai for Darshan set up a ton of plays, and then they still got pretty strong picks elsewhere. Huhi Syndra was incredibly involved in setting up the picks, and this is a style that CLG hasn't necessarily been able to win with when Aphromoo isn't on the initiator. So it's encouraging for CLG here, and I think that's one of the reasons they have such big smiles.
And Huhi, just the damage he was able to deal in every single fight in the latter half of that game was just phenomenal. The burst that he put onto health bars as soon as he was unleashing those abilities just took people so low that there was almost no way to wage a coherent fight for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing that happens when Team Dignitas relies on Someday to carry. They could have gone through this draft phase with a much more standard fare. They could have had the Malzahar and a Nautilus top with an Orianna or a Cassiopeia mid lane and just kind of rolled it in like a standard team. But all the carry top laners were gone. They reached in for that Swain, hoping he'd be able to carry on the backside. And then where were they going to find team fights? Their team composition ended up kind of lacking a lot of cohesion as they weren't able to pull super far ahead in those lanes. And it's a tough series for Team Dignitas, and it's turning into a very tough year.
And going into that game, we talked about how the comfort pick of the Lee Sin for Chaser, they prioritized that. They could have picked the Kha'Zix. They go for Lee instead. Chaser ends up 0-5-4, and the Kha'Zix instead goes over to Xsmithy, who just has a phenomenal game, 8-1-10.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? When you are prioritizing these picks over things that could be expected to be better, and then still don't perform. And that's the trouble with Team Dignitas right now, is they're reaching to try and find things that work, because they've tried it the other way. They've tried having Keen on Ryze Cassiopeia, and they've tried somebody on the tanks. That hasn't necessarily worked. Fiora wasn't there. They have a lot of work to do, and 1-5 is not the start they wanted. CLG didn't want to start 2-4, but it's better than 1-5, so they're pretty happy.
A win is a win. And for more on that series win, let's check in with Azael and CLG's veteran support.
Thanks, guys. Great cast on the day. I'm here with Afromoo. A lot of fan support here for you guys today. You got the job done. 2-0, looking a lot cleaner than you have in some of your other games. How does it feel to get the win under your belt and kind of get some momentum back?
It's cool. We're 2-4, so I'm not that happy. But I'm really proud of how we played today. And the boys did really well. The boys is what we call ourselves. But we had a lot of trouble, figuring out roles and stuff like that. No longer my, playmaking initiator, and it moves off to other people. And we definitely have been working really hard. So I'm proud of my guys.
So moving out of that role, how does that feel for you? How is that as a shift as a player? Because you've been known for so long as the guy to kind of make the plays for the team, to start those fights, and moving back and kind of playing a more supportive role or a different role. How's that feeling for you?
It's hard at times, but I just have full trust in my teammates. Definitely Darshan's been stepping up a lot, doing the main engaging opportunities, as well as Trevor, Jay, and Jake also being more of the super carry roles, having jungler being in the carry position, and they're doing really well. So I'm really happy.
It's good to hear. So you guys had a couple close series against some of the high teams, obviously C9, TSM, playing them very close. You weren't able to get those wins, and that has hurt you in the standings. But does it give you some confidence that you can, take down these teams later in the season and improve and kind of climb your way back up?
I am confident that we can beat them. The teams that we did lose to, it was very close, and we know we can beat them as well. We just got to sharpen up our play.
All right, well, I'm sure you can do it. Thanks a lot, Afromoo. Congrats again on the win, and we're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Azael. CLG happy with their 2-0 victory here over Dignitas. And this second game looking much better than the first. Let's start off with player of the game, going to Huhi, because we're going to frame a lot of this discussion around him and the difference between a CLG with an underperforming Huhi and a solidly performing Huhi.
Right, I think we saw game one. He didn't play team fights great on the Orianna. He whiffed a number of ultimates, burned his flash ones when he basically sombreroed on himself.
Right.
But in this game, he actually plays really, really well. And most of the plays in the early mid-game that really built CLG their lead were centered around him and Smithy kind of working together. And it's no surprise that these are two of the most consistent members we have seen on CLG this season.
Right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the first replay. 25 minutes in, 3 for 1 here for CLG, kind of up in the top lane. Bit of a mess of a fight, but it worked out in their favor.
Right, I mean, the way Huhi plays this is definitely not like, oh yes, this is great
Flanking
standard
Syndra.
play. Flanking Syndra, tries to get the pick and then flashes into Someday, realizes the threat's off him now, he's fine, goes back into the fight off the blast cone to go get another 3-man stun basically here. And it's just the kind of thing where it's not typical Syndra play.
Right.
But it's effective. He's getting stuff done. He's setting up picks and helping his team ultimately pick up a 3 for 1 here. And I think it's a little unfair that Huhi always has this stigma of being like a role player who's on CLG trying to help them get stuff done.
Yeah.
He's much more of just a playmaker. When he's on Aurelion Sol, that's when he's on his best, because Aurelion Sol is just a playmaking champion generally. And we've seen him have good games on Katarina this season. He's had a bunch of Orianna games, minus that last one that have been pretty good.
Well, but even in that last one, we talk about those missed shockwaves and stuff, that's him attempting to make a play. So
Right.
that falls in line with what you're talking about in terms of him being a playmaker. When you're a playmaker, your blunders are going to be noticed. If you're just a role player who's kind of sitting back, then you're probably not going to have as many of those like, oh, what was he thinking moments where
Right.
people are going to criticize you. He's attempting to win games for his team. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it does not.
Right, and I think it's fair to say that in this season at least, he's actually been very impressive. His team hasn't quite been following up with him. And it's unfortunate CLG is sitting at 2-4 right now, but a number of their losses they've looked decent in. They've played a number of hard opponents already. And I think they're a team that coming in, we expected them to beat Dignitas, and they did it. Not the most convincing game one, but game two was pretty nice.
Right, they've got Fox and P1 next week, so those are going to be two formidable opponents for this CLG roster that's looking to kind of start their climb. We've talked about how, as a veteran roster, this is a team that probably isn't too shaken up by their poor start. They know that they can turn it on and are all pretty confident moving into the latter half of the season that they can start to pick up wins, but it does need to start now, and they got it today against P1 and Echo Fox next week. We'll see if they can even even up their record.
And even the way they did it in game one, I actually really liked. It's like the CLG of old, where they're moving around the map. They're getting these tower trades when they find the laning phase not working great for them, and they were able to control the bot side jungle. They did a lot of things really nice. They just had they were against a Someday Fiora that started getting out of control.
Right, and now we have to talk about the declining Dignitas here, because 1-5 record here off of the hot start, the one victory that they had in week one that everybody is looking at saying, holy crap, this could be a top 2 team right here off the back of Someday and the carry champions. Well, it's not coming together anymore. Here they try something different, handing him the Swain in the top lane. Doesn't work out, even though he had a CS lead.
Right, and I think you can't quite criticize the idea because CLG obviously target bans the traditional AD focus carries. He tries the Swain. We've seen Looper find success on that, and it's an okay idea. The thing you have to look at is like why the Lee when Kha'Zix is up and you know that CLG is probably going to play the other side of that matchup. And then it feels like Dig gets really controlled around the bot and mid lane, and Chaser gets stuck having to kind of babysit those lanes and help them versus going up to snowball Someday. It felt like Chaser just couldn't get where he wanted to be on the map and had to keep reacting, and didn't quite have a great game either.
Yep, so still struggling Dignitas. We'll see if they can find more ways to win other than Someday in the top lane. CLG, though, happy with the 2-0 victory here to close out their week. We've got more league action coming your way. Cloud9 hit the rip next as they go up against Echo Fox.
All the way there.
Oh, here we go.
Flash ult. Play ult's going to be used. Afromoo taking low. Piercing arrow coming out. Chains of Corruption to follow it up. Afromoo going to be taken down first. Stixay looking to get away. Lod has got the pick up there, but it's a double kill for Xfinity as well. 2 for 2 so far, and Someday is not looking to stop anytime soon. Chaser jumps over, but it's Afromoo who now might be in some trouble as Keen's going to be locked up. Deadly Flourish finds, but not even a chrono break. Who he getting hit by the never move, trying to escape, but the bird DOT has got him. Lod trying to run from Xfinity, but this is an Apex Predator double kill. Someday's so low. He Zonia's the ult from Huhi, as now Lod's going to be caught out. The burst is there. Keen in the middle. Chrono break right back into the fight, but he's not able to do any meaningful damage. Xspecial's going to be gone, so is Chaser. GAO's going to bring him back, but what for, man? He's in the middle of 4 guys.
Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name or you say her name? Yeah. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah.
and welcome back to the NA LCS Battle Theater, really the only place your eyes need to be today. I'm Rivington Vision III, and taking over here in the Battle Arena with me is Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. I said arena, I meant theater. We're off to a good start, and jumping into our second series of the day, Cloud9 versus Echo Fox, and Fox will be looking to bounce back after a hard-fought loss last night to Team Liquid. That gives us our longest game of the split. So looking to minimize the time and maximize the strategy.
Yeah, definitely. That was about an hour-long game. It was definitely a doozy. Echo Fox is a team that has looked really, really good at times, particularly last week, first game yesterday, but they've also had some games where they have floundered big time. Game 3 against TL, they were massively ahead early, and they couldn't close, so they need to find consistency.
And they've got a tough battle ahead of them today as they face off against the #1 squad in the league, that is Cloud9.
Yeah, and Cloud9 continue to look good, but they definitely don't want to underestimate their opponents, Echo Fox, because Echo Fox have surprised teams, have a lot of versatility in Champ Select, and at their best, can hang with the best in the league.
It is absolutely true. We see these taking games to the late game, to those hour-long games. Hopefully they are finding their stride within those, and the win conditions will come a little bit quicker. Let's check out the starting lineups as we get into this one. On the blue side, it will be Cloud9. That means it's Impact in the top lane, Contracts roaming through the jungle, Jensen in mid, Sneaky at bot lane with his support, Smoothie, and Coach Reaper on stage for picks and bans.
And their opponents today, not to be overlooked, it's Echo Fox. In the top lane, Looper. In the jungle, Acadian. Mid lane, Froggen. In the bot lane, going to be Keith with support Gate. Tim Kiro here to help him with the coaching.
And it seems like almost trying to find their stride in picks bans to really get themselves something. We say they come out very strong, they can find themselves a lead, but it's still within the game. Then it seems like the roles or jobs of what everybody has kind of falls to the wayside with sometimes Looper getting things in the top lane to carry with, sometimes the jungle, always Froggen getting the champion he needs to prioritize. So I feel like once that irons out for him, things will be a lot smoother from picks and bans on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, they have some advantages in picks and bans because they have some pretty unique champion pools.
Right,
Acadian has been playing Graves a fair bit. We see, obviously, the TF and the Anivia having to be focused from Froggen. So this does unlock more opportunities for other power picks and stuff for them. So they've been doing pretty well with that. Looper can play some good champions as well. So I think it definitely can help them. And they have to just not only get comfortable with their drafts, but with their execution in game, right? They have shown that they have fantastic early games, one of the best early games consistently throughout the league, even when they're losing. But it's holding on to that lead and kind of expanding that lead that they sometimes struggle with.
You wonder, you look at their CSDs at 15 and it's sometimes very close or very much above their opponents. So like you say, that those numbers are there. They just don't turn into anything for Echo Fox once they need to go around the map, create that macro. See if Cloud9 will be able to get their picks out of this picks and bans. They've always been able to kind of just fire down on that, give the other team something to think about, and make sure those 30 seconds have to be used very quickly.
Definitely do. And Cloud9 going to be able to take first pick Kha'Zix. This is one I think you can see Varus going first pick as well, but with Acadian on the other side, how good he is at Kha'Zix, I don't think you really want to give that over. Acadian did play the Nidalee yesterday, had a solid early game, but it's much harder to get involved later in the game on the Nidalee. You can sometimes kind of get relegated, especially when you're behind, to just throwing out spears, throwing out heals, and being somewhat helpful with the poke.
We saw the dive-ins, too, that he was trying to do when he thought a few of those would hit, instantly blown up once everybody's getting to 5-6 items. So I definitely see the trouble there that you're talking about. Fox saw that just a bit yesterday. Contracts looking at the Jhin, does lock that in, and Jensen will go ahead and say support for us. That's the Malzahar.
Makes a lot of sense. We're seeing the two kind of big ticket lethality AD carries. Varus is going to be locked in for Keith. He played quite a bit yesterday to mix results. We've also seen quite a bit of Tom Kench coming out from Gate in the series yesterday. And that's something that they could elect to go with, but it looks like it is already locked in for that Taric. And Taric, Smoothie has been playing it a lot.
Loving it.
And he's been playing it into Malzahar. So this is kind of, I wouldn't say it's a counter, but it's something that deals with the Malzahar.
Right.
And is extremely strong in the mid-game and late-game team fighting. It also has great gank assist. The Nidalee can jump in. You can throw your W onto her, stun off of the Nidalee. So there's a lot of flexibility with that.
In a way, it's a personal counter, too, because Gate doesn't play Taric. I mean, I'm sure he does, but not in the spring split so far, so taking that away because of Smoothie's love of it recently, that'll help him. Swain, respected on top for Looper's play. And we still have a few more. Shen seeing much more of the ban phase now.
Yeah, I think you have to against Cloud9. Impact has just looked so good on it.
Scary.
Even if it's not what you consider the S-tier top laner for most people, he has made it work, and he has made it look so good.
He's done it. We saw it yesterday, the Maokai and the Shen. It didn't even matter. He played both very, very well. Nautilus being the next one banned out here as they focus a bit of the top lane. Tanks to say, Impact, what do you have this game? Because they know that a lot of force comes from that top lane.
And Impact has a lot. Traditionally, he has a lot of champions he
It
could
seems
play.
like they feel like it too.
Yeah, and I think they don't want to give up the Maokai because the next pick is going to be going over to Echo Fox there. Put Looper on something he's maybe a little bit less comfortable on and allow Impact to have a good matchup. The thing is, if he wants to play a tank now, if you want to put Looper on Poppy, there's things like Gangplank and stuff available that could be picked up. There's Rumble. There are some carry top laners that have been seen in the NA LCS that Impact could be playing.
We did see the Rumble leap recently. I think that was Seraph that brought it out.
Seraph brought it out.
Crazy. A lot of times, too, you're focused on playing these champions that revolve around the meta so much. Having that, equalizer come into a fight on the screen throws off a lot of the team fights you've been practicing. So, love those picks that come in, and we might actually see it happen right here.
Wouldn't surprise me. Impact definitely a solid Rumble player, and I think it can make a lot of sense with their composition. And I also feel like it's a pretty good matchup into the Poppy. Poppy obviously has very high base stats, can do a lot of damage, but once you still get to some of those kind of stronger items, once you get to your Leandries and things like that, it's very hard for the Poppy to kind of fight back. And you also have a lot of damage kind of going backline that can soften people up for the Kha'Zix to jump in there, right? You layer that equalizer down on the backline. If someone gets to around half HP, Contracts can very easily hop in and finish them off.
And I'm sure Impact is loving this. He's been playing the Knot, the Mao, a little bit of the Shen, but finally gets to play something that's really going to deal some damage back in that top lane. The Rumble's locked in, and Jensen gets Syndra. Something as well we've been seeing quite a bit on the ban list. We'll see what they answer with. With the Corki being out,
there it is.
Froggen has been tending to that a few times, but it's going to be the Anivia. Bird is the word once more. Comes in for, I believe, play number 6. So he has been going back to the Bird a lot this year.
Yeah, it's a Froggen special, and he looks great on it, so why not? It's also something that I think works in his favor simply because no one is as good at the Anivia really as he is, right? So it's like, if you're not scrimming Froggen's Anivia, you don't really get the same kind of practice, right? Where there's a lot of people that play Corki, a lot of people that play some of these other champions. So Jensen, if they haven't been scrimming against Echo Fox recently, may not be as practiced for this matchup as he would like to be.
And the thing I was talking to Captain Flowers about just the other day when we were watching Froggen, and sometimes it's not about like the fact that he plays it so well, it's that he can make you pull your hair out with the wall pathing.
Yeah.
When he puts walls down and you just completely walk back at him because it's completely cut off or have to go around, and that feeds right into the rest of Fox. It's awesome to watch, and we're going to get a whole game of it right now. In this best-of-3 series, we start off with that Syndra versus Anivia in the mid lane. You're going to have to be watching that as well. Impact gets Rumble in the top versus Looper's Poppy, so that could be pretty volatile. And we're starting to get less, I wouldn't say we had tank junglers, but less of them, way more poke. Now Nidalee's in with the Kha'Zix. It's going to be pretty good. I'm going to like this game.
Definitely. Cloud9's composition is one where I feel like they have to be ahead kind of thing. When you have no tanks, and especially
no tanks
whatsoever for Cloud9, and you're playing against not only Poppy, who's fantastic at diving, but Taric, who's incredible at enabling those dives with the invulnerability ultimate. If you fall behind, your team can crumble very, very quickly. So they want to stay ahead. They want to push the pace. There's a lot of volatile matchups across the board. Even Kha'Zix versus that Nidalee. If you fall too far behind on that Nidalee's going to be taking all your camps away.
I was just going to point that out too, because besides maybe sneaky hitting conditional, Deadly Flourish is Smoothie getting an ult, Acadian can actually run around in these fights pretty well. Not too much hard crowd control that instantly hits him.
Especially in combination with the Taric ultimate. You talked about how dangerous it can be to dive in there. That does give you the opportunity to look for an assassination. You hit a spear on the back line, Taric drops the ult, you dive in and try to take someone out. So there's a lot of explosive potential from both these teams, and Cloud9 in particular is going to be looking to have strong lanes.
Also have to watch Froggen going with the Anivia again. They have the double teleport. Looper and Froggen can both be making plays together. As well, cross map late game to spread Cloud9 thin if they have the advantage by that time. Potions for Keith, biscuits for Sneaky. He's just dipping into his tea here as we start the game.
So Echo Fox looking for a little bit of a post up here by the red buff. It's become so common for teams to invade. And we actually saw Echo Fox get a first blood yesterday against Lorlo, because Lorlo kind of went and tried to get that ward, and they had a 5-man stack there. So, you look for these chances, you look for these opportunities, you don't expect to actually get an advantage from them, but it's just, what's the opportunity cost? And it's very low. So they're always going to try to set up these death rushes and look to try to start something out. Gate can actually look for the stun now if he does face check.
Oh, okay. I didn't think he expected to see him that quick.
Yeah. Well, we'll back off, and you do have to respect the damage coming out there. Interesting that Smoothie is actually starting with the E level 1 instead of those Voidlings. That may have been something that Gate was not actually expecting either.
I did see that before. I cursed my brain for not being able to remember what we did. I think it was Matt that continued to level his E throughout the lane, throw down the Malefic Visions, and just get a lot of damage down throughout that way.
I think it can be very good, depending on the matchup and stuff. And this may be an adaptation from Smoothie, because I actually much prefer the idea in the Malzahar versus Taric matchup of harassing the Taric. Don't actually try to get to the AD carry. Every time the Taric comes up to try to get a Targon charge or anything like that, you throw down your E on him, you get free autos off, because you can kind of have two people trading into him where only the AD carry from the other team can trade off. So leveling the E first makes sense with that thought process, and it'll be interesting to track if he actually does continue to level that up, as you said, some players have.
We'll definitely keep an eye on it. They've gotten Fox and, or I should say Keith and Gate pushed up to their turret just to start, and a little bit of warding so they can continue to do so. Nice job so far. Contracts will get the first bit of invading done here. Let's see if he actually finds Acadian. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, they both go for a ride. Red buff's on. He just needs another hit. Great stun from Froggen. Turns it around. Though there's no ignite there. Both the utility summoner spells. Contract gets out alive. Very scary for both junglers.
Very scary indeed. And Froggen quicker on the roam there. Gate gonna take a lot of damage here. This is what I'm talking about. Anytime he comes up, you focus the Taric and you burn through his pots, you push them in, and then you can make it so it is kind of these 2v1 situations. But we've seen how much damage the Kazakhs can put out onto Nidalee there. Thankfully for Acadian, Froggen was right behind and was able to land that stun, so it did result in a trade of flashes.
Like, they both kind of know. We're both hurt. Everybody's going to be farming. Let's just go back into our jungle. We'll be okay. Gentleman's agreement. Great fight. Back to it.
Call a truce.
Yep. We'll see how fast they get back into these lanes. It slows them down a little bit, as they would probably be a lot healthier without that happening.
Definitely would.
Backs is just some damage, obviously.
The thing for Nidalee is, though, Nidalee has these heals, can stay out on the map, right? So Contracts had to base. Nidalee not only steals a camp away, is now looking for Jensen in the mid lane. But they did spot him, I think, through that vision, and you can see the question mark pings going down. I think he stepped a little bit too far forward earlier, and they now know he's there. So Contracts is actually coming up. They're going to try to bait this gank, I think.
Yeah,
Contracts is going to go up and be ready for the counter gank. Jensen is posturing.
Question mark.
All right, he's already gone.
Fog of War even got us. That's good. I always kind of say if something takes like 5 to 10 seconds, it's probably a good idea to walk away from it because it's just not going to go in your favor. They choose to do so and keep themselves safe. Jensen playing the bottom side of that was very, very smart. And they actually get some good damage onto Froggen, just pulling away from the big minion wave. So 28 to 21, we can see Froggen's massive minions there might crash into the turret, and that can start to affect this mid lane pretty well.
Yeah, it certainly can. This is one thing Cloud9 does really well, though, is try to keep the push in all three lanes. If you look across the map, Rumble's at the top lane turret. C9's bot lane is at the bot lane turret. Jensen is pushed up to mid lane. So it creates a lot of pressure across the lanes. It allows Contracts to invade and play more aggressively, because guess who's going to get to the fight first? It's always going to be Cloud9, and because the Echo Fox players are shoved under their turrets, and if they leave, they will not only lose the experience in the CS, but they'll also lose some turret damage.
Maybe they'll look for an Acadian to go back towards the top side. Risky dive on a Nivea with Egg still up this early in the game. Gonna have quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and Contracts can do these things, though. You know, because Acadian took away his camps, he's attempting to try to get something else done, right? Acadian is getting quite a bit ahead as far as XP and camps completed because of that counter jungle and the fact that he full cleared his side. So Contracts is trying to lay in wait. He's checking bushes. He sits in there. If he face checks the Nidalee, he will crush the Nidalee. So that's what he's trying to do. And for Acadian is more just trying to track his opponent, find out where he is, not necessarily duel him, but take camps away and allow his laners to know where the Kazakhs is going to be at all times.
It's actually the consistency across the lanes here for farming, all 42s, 45s to just about a 10 CS lead over Looper, Froggen, and Keith in the bot lane here. Makes things quite easy when, as you said, you're the one that wants to move out of lane and the other team is cleaning up and doing janitorial duty on minions at the turret.
Junglers may cross paths here, though, as Nidalee was trying to take away another camp. And even just the little things, Acadian popping off the blast cone by the Dragon Pit means that Contracts can't blast cone into the Dragon Pit to do kind of like an undetected Dragon take, because you don't want to hop blindly in, because then you can get stuck there, right? So just little things like this can sometimes make a big difference, and you'll see a lot of the LCS junglers, when they are invading, just break all the plants in their opponent's jungle.
Yeah, taking away plants is definitely kind of an unnoticed thing that happens quite a bit. Could realize the play that would have been for people trying
four-man
to
bot.
escape. No movement here from Jensen just yet. He doesn't have minions to farm, so he's going to start heading down towards that Raptor side. Sneaky going very low. Cadian can't see past that, so he doesn't really want to dive it. Yeah, forward brush ward is Impact's right here.
He has the equalizer. This could be bad.
Throws it down. That's going to split the team. They still have a way to run. Whoa! Acadian gets hit by the Deadly Flourish. That's the heal coming in, and he will still go down.
He gets out with the blast cone.
Gate, I don't think he's going to make it out of this one alive. Cloud9 making it work here. Cross map. 4 people were in the bot lane for Fox. Cloud9 played it slow, played it methodical, and come out with 2 kills.
And that is so well done by C9. Echo Fox makes that roam, but they don't fully commit to the dive, and they're not respecting of the TP advantage that Impact had. Impact was winning his lane heavily enough that he's up in CS, up in TP. He comes down first, commits to this, and is able to get the first blood, which is going to put him so far ahead. And this was very nicely done. A lot of credit has to go to Sneaky to nail this Jin W. Without that, they would not have actually been able to follow through for the kill. And then a little blast cone hit here from Gate. I think he was trying to knock Impact in further or something, but not only does he save Impact, he kills himself. So kind of works of both worlds there.
Very unfortunate. 2-0 now for Cloud9. Not what you want in the early game.
Nope.
Those kills going on to Impact, and actually on a Smoothie as he picks one up with the support. That'll just help him a little bit. Nothing big there. Still a game for Fox to come through strong on. Acadian has been just trying to basically power farm his way through, obviously getting a good amount of multiples from the Krugs and the Raptors, but we really haven't seen him too much other than that gank. I'm sure he's going to hang out in the jungle for quite a bit more time before we see him again.
Yeah, it's tough for him because if he goes in for a gank and Contracts is there for the counter gank, they're almost always going to lose. And his team actually has almost no lane pressure because all the C9 lanes are the ones with the pressure. Even if they're not massively ahead in CS, they're the ones shoving in their opponents. So it makes it really hard for Acadian to do much besides just try to track the jungler, get wards, counter jungle, things like this. But he is moving back down towards the bot side again and could decide to try to make a play around there. But Contracts waiting.
Ooh, quickly jumps away. Acadian still wants it. He's hunting him down. Didn't get basket onto Acadian, so the dazzle doesn't follow. Looks like Jensen's here just to kind of show power. Oh, they got Acadian stuck in Dragon Pit. Very close. Curtain Call can still bounce the damage. Just misses to the right side of the team. Final one's out of range, and Acadian gets out with a sliver of health. But we see Fox trying to come back. It's good for them that they are not kind of stalled out and making things happen, but Cloud9 is moving so that they do stall out.
Exactly. This is one thing that Echo Fox of old would not really be doing, is trying to make these plays. They do still keep up the aggression. Gate with a couple uncharacteristic mistakes. I actually think he's been playing fantastically well this split, but not throwing the Bastion, I guess it is, onto Acadian first, so Acadian could follow that stun onto Contracts. That would have been a kill had he done that. And he also kind of had the mistake with the blast cone in the bot lane. So some mistakes from him there, and they are going to cost you.
Impact might get himself into trouble here. Courtesy of a gank in the top lane. Acadian, again, back out from the fountain. We just saw him get pushed out of the jungle. He's going to try to get his team something back once again. There's the Future Verdict very, very early. Acadian hesitated on the release, or getting out of the bush, I should say. Still in. One more scrap shield coming up soon, but he's overheated. One last attack. Oh, the turnaround fadeaway from Acadian. They were almost playing Mr. Nice Guy and walked away without a kill.
Yeah, it looked like they were almost not going to get that one. Big for Echo Fox to get it back, especially because they commit the flash. They know that Impact had committed his summoners in the bot lane, so they felt comfortable to go for that. Acadian able to pick up that kill for Echo Fox, but this does prompt C9 to start up that dragon, and we'll have to kind of track who's going to get more out of this. As Acadian's trying to clear out the topside jungle, he gets that kill, so it's immediate gold and XP for Echo Fox now. But C9 kind of has the delayed power of that Infernal.
Bot lane turret crashes hard, or the wave, I should say. They actually don't get any minions on it. Acadian, they say, right to the jungle, trying to get some things back. So a little bit for both sides. Nice hail of arrows. Cloud9 trying to grab horizontal kind of aggression on the lane as they go to ward. And Fox just wants to clear it out. Looks like they want to get back here and get some items.
That makes sense. Going to go for that buy as Sneaky is already pretty close to his Ghostblade. So is ahead as far as that combat power. And that's going to kind of happen to Varus as Varus, needs to invest in the tier. And even early Lucidity boots, this is kind of interesting from Keith. Most people go straight towards the Ghostblade.
Right.
Having that extra move speed does allow you to kind of dodge out a little bit more and have the summoners up more often.
Very true. Also went with refillable, a little more damage. I should say he said the tier. He already had the long sword. Have to see some results from that bot lane of Box. Right now, Roam here from gate and mid. There's Sebastian onto Froggen. Will they be able to connect? The flash from the wall. The placement was there. Froggen just gets out. Believe he still has Egg. And the ultimate from gate. Very nicely done. Get themselves to safety.
And the egg can sometimes be a little deceptive about how safe you actually are. Although you do come back to get that second life, if there's not enough strength in your teammates around you to actually defend the egg, then you just end up dying a second time. And it's key that he didn't go down there because Gate certainly would not have been able to 1v2 keep his egg alive.
Froggen still has teleport, so does Looper. Matching impacts here will be the thing. Cloud9's on the move, and I feel like they're going to be the ones to make the play for us. Or maybe no, that's too dangerous with Fox having 2 up. So Cloud9 taking what they can. It's like a quick clear here. Contracts maybe to finish off a kill. Dodges the dazzle. It's actually going to be Fox Gate and Keith getting out safety there. But still, this pressure in the bot lane has been quite abundant from Contracts.
It certainly has, and this was a really nice reactive play from Contracts, knowing that Gate just went mid, blew his exhaust, blew his ultimate. There's not much safety there for them in the bot lane, and he also kind of is having to make ganks work, because you can see Acadian is out farming him pretty heavily. He's actually up 2 levels, so tracking that experience is quite big.
Oh. Just toying around in the jungle. Impact is actually rotated here to mid, but he won't be joining the fight as he heads back towards the top side. Seems like they say, all right, we'll give Fox their blue buff. We'll go back to taking the lane's control. 130 to 114 in mid. Keith had caught up to Sneaky, but Sneaky, again, as they push the lane out with Contracts every so often, really doing big things for themselves. That first Infernal Drake went to Cloud9. We're going to see a Cloud next. I think they might just have some turrets in the mid lane here before they actually go for that. Cloud9 has been pressuring real hard.
They certainly have been, and every time you shove in, you get a little bit more turret damage down. Those ranged minions chipping slowly away. You can see that bot lane turret is at about a 3rd health. So you get 1 kill. It's very easy to knock that down and start really compounding that gold lead. And that's something that can be very easily overlooked. Just the turret health is a resource that's quite valuable.
And in kind of this situation, obviously Dragons changed a while ago, but you would see that Nidalee might be able to focus Cloud9 for going to the Cloud Drake. But if they're not going to go Cloud Drake, how do we see Fox kind of grabbing their way back in here?
I think it's really kind of just more of the same that Acadian has been doing. He needs to continue to control his opponent's jungle, continue to look for gank opportunities, and keep his farm very, very high. Because Nidalee can really farm like an absolute monster. Will farm faster than that Kha'Zix. So being able to get a lot of that done is pretty helpful. Because we have to remember, they have the more kind of standard 2-tank composition. Their team fighting should be more easily executed than Cloud9's. It's more on Cloud9 to make plays happen, and it's on Echo Fox to stay relevant in gold and keep farming.
Well, still quite close in the gold aspect. Farm is starting to drift a little bit. Actually coming back, I should say, for Looper with Impact rotating from lane to lane. It's just really been Froggen that found a lot of pressure in the mid, and he's even brought it back up. 2 to 1 here, 16 minutes in. Gate trying to get some wards out as he walks over a few of the captive audience. It'll let Cloud9 know a little bit of information here.
Yeah, I think we can expect to see some sort of action in the bot lane here pretty soon with how low that turret is, unless Echo Fox is okay with just giving it up. I would be surprised to see them do that, though, as this turret is really low. So next wave or 2, it's going to go down for sure for C9. So you either have to see a play around the bot side, or Echo Fox just has to accept that they're going to give up that first turret gold. And I think they're going to want to make a play.
There's the storm down, kind of alerted in there. Gate was already on the
bot lane's coming up.
Teleport coming in as well. That's going to be on the side of Contracts just behind Red.
Oh, nice stun.
Up against the wall. Very nicely done, as you say. And that teleport from Looper was much faster, expecting that to come out. I was going to say Froggen or Looper, which one first? But do they hold him until Impact does? No, they don't. They want to make some moves themselves.
C9 still gets that first turret though, so they are going to get a lot of gold back, and it's on Echo Fox now to get something else from the kill on Contracts. That was very nicely done from Looper, very quick on the TP, and that flash stun onto Contracts, but minions cleared out, Impact pushing top side. They always have that minion push, and they're going to actually lose 2 turrets for the kill, so in the extended trade, really not worth it, especially with Looper getting denied that base now. This means that Impact is going to push in another wave. So all of this experience and gold is going to be lost, and it almost forces Echo Fox's hand at starting up the Dragon, but Impact has time to base and get back with a TP, so it kind of means that it's just going to be C9's Dragon probably too.
You do see that Fox has the wards for it. If they decide to go back, it's definitely going to be one hell of a fight. They don't have much poke other than Acadian, and everybody else has to follow up besides that. Chain of corruption, I should say. Still can see a big outplay. Gate could throw off that ultimate and get Contracts and the rest of the team to engage on something a little overboard. That's really one of the things they can hope for, that Cloud9 has to make a mistake at this point.
It certainly is, because if you do commit as this full damage team and the Terrak ultimate comes down in time, you can knock down these players very, very quickly, you know? You can kill them off pretty fast, but it's tough for Echo Fox to make a move around that Dragon because Impact has TP advantage, right? Looper TP'd down, they lost turrets off of it, they wanted to make a play, but because C9 has all these pushing waves, they're losing a lot from it.
Fox had to see that Corki ban coming from Cloud9 in the beginning of this one. Definitely helps Cloud9 to stay healthy at these turrets. You know, Keith's going to be in a lane. Acadian will be there. It's never Acadian and Froggen on Corki. It's Acadian and Anivia, which is much less potent.
And look how smart this is from Impact. So Impact actually ults out the wave, knowing that Echo Fox is going to give up the Dragon because they don't have TP. He says, hey, you're going to send your guys top. There was 4 Echo Fox members coming top. He had already ulted the wave and left. He had basically outthought them, and he's 30 seconds ahead of that play. So that's very smart stuff from Impact with that wave down. He denies the turret pressure, allows them to get the jump on this second turret. Little things like this are why Impact is incredible.
Don't have to listen to much that he says other than top die, and then he shows up in your lane with his being already pushed up. It'd be easy for Contracts to fit in the position and get to play with somebody in the top lane like that. Jensen in the mid lane, it's got to feel good. And we do see, you know, Impact had even Ray come in this year with somebody behind him that may be taking that position, so he's playing like he wants it.
He certainly is, and you know, there are 2 guys who can help to push each other and actually viable subs. You know, a lot of the teams do have people listed as sub positions who are not really ever going to play on the LCS stage, whereas Ray is a guy who was an LCS starter. He's a great carry player, and they can hopefully learn from each other and kind of improve each other's play. That's the kind of thing that Cloud9 will be looking for. But you know, as far as all these great players that Contracts gets to play with, yeah, it has to feel pretty nice as a rookie coming into a team. All your lanes always seem to be winning. You pretty much get to do whatever you want. And that's an incredible position for a jungler. And he's going up against Acadian, who has really looked amazing as another rookie jungler. This is some of the best rookies we've really ever seen.
I think we kind of heard that from when like Cloud9, Cloud9 High, Meteos, and those guys stepped on when people were saying like it's easy to be a mid laner when your jungler is crushing everything, when Meteos was zacking everybody. It's funny to hear those in different iterations as the time goes on.
Oh, Sneaky getting caught.
There's the knockdown. Sneaky, one more hit. He goes down. That's Froggen's first pick up there besides the assist, so good cash in his pocket. No, they don't have much in the way of minions worked up here, so still power in numbers has to be used for Fox if they want to get any more.
It's kind of the Froggen special. He seems to always get at least 1 pick around mid lane, hiding behind those mid lane walls, and the flank coming in. Jensen, oh wow, flash forward for Looper.
Flashing in, Gate's going to be taken down as the fight also goes up top. Ultimate down from Gate, looks like they save a bit of damage. They still have to follow up on Jensen. Pings to the mid lane. Probably coming from Impact and the rest of the team saying we need to get this. Teleport's actually going to come back, however, so that Froggen can protect the mid lane. So really nicely working Cloud9 around here. But is Keith and the rest of the team safe enough to run through their own jungle? The vision has not been set up. A lot was around the mid, and Cloud9 was already doing that vision work before.
This is just such an overchase from Echo Fox. They so desperately want to get this kill they've committed to, but Jensen already had his ghost up. He's kiting for so long. Great, you eventually killed him. You lost your AD carry. You lost your AD carry summoner. You lost your support, and they lost damage on the mid lane turret. So it just feels like C9 is thinking ahead.
He just caught that spear and gave it back to him.
You cannot face check a Kha'Zix. It's so tough for Acadian in that 1v1 matchup. You know, he has been doing very well, but if you do end up in a straight up fight against him, it's going to be tough.
Equalizer's up. He can cut them off. They actually saw a teleport coming in, I believe. Yeah, he stopped it. Looper actually cut that off for himself, so they were able to fend off the mid lane turret. We'll see this. Foray once again.
Yeah, here it is once again. The chain of corruption coming out into that stun from Froggen, and it's something that they love to do. They're always setting those up, and then fast forward to Looper coming in here. They're going to go for Jensen as he gets separated, but this is when it turns into way too much of an overchase. And trade of flashes, nice quick flash there from Jensen, or he would have died right away. But they're fully trying to commit to this. Gate gets left behind, he goes down, and now you're still chasing. Well, Impact already is going to start shoving up mid lane here. You can see they're saying, hang on that turret. Jensen's just trying to basically buy time. Contract, knowing that they will come back around to the mid lane turret, they have to rotate around. He's saying, you know what, I'm going to wait here. I'm going to wait for someone to come in. Keith gets not only a kill, but loses flash too.
Yep. And then Contracts took out Acadian seconds later over by the Raptor Brush.
Stuff. Kha'Zix's pretty good.
Yep, Acadian's been farming the jungle a lot. Contracts has been farming Acadian. Nice steadfast presence, but it may be another champion CS in favor. No, goes down. Impact's on the other side to cook him up, and it is now going to be the chase on to Gate and Looper. They're going to slow down as the heal comes in. And Acadian, as we said, he just came back up, back down, and that was his flash as well. So it's even more dangerous for him to try things.
Gets caught again, you know, Smoothie able to land that Malzahar vault. They have the vision around there, and as Echo Fox tries to come in as a two-man squad to get that vision back, C9 just kind of had a stronger squad waiting, and Impact's able to make the roam, finish off that kill.
These builds look painful too. Two Leandries just burning your life away. Pen damage that they're hitting you with. You don't have much magic resistance yet. I'd say Froggen does with his Abyssal Scepter, but we'll see if the rest of Fox can stay alive. Acadian's been taking some hits. His Merc Tread's trying to keep him alive and out of what little CC has been coming from Cloud9, but it seems to be too much, even with that. Let's see where they go from here. Froggen to clear waves, and they're back to kind of playing the Fog of War game here and see if they can get a pick off a stun.
Yeah, they kind of are relegated to that right now because it just feels like Cloud9 is the ones in the advantage. They're the ones pushing the pace. And, you know, to your point, having all that spell pen, not just the Leandries, but the Sork boots on both these guys, that's a ton of spell pen. So for any of the no MR targets, you're going to die almost instantly. And that's why Keith has to pick up a Hex Shrinker here. You have to show that respect, not only to just the spell pen, but also to the flat up amount of burst that Syndra and Rumble can do to you.
C9 now starting to control resources, deeper wards even onto the side of Fox, making things very, very difficult. Back to the Fog of War strategy in mid lane as they hover that top side brush. It worked once, may work again. That's when you get your enemies saying, they won't do that. Nobody does it twice. We'll do it 3, 4 times, 5 times.
They certainly will, and they're also kind of trying to threaten the fact that they could be up towards Baron, knowing that C9 is doing the Dragon. That said, I think there's that C9 Trinket Ward over sitting in the Baron pit, so that kind of play will never work unless you have fully cleared out the Baron pit, and Echo Fox didn't do that, so C9 will not even check.
So scary. Each time they're approaching this turret, last time it was 3 minions, and they went for the fight. This time it was only 2 minions. See how hard it is for Fox to approach these.
This is why you always need a ward in the Baron pit when you're trying to do these sorts of plays, right? They're trying to play around this vision to get people to check in, but Cloud9 knows they're not even there.
Big split. Froggen towards the top. Ultimate has to come out. That's an obvious continuation of the fight for C9. They see that go. They're even more hungry. Teleport is going to be stopped, I believe. Looper didn't take that one. Or that was Froggen, I should say.
Yeah, they both actually TP'd. Yeah. I mean, Looper canceled his TP, but Froggen TP'd to the mid lane turret. He was never going to be there.
Over. Nope, Hot Foot takes down Acadian once again. And they know they're kind of just waiting for this one. And Cloud9 to put the stranglehold down even harder. Keith goes down in the top side. And Cloud9, they have actually been pushed back a little bit, so they won't be getting too much off of this, but it just gives them more control of the game overall, every single time.
Well, and the question is, do they just try to do the Baron at this point?
Yeah.
I think they may not want to risk it because they feel like they're in such control anyway. But with 3 members down, they certainly could have threatened it had they wanted to. Froggen looking to set up a pick here again, though, as Impact and Contracts looking to push that.
How good does it feel to be Impact with your teleport up to both down? Somebody has to come up to you, and you know you can get to that fight before anybody else now, so, or at least that opponent. Mid lane's
Oh,
the
here they go.
focus, out of the fog of war, Youmuu's, and a little bit of Jensen just running. He does not have Ghost up, so there could be a potential catch here. It doesn't seem like they want to give up just yet. Jensen's flash is up if he has to get over the wall, but he goes down before that can happen and holds it. Summoner heal came from Sneaky to try and get him out, and there goes his heal as well. So things get a little sticky here for Cloud9 as we go forward. But with top lane Impact crushing down, there's just too much for Fox to think about before they can retaliate.
Exactly. Cloud9 just plays the map so well. Even when you get those kills, it turns out you're still kind of behind on the play. So they're trading turrets so far, top tier 2 for the mid lane tier 1. But now you have to base a 4 Impact with that red buff working away on the inhibitor turret. They're going to see if they can maybe cut him off or at least get some vision back, but they may not realize that Contracts is in their topside jungle. So if Keith and Gate walk up through there, they could be in for a rude awakening.
Bad news bears. Looks like they're going to head downtown, just to the mid lane. Ocean Drake is next. It would really just be a consolation prize right now if Cloud9 were kind of coming back from that side of the map. Wards by Fox can set them up for something. They have wards on the bot side, even though Baron's kind of the effect here. So if somebody's going for red, they may be able to find that pick. The little things here that they're still trying to keep in the option book. Right now, the option book completely opens for C9. They're going to be popped out of that one. There's a trinket right in the back.
Definitely one thing EchoFox has done really well this game is continue to get down wards, right?
Yeah.
You know, Acadian and Gate have had a lot of wards out on the map. They have great offensive wards in Cloud9's red side jungle. They have some defensive wards around their top side. So they have done a good job maintaining the vision control. The problem is just, it doesn't really matter if you can see what your opponents are doing if you can't do anything about it.
This is a good point.
You have to be, you know, strong enough to capitalize on what they're doing, but it's like, okay, great, Contracts is over there. Can anyone go fight him? Oh, not me.
You're just waiting. You can view the inevitable.
Yep.
You're like, actually, no. We need to send at least 2 or 3 people to the top lane. That's kind of how big Impact has gotten at this point. Zanya's as well. Even more of a pest to kill.
Yeah, and he has the Void Staff, which means he can really start punching through Looper. You know, he has the Flat Pen, so he can destroy the squishies, and he has the Void Staff, so he can deal with the tanks. So Impact really has it all right now, and no one can kind of answer him. And it's kind of funny to watch Impact. You know, you've seen him do it on the Shen. We've seen him do it on the Maokai. Now he's like a split push Rumble. He just moves around the map better than his opponents, and Cloud9 plays around it really well.
He does very, very small things in lane. If you are able to watch him or watch him stream, that give him those advantages, and then he can capitalize so hard. He doesn't let them go to the wayside. He uses each and every one to its maximum ability. Here, Looper trying to push him off bot. Jensen, the top lane cleaning up, so this may be one of those chances to catch, but Cloud9 plays it safe. They yo-yo the aggression of Fox backwards, and everybody stays alive in what could have been a bad situation.
Yeah, the 4-man squad of Cloud9 plays very well around both the kind of 4-1 split that they're doing right now and the 1-3-1 that they do a lot with Jensen when he's on, you know, his echoes and his fizzes and things like that too. So they're very experienced with this, and Looper can chase off Impact, but Impact gets the blue buff, and he is always going to be the one who can also make the roam to the rest of the team faster since he had pushed in his opponent.
Yep. Also doesn't hurt that he can scrap shield across the map nice and quick.
He's pinging right back to the inhibitor turret, so Impact is just going to go right back at it. Shove in Looper, try to get that damage down, and you know, if too many people from Fox commit up here, Cloud9 can start the Baron, Cloud9 can threaten fights elsewhere.
So kind of an interesting question. If we don't get a fight here, might have time to answer. Looking at how Cloud9 plays, they're kind of strong with everything. What would you attack them in picks and bans with? Kind of what would you look at?
I think it's really tough. Your only real chance, in my opinion, against a team like this that can play so many different things is to just go for what is most comfortable for you, right? You kind of have to forget about what they can play, because Cloud9 is going to play what they're going to play, and they've shown so many different styles. Yeah. You can't really ban Impact off a decent champion. You can't ban Jensen off these champions. So, in my opinion, you just have to go to comfort. You play what your game is, and you play it the very best you can, and you hope that's good enough. Because we've seen teams throw 5-6 bans at one roll, you know, like between the two teams, and Impact's on his 6th top laner, and well, it turns out that's Shen, and he's still going to crush you.
We do see, you know, that happens for Froggen. There's the Anivia. I'd say that's pretty comfort for him. Acadian back on very aggressive, whether it's Nidalee or not, that is his top pick. He gets to play that assassin-like jungle position that he so enjoys.
Certainly does.
They're trying to activate now. Froggen and the rest of the team looking to hit it up.
Nice catch.
Spell hit onto Smoothie. Flashes over the wall. They almost hurt each other with that, but they close the distance. Gate gets caught. In comes Contracts, and he signs away Gates. And this is going to be Keith getting knocked out now. Hexdrinker goes down, but that's a whole lot of damage. Just magical. He goes down. 38 seconds on those death timers. Summoners as well being blown to get out of that one. Impact with that Zanya's. No, he still goes down with the last tick.
Really nice wall from Frog, and he
Yep.
zones out the opponents, and he keeps in leash range for his ult, so he can get those last 2 ticks and get impact back. And that was a key pick, because 5 versus 3, they could have gone for something big. They could have tried to force something down, go Baron, whatever, but you get that kill back, at least it's not a disaster, and you can fend them off the Baron. You know, and that said, back to the discussion about how to attack C9, at the end of the day, you know, you can get whatever draft you want, but it comes down to gameplay, and Cloud9 is successful because they're both good in the draft and in execution, right? So you have to be able to win these lanes. You have to be able to find weaknesses and things to attack about the team, and right now they just have not been showing many of those.
Honestly, it's been, I'm not to pick on Jensen, but when we've seen the 2 Azir plays from them, CLG and Dig, are those 2 games they lost. Not series, obviously they're undefeated in the series, but those 2 games went down with those picks, and we haven't actually seen Azir come back for the team, the composition that they don't play around, so it might have been the trouble, and they stay right away from those things as soon as they find it.
They do. Well, right now, Fox has been kind of just going back to their tried and true. They're trying to play a vision game around Baron, trying to get picks, and they're trying to do this time and time again. But Cloud9, you know, is kind of controlling waves. At this point, they're going to be pushing towards Cloud9, so EchoFox has gotten control of the side waves. They will be able to have a little bit of time now to try to make a play.
Target in front. That's the wall down. The team trying to get together still.
Impact has equalizers that go through.
Ultimate goes down quite early to try and save the team, but they're already off, and now the damage can follow through. Impact really can't get the team. Flash forward, dazzle onto Impact. Sneaky is unloading onto Gate in one shot, almost all of his health with that last round. Gate in the pit, that's not where you want to be. He goes down to an angry Baron. Looper's gonna get locked up. Steadfast presence keeps everyone on the outside, but I think they have the damage. No, he flashes forward, gets himself to safety as Contracts tries to spike in one more time. Cloud9 is fighting, but bleeding to death, and they're still going in. Both teams walk away from that somehow. Just Gate.
Froggen has been able to get so much damage down on these team fights to keep his team alive, to stop the Cloud9 chase, and keep able to hit a lot of piercing arrows there to push Cloud9 back. So it does end up being, you know, just the support going down in what was a very extended trade.
Well, it's been this push up towards Baron that Fox can really only start to dance with. And it's not even in their favor. It's what they need to do to try to get Acadian some hits, some Keith some hits, and then it's got to go in their favor after that. It's all easier said than done.
It certainly is, but one good thing for them about that exchange is they got the bot lane turret because they had the wave shoving. So that was one of the first times they really did have the wave advantage, and now they've seen Contract sneaking in. They're going to try to wrap around behind him and pick him off.
Edge of Night being used, popped one, that's off now. Keeper's Verdict goes down. If they can take down Contracts, that's a lot of DPS they don't have to be afraid about. Baron is still a very scary thing, but more so on the table to fight for.
They really
oh my God, never.
They're really not rolling over
They play
at all.
well from behind. Even if they come up short on all these kills, they're still trying, as you said before, and they're still doing it well.
Exactly, they're going right back to it, and now with the jungler down, they may just start this up. They're going to try to rush it. They have tanks, but Jhin ultimate opening up here. Keith needs to get blocked for these shots.
This is that go for broke play. You know you have the moment. They've been looking for this opening. There's the ultimate from Gate. Keith on the outside gets taken down immediately. This is a huge fight. Baron goes to Frog, and EchoFox has it. Acadian's out. He wants the lane's presence with the Baron buff. That's going to be Looper. Cloud9 is cleaning up this fight. And smart of Acadian to stay on the outside, but C9 should be able to just power through the lanes here.
C9 gets so much from that. The 4-for-1 in the extended trade. The Baron did go to EchoFox, but really a huge mistake there was the fact that most of EchoFox was not actually standing in Gate's ultimate. So while the ultimate was active, it should have been active on their entire team. Yeah. Keith actually gets pretty much 100 to 0'd by the Syndra, while that ultimate should have been on him. Instead, they weren't stacked up. They don't have the ultimate down. They lose the fight. They're going to lose the inhibitor, and probably topside as well, because that inhibitor turret is still so low.
Belt forward. Oh, one harpoon. Next harpoon, not going to be coming out. He's burning. Looks like he's going to live, though. Froggen still with 12 seconds, along with Looper. They went down at just about the same time. And like I said, Cloud9 powering down the mid lane. See what Acadian can do with that Baron buff, and we'll see the fight again.
So track this Taric ultimate. You need to be stacked so that you're spreading the ultimate onto multiple people. Gate realizes they're taking a lot of damage. He does drop it, but look at this. Acadian and Keith are not there. Looper moves over. None of these guys get this. Now look, Keith dead while the ultimate should have still been active on him.
Yeah.
So that's a big mistake. You know, Looper, Gate, whoever you want to pin it on, someone needed to be moving with the rest of the team, and they needed to have that be a 5-man ultimate. It would have given them the extra time to finish the Baron, still be at full health, and then try to turn for a fight.
Honestly, it's the presence of, I want to save my team, because they both wanted to block the curtain call coming in with their bodies, which put the ult on both of them already.
And that could
they
be
just
something
walk
where
out.
you're not experienced with Taric, right? Like, if you play a lot with Taric, you know, all right, ult's dropping down, I got to get in that, right?
Yeah.
So it's on both sides of the team,
For sure.
and that could speak to the fact that they don't play a lot with it.
It's true. We do see this being Gates' first pickup. Smoothie with about 4 plays on it. So this was definitely a takeaway, kind of saying, hey, yeah, you need to play something else. Taric's been too strong for C9 and may not work out here. We've seen some missed bastions as well coming in on that play. Impact still wreaking havoc on this top lane right now. And Elder Drake's going to be next on top of 4 Drakes. If that's ever in the hands of Cloud9, we'll see this one end quite fast. Impact Zanya's. No time. He got popped.
Froggen gets another catch with the wall. He's been really the saving grace for EchoFox this game. He has been on fire, and Looper's trying to wrap around. They want to make a big play onto C9 here.
Gonna look for Jensen. No, he actually locks up onto Looper. Sorry, onto Smoothie. They're still gonna be walking out of this one. So Smoothie will be the hit. Unfortunate wall coming out. Does not lock him in. And now they're gonna have to back up on this one. So they're picking up things here and there. It's slowing down Cloud9, which allows Fox to get a little bit bigger, especially for Froggen, because Anivia can definitely do some damage and stop C9 from getting into these bases. We remember CLG EU. We remember.
Definitely do. EchoFox bot lane honestly has just been a pretty big liability this game. Gate is normally not someone I'm saying that about. I think he normally plays fantastic.
Right.
Keith does get a lot of criticism, but this is tough. They're not contributing much this game.
Uncharacteristic. Gate's that guy you think about, and he's the one that can fit into jungle, to top, to mid if he needs to for that sub position we've seen him do before. And it is not coming to that point this time.
It's also a tough spot now for EchoFox with Cloud9 having 4 dragons and then having none. They can't give up Elder, but taking Elder also doesn't give you much. So Cloud9 can play well around this. They can continue to threaten the Elder take with the inhibitor down. People from EchoFox must respect those super minions. And EchoFox essentially cannot give this up or they will lose the game because that's way too much true damage burn that they'd get from 4 dragons.
I was gonna say, risky move by Froggen. The team was setting up, not for a huge fight, but he gives himself up, and they know that Fox is already on the bottom side of the map, so they're much slower. Cloud9 won't be face checking anything.
It's some of those plays that really have kept EchoFox alive, though. Froggen is making some risky moves, but he also feels like he has to. He needs to get picks to slow down Cloud9, to give them opportunities to both defend their base, take the Elder Dragons and things like this, because they're down a lot of gold. And, you know, he knows he needs to be a playmaker because he's one of the few people with a lot of gold on his team, right? You know, he is only 1 item away from being full build. Pretty comparable with where Jensen is at as far as his build order goes. So, you know, he's a pretty strong member of the team right now.
Quite a bit. Most for him, that's for sure. 14-8 on his team. Smoothie going down
there you
here.
Go. Who else but Froggen?
Yep. Walls him up. This is what we were looking for. This late game, you want to get extended just a little bit. The ward, or the wall comes out, I should say. And I should say you become a ward. It's right on the ground. 40 minutes on the clock. Elder is being started up. Smoothie's not here. He had the exhaust.
Back on the side.
Slowly creeping in. Equalizer onto 4 members. Gate gets burned immediately. The ultimate goes off. It lands on the rest of the team. And they're going to be able to get out to some safety, but not with the Elder Drake. Not what they came for, and that's the big deal.
Definitely not, and Gate not able to actually stay alive until his ultimate did fall down. They really wanted to try to force something here. Cloud9 easily pushes them off, though, and now EchoFox must collect the minion waves in the middle, try to get their waves pushing. They do have top lane going for them, so they could try to return back to that Elder Dragon and try something again. We'll see if they can make it work.
Impact consistently 100 CS over his lane opponents. Yesterday he did it as well. Absolutely crazy play from him. He just continues to also keep himself measured in these fights. He doesn't say, oh, look at this. I'm 100 CS up. I have 4 kills. I can kill anybody, because that's what starts to turn on you instantly, and the other team can really start to get a lead.
Yeah, that overconfidence really can come back to bite you, as you're saying. You know, you get tagged by 1 stun from Froggen there. They have a lot to follow it up. If you get hit by a Chains of Corruption, there's the Dazzle, there's the Anivia stun, there's the stun from Poppy, and there's a lot of bursts. So you need to play with respect to your opponents no matter how far you are ahead. And he's quite a bit ahead as he just completed his death cap. And I mean, we saw how much damage the Rumble ultimate did in the last fight. Anytime he gets a good one, Gate pretty much already has to have his ultimate coming down or they'll die before it lands.
Moving his 3. Trying to get some control ward locked down.
Ooh, got contract.
Sazzle, he's down. No way he's getting out of that one. Hail of arrows comes through, but it's Frog going to capitalize on the kill. Beautiful equalizer to keep Fox where they want them, but Cloud9 hasn't really walked through for that equalizer. They didn't want to get through the brush and have Fox have the upper hand.
Zonias, they're going to follow it up.
Good flash by Impact, gets it out. Keith needs to make himself scarce in this situation. Looper goes down, but it's the GA. Does Fox have enough time to give him a backline shield? He flashes, but it's an immediate nethergrass from Smoothie. No time to blink on that one. Scat of the week misses, and Keith is running for his life with a flash over the wall to safety. And Cloud9 once again sees the fight, weighs Fox, and counters everything they have.
Yeah, again, Gate ends up getting picked off there. Not sure exactly what did come down and kill him, but he wasn't able to get the ultimate off. It wasn't up for the initial fight, but it did come up later, and he actually died there to a bouncing grenade from Sneaky after getting that 4th shot. And that is so big, as going down without that ultimate is really brutal for them. They're going to have to try to stop C9. They know they can't give up the Elder, but they have no vision.
Cadian, no mana. Can't really pull out the javelins to do some damage. Could have gone Cougar for him, but that would have been his own death sentence. So there's the 4-stack Elder Drake. Now, as we take one more look at this, Fox still trying to initiate. They had a great hit, and somehow Cloud9 sees the opening.
Yeah, this is just a great pick from Echo Fox to start off the fight, but a lot of retaliation damage onto Froggen, right? He's already quite low. They're putting a lot of damage out, and Gate at this point didn't have his ultimate, but now it is up, right? Gate goes back forward to try to get this pick onto Impact, and look at Sneaky. 4th shot, bouncing grenade, not only takes him out, but bounces the grenade to Keith and Froggen. They take a lot of damage there as well, and really Gate should have been popping that ultimate before he went back in. This could be such a different fight, but it's been these small mistakes from Echo Fox that have really cost them and kind of kept them from capitalizing on the picks when they get them.
Smoothie over the wall there really turned Fox.
Oh God, look at this equalizer.
Oh, Cadian! He gets his own Zhonya's down, but this only gives them time to pile on. Dazzle back, Chain of Corruption's a lot of offense being used in defense, if you will. And that leaves Fox really hung out to dry at their base. Baron's going to be going over to the favor of Cloud9, along with that Elder. They have just about everything on the map right now.
They certainly
a few more turrets, inhibitors, and that's it.
That 4 Dragon true damage coming out from the Elder Dragon, plus the already ridiculous amount of damage from Rumble's Death Cap Equalizer, means if you're in that, you're pretty much dead. Froggen essentially died twice to the same Equalizer with his egg going down.
That's what happens.
Feels bad.
Cooking him up. Scrambled Froggen is now 23 seconds left before he comes back up to the sunny side. 44 minutes in, they're on Inhibitor. Say number 2, mid one fell earlier, and they're going to go back for that around the horn. Minion wave is actually crashing nicely where 2nd tier is, so they can work that one in and then head out to get bot lane nice and pushed.
5-9 just moving around the horn, going to get 3 inhibs here. They want to play it very safe, make sure there's no chance of them throwing. This is really the way to do it. You know, they have a massive wave pushing up in bot side, so they can come collect that, Baron buff it up. Top and mid will be pushing in with super minions. They should be able to very easily collect this 3rd inhibitor turret. Now, Echo Fox probably has to make their move before they actually get up there. The Elder Dragon's about to expire, so they can try something. But if the super minions are already in their base, I don't think they have much of a chance to defend.
Fight is on. The ult coming in from Gate. Good amount of safety, but this just means they have to go back, get home guard heals in, and come back. Inhibitor turret's going to follow very fast. Acadian's trying to get every spear in that he can. You can see the elixirs popped and glowing on the members of Fox as they're trying to get the last bit of damage out of what gold is in their pockets. So many turrets stand for Cloud9, and that definitely means Fox has that much less gold. 86,000 to 71 as some of the final touches are being put on the base. Impact's not the focus after Zhonya's. Acadian straight in and straight out of the fight. 65 seconds on the clock, and that's going to be more than enough for the Nexus turrets to go down here in game 1. The Nexus will follow soon after. 22 to 10, 45 minutes in. Cloud9 take down Echo Fox in game 1.
Certainly do. Echo Fox hung around for a long time there, 45 minutes. They make it a hard-fought victory, but it always felt like Cloud9 was in control. They always got more out of the trades, and Echo Fox, it felt like they were always just missing a little bit of something, you know, to make their pick turn into a dragon or turn into a baron or turn into a turret. It always felt like they were one step short.
To take Cloud9 this late You know, like you're saying, that one step, they have to find how to get over the edge, to get these kills that, yeah, they were down 10 CS in lane, but a lot of times Cloud9 was also semi-overextending. Very, very low health to get out and then would still continue the fight. I think if Echo Fox had a few more of those dives in, maybe a few trades that they didn't feel scared about taking, maybe could have put themselves on top. A lot of maybes, that never really comes to a conclusion. So a great game by Cloud9 once again, and it looks very hard to stop these guys because they don't show you many errors either.
It really does look really, really tough to stop them. Like you talked about, oh, how do you tackle them in draft? Well, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of weaknesses there. Their players, all their lanes seem to be winning. You know, their jungler is great. They just seem to be really good across the board. But that was still a close game. And to your point, there were some really, really close fights. So a little bit better play from Echo Fox, and maybe they win some of those fights. And, you know, you turn one of those big fights in your favor. You're the one who gets the Baron, things like that. And that can put it very easily in Echo Fox's hands to win the game because they're the ones running the double tank composition versus kind of 5 DPS. You can get, at that point, flanked and collapsed on and things like that.
More made it out when Anivia got Baron, right? When Froggen grabbed that first Baron, it wasn't just Acadian. But we'll see. We see here in our first 7-minute replay that Fox always trying, but I felt like Cloud9 did things very slow, methodical, and was always ready to react.
Exactly. The wave wasn't kind of like fully pushed in. They weren't ready exactly to do the dive, so they get spotted out. Impact had TP advantage, and this is key because he was winning his lane, and Poppy had to TP back to that turret. So Impact's able to come down. That gets him the first kill, and then Gate and knocking Impact to safety and himself back in with that blast cone. And this game was a bit of a comedy of errors for Gate. Definitely one of his worst games of the split.
It was unfortunate. We expect, you know, you see the Camille come out and you're like, all right, you know, he's still going to be aggressive, but play those smart. And this just kind of seemed like an uncomfortable sort of play for him. Not that he wasn't playing smart, but it just wasn't all there. Another one we can look at where, you know, Fox, we realized they were starting to get too hungry, and being too hungry makes you chase a little bit.
Yeah, and this one kind of reeked a little bit of desperation where it's like, all right, we're going to get him. We're going to get him. They're committing so much to Jensen that they kind of leave their bot lane behind. Lucky to not even have Keith die there as well, but in the extended trade, one goes down for Fox. Jensen eventually dies, but then Contracts kills off Keith. They lose a TP. They're losing damage on the mid lane turret. So it's like you're the ones making the pick. You end up down in kills, down in summoners, and losing turret damage. So it's something where they definitely overreached. They made a lot of good picks, but they also have to be okay with the fact that sometimes it's not going to work and you need to just give it up and back off. And, you know, a lot of damage coming out across the board from Cloud9. Pretty impressive statistics.
You know, we see the comfort picks coming through. We talked about it a little bit. One for Froggen. Maybe there should be more to come out because you look at what this 10 pick ban phase has done for people, and for Cloud9, there's 2 comforts there. So this is just allowing them to kind of move all their chess pieces into position before they even start the game with the ability, as we said, they can play all the champions in their pool. We'll see if Echo Fox can even up the score when we come back with Game 2 against Cloud9. And as we head to break, we'll take a listen in on the best of the team chatter with the latest edition of Mic Check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Can everybody hear me?
I'm getting mid. I'm running mid. I'm running mid. What sums does he have?
Guys.
Does he have all sums? Okay, I'll try for it. I'll blow his flash. Flash for flash.
You guys know what we need to do
He better
today?
be tilted.
Unless we can get them sitting on the flank.
back now, right now.
Okay.
They have no vision of us.
I'm gonna ulti us. Right here. You guys ready?
Yeah.
On bot left of the ulti.
Then we're on there. We can finish it.
Rush. Finish.
Casting spot.
Nice.
Once, if they get out of laning phase even, that's like unknown summoning Entei, you know? Like,
Did you watch that movie?
what can we do?
You watched that movie, right?
I watched it multiple times. Great movie. Charizard is taking a massive beating, isn't it, though?
Yeah, dude.
I was like, no, Charizard, not you. I remember how he found you on a rock. You almost died. I TP'd out somewhere, and then I landed on super creeps, and they slapped me, and I died.
탑 갈래? 탑 가. 오케이. 탑 고. 탑. 페어 울티 고. 오케이. 탑 푸시. 비벼.
Yeah, I redemption. I can stop.
오케이. 비벼. 이거 끝내 게임 난다.
오케이.
비벼. 캐시오.
Stop. 할 수 있어?
캐시오. 나이스. Finish game. Nice.
Nice.
I had a dream that Froggen told me you suck, so you kick his ass today, okay? Did you really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
What happened in the dream?
I don't know. I was just like walking along, and Falcon comes up and is like, "Yo, I just want to let you know your AD carry sucks ass." I was like, "What the?
Oh, me?
Fuck yeah!"
you. Go on, not. I'm looking not.
Yeah,
I'm ready. No.
Just back up. Just back up.
Watch me. Come here.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Go.
I'm walking up.
You go.
One.
Nautilus.
Okay.
Not.
Three.
Nice.
Hey, nice.
Oh,
Mid.
Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out low. Was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. Under the sun, a fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight. I wish that we could stay here forever. I wanna remember. Oh, the sight of you brings the fight in me, makes me wanna move. Fingers down your spine, looking in my eyes, feel your hands on mine. Tonight we're freer than ever. I wanna remember. Oh, we run every endeavor. I wanna remember. Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out. No, was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. I'm in the sun, a fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight. I wish that we could stay here forever. I wanna remember. Oh, the sight of you brings the fight in me, makes me wanna move. Fingers down your spine, looking in my eyes, feel your hands on mine. Tonight we're freer than ever. I wanna remember. Oh, we run every endeavor. I wanna
Welcome back. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Echo Fox versus Cloud9, and we have to give honors to the first game. It was player of the game, Impact. I mean, he went yesterday, I think, with 2 as well.
Yeah, 3 in a row.
Again? This is crazy.
It's hard to argue against it, though. I mean, he's winning lane. He's the one who TP's first bot lane, gets them the first blood. He's pressuring the turrets. His equalizers are huge. It's like, what did he do wrong?
Yeah, it's something you gotta what did he do wrong? He didn't do anything wrong.
There you go.
There you go, player of the game. And then we gotta look at the bot lane. We said we'd be taking a little bit of a look at it. Cloud9 versus Foxes, how they've been doing, but how they match up mostly.
Yeah, and I mean the scoreline kind of tells the story there. 8-2-12 versus 1-12-9. It's a little bit unlucky for Echo Fox as their bot lane was not having a good game. And I mean, Gate, I need to see him step up because he has been a big contributor for Echo Fox. So if they want to bounce back in this series, you need to see a lot more out of that guy because he has not been kind of one to ride coattails. He has been a great initiator. He has been adding a lot of damage. He had a fantastic Misfortune game where he's carrying as far as that goes. So he can really have some big games for the team. And while Froggen was having a great game, I think Acadian was doing pretty well in the early game. You need to have your whole team contributing to stand a chance against a team like Cloud9 because their whole team always is contributing.
Absolutely. And again, we see, kind of stay on the bot lane. With Gate needing to roam, that means there definitely needs to be as well results from Keith being able to be left in that lane alone and not have to really worry about it as we see kind of Smoothie roaming around, making some plays as well. Supports do what they can to get out of lane, but it definitely becomes a bit harder when these guys are always pushed up against their turret. So a bit of breathing room, the first few levels to themselves. We've seen that Fox can play from behind, stave off going 15K down, 10K down. It really didn't get that big for Cloud9 there until the Baron fights came in. So they keep it close. They just got to make those fights count in the connections.
Yeah, Echo Fox really... And they need to kind of give themselves the respect that you don't need to be super desperate, right? They actually got a lot of good picks. A couple times they overreached and they got punished for it big time. But they're making good plays. They're getting good catches. And they can give themselves the respect to say, hey, we're down 5K, but we can still win this game. Like that's something that they actually can still do. They are able to compete. They are able to hang around even when at a deficit. So it is important to keep that in mind. And not feel like you're such a bad team that you have to like do these crazy things all the time.
Look at this, Reaper back in for... No, I'm just kidding. Probably still has it.
There you go. He's subbing in, taking his seat. I don't know who he's sitting now. He's in the middle, so he's Jensen.
Yeah, he's going to be...
Reaper in for mid lane. There you go.
Let's see what the coach's skills actually have dwindled to, or maybe they've gotten better. They've had all this time to look outside the game, have all these outside-the-box strategies. It seems to be working for whatever the knowledge he has injected into the squad in the coaching structure that Cloud9 has brought over. A few other words here before we get the game started. Some players taking care of business before we get back into this. Echo Fox having also a little more time to discuss what they're going to be doing coming into this next game. We talked about what could you do in Champion Select versus Cloud9. The answer was kind of not much, but go for your own comfort and make sure you feel good coming out of it and not worry about what they have.
And one thing is they're going to be blue side this game, so they will have the opportunity to first pick. I don't know if Cloud9 will want to give over Kha'Zix or if they're going to try to do some sort of different bans. Obviously, standard red side is not a Kha'Zix ban, but because Acadian has had such great success on it and can first pick it this time, maybe they'd want to try to change things up and take it away from him because he has not had the same effectiveness on Nidalee in the couple games that he's played it as he has on a lot of other champions. It's just much harder, I think, to make plays on Nidalee and to get involved in some of the situations that champions like Kha'Zix and Lee Sin and these guys can kind of get things done.
I'd love to see it. Acadian loves to be aggressive. I want to see more. Not I want to see more, but it would be great to see synergy with Looper there because when they go up for ganks, it seemed like they were a little bit off. Impact could almost get out easy. We saw it was almost, as we said, the nice guy syndrome, and they almost walked away, letting Impact live. So a little more communication. It locks down. Fox is still working with a great setup and a great team. Just have yet to see those results on the Rift. Now into picks and bans for game number 2. Rise Jace, Camille LeBlanc starting things off.
Yeah, and with 2 of those 3 bans, it's almost always going to be the third as well. So I think we're just going to see Rengar taken away, and it should be the first pick Kha'Zix, unless they really feel like Keith must have Varus. But it will be Kha'Zix, and I like this a lot. This alone could be the change that Echo Fox needs because Acadian really has hard carried some games on this champion. He can definitely blast some people.
I feel like this should be the Ashe for Fox as well if they do come down to it. They could get the Varus on that side. I think it plays more. Varus, obviously very strong, but I feel like Ashe plays more in favor of Keith being able to stay in the back, hawk shot safety, and get just kind of an ultimate in there for the team. Chain of Corruption's not due to anybody, but is a very missed skill in itself. It just seems
really
like
is
a really fickle skill to hit sometimes.
It definitely can be. You definitely see a lot of missed Varus ultimates, but Jhin will be up here too.
Oh yeah, that's very true.
It's something that Keith certainly can play. It's also kind of the sneaky special. He's going to be playing Varus this game though. But the different teams have different priorities on AD carries. There are the accepted top 3 right now, but it does kind of change day to day and team to team, which is actually being first picked. And we're going to get to see Ivern again. So Ivern did get played by Contracts yesterday, as well as 2 games by Svenskeren. So Ivern in full effect now in NA LCS.
Ivern in full effect. I like it. I remember casting that with Kobe, and he was like, this is tilting. This is not what you like. Katie in there. Yeah, it does go for the Jhin. And Froggen picks up the Zyra for Gate. So the AD carry composition is locked in. It's still, that's what happened before anyways, when Jhin and Ashe were being pretty much back and forth swap because of those ultimates and utility you could use for them. We're still in that semi-era. And MF on the other side is going to be your support. Seeing a lot more of her. Also, getting a little bit of time play in the AD carry position now, or bot lane.
Yeah, Altec busted that out. Looked really good on it for FlyQuest. So has shown that it can be played in both roles. And I think Misfortune is another champion that works great with the lethality buffs. Ivern is going to be really strong. And it's also, it's like a really high priority pick in EU. And it's interesting that it's finally transitioning over to here because Kha'Zix isn't even always higher priority than Ivern is in EU. So depending on what teams are playing it, depending on how comfortable you are, you don't necessarily have a big advantage from picking Kha'Zix over Ivern.
See Jensen maybe trying to get the Corki on this run through with that Ivern. He would be able to spit out rockets all day long and buff control.
It was interesting though, talking a little bit to Acadian about Ivern, asking him, and he was saying that the reason he thinks it doesn't actually come out is because people get so far behind in the first 10 minutes of the game on Ivern when he's seeded played in scrims and things like that. So, you know, he'll have a chance to prove why he thinks it's not good here because he has his comfort pick. He's going to be on the Kha'Zix and he's going up against an Ivern. So maybe he can show us that you can dominate Ivern.
What is that entry? Why do they fall so far behind? Wow, words. Why do they fall so far behind?
Exactly.
Got it.
Because a lot of the time, honestly, I'm seeing the Ivern get ahead. I'm seeing the Ivern up in levels. Him taking away and controlling the buffs and the enemy jungle.
So the Corki gets banned out. Jensen may just have to go back to that Syndra. I'm sure he's not too sad about that. Easily controlling the mid lane with that pick. Very, very safe for him. And it also gives Contract some time to just farm it up. Make sure you can focus on some other lanes if necessary.
One thing we could see here from Froggen is actually TF. He has done very well on it. A couple games that is available. Not sure if he's going to feel comfortable playing TF into the Syndra because I think that could be kind of a rough matchup for the TF, but you could probably farm it out. You know, he does obviously have other options as well. You know, Orianna, things like that, pretty standard. But TF has worked well for Echo Fox and for Froggen in particular because since their kind of resurgence, them starting to do better last week and in some of the games this week, it has really looked good, and there it is. I like it.
So going to be Shen here for Cloud9. I actually thought, once you said TF, I was like, ooh, Shen, maybe too? Lubricant, you could do a lot of globals with that. They already run the 2 teleports, and then you have some Stand United and a Gate, so, well, double Gate, if you will.
It is a good point, because the Shen being available kind of limits where you can go and get those numbers advantage on TF. You can use the TF to attack the Shen, and the Shen can't ult to himself, so, but if you go bot lane, you know, you're like, oh, okay, it's a 3v2. Well, it's actually probably not because Impact can throw that ultimate in there. Obviously, the math on that can kind of get messed around because TF builds cooldown reduction a lot more easily than Shen for that Stand United, especially in competitive play. People are pretty much never going Lucidities. The only way you really get any is from runes and masteries, etc. So it can be up quite often. But I'd like to see Froggen continually trying to make plays and trying to do things. And it could end up being Acadian and Froggen trying to get aggressive and take over Contract's jungle. And maybe this is how they're saying they're going to put that Ivern behind.
There it goes. Rapid Fire Froggen. Bring it out once again.
Hey, it's worked a couple times.
Get those extended range gold cards out and let Acadian finish them off.
It's fun to hear the different opinions on builds like that as well from pro players, as well as from, you know, analysts and everything. It's like, you know, some people are saying, you know, it's great. Some people are super tilted by it. Jad, I know, thinks it's awful. But a lot of people think it's fantastic, and it is working well for Froggen. So it can be hard to argue with the results.
I think that was the limiter, though. That was the qualifier for analyst stats. Was it's good for Froggen.
Yeah.
It's good for the play style, the way they want to go in, the way they kind of almost not hesitate on those attacks, but want to be in and out on their attacks we see from Echo Fox. They're always walking away with the enemy has sliver of health, but maybe able to cancel it out with that rapid fire Froggen. And Kha'Zix following up. Now with the Nautilus as well, a bit more tank towards the top lane. That was Looper on Poppy last time, trying to put up the damage. He's going against Impact's Shen, who got Player of the Game in game number 1. This is number 2. Player of the Game award is up for grabs, and we'll see what happens as we come in here. Fox looking to hold this series to a game 3 here.
I really want to track the jungle this game. See how Acadian is able to perform against Contracts on the Ivern. And Contracts hasn't shown us a lot of Ivern yet. I'm sure he's been practicing it quite a bit, bringing it out in competitive. But this is only his second competitive Ivern game. First one looked pretty solid, but Acadian has shown us a lot on Kha'Zix, so we know how good this guy is. It can be a barometer for how strong Contracts is on the Ivern.
Now you got me all excited. I think he's gonna do something crazy. He'll have like this interesting path. Contracts will be level 1 at 5 minutes. What are you setting me up for?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm setting myself up for.
Oh. A little bit of a pause.
All right, I guess that's what we're setting ourselves up for. So it is a pause, but hopefully we'll be able to get right back in pretty quickly, get this started up. Nothing too crazy as far as masteries and runes and things like that to point out. One thing with Looper on the Nautilus is the champion has such incredible engage and such powerful flank opportunities, but I do feel that it's tough to actually make use of that unless you're communicating well with your team and you're on the same page. And that has been one thing that has been a bit of a problem for Looper. He sometimes finds himself flash taunting and flashing ahead and looking for these engages when his team is not ready for them or is not on the same page. That was really one of the defining fights of the Echo Fox Liquid series. Was they're getting TP'd on, there's a Kha'Zix in the back line, and he's flashing forward on Maokai and trying to engage. So he really needs to make sure that he's on the same page as his team and nailing those engages, because Nautilus can look super dominant when you are on point with those engages, but if you're not, I feel like its strength pales in comparison to the Maokai and the Shen and the utility that they kind of give.
As you're saying, you do get that distance with the depth charge. Maybe, and I look at the pick of, MF, Jensen on the back line as well in these fights, is that depth charge can get back there, stop that time. So over the Shen, that works for them. It also allows Looper to play safe with that distance. So playing in their favor. The top lane, they have not done too much yet. They didn't even see each other, I believe, as we get Keith fixed up here with a mouse issue. And I believe we're about to get back into game anyway. So back onto the Rift. Not too much has started as we are getting into game 2. If you're just joining us, obviously, NA LCS is the only thing you're watching today. And we're in.
We are indeed. And both these teams also have a ton of crowd control. You have to really play that very, very safe. As far as just look at across the board, right? You have taunt, then you have the root from Contracts, then you have stun from Jensen, you have another root from Sneaky, and on the other side, it's a lot of the same thing. Really, Acadian, the only one who doesn't add CC. So 4 of the 5 members have a lot of crowd control on both teams, and that means that picks can be a really big thing. Who initiates the team fights and who hits that crowd control first? Because if you land one crowd control on an important member, you can very often follow that up. And as a result, Jensen going to be taking the cleanse. And kind of does have to do that. But Froggen could very easily get CC chained down too. Ivern comes in there, you get a scatter of the week, you follow that up with that root. You can be going down pretty fast.
Oh, 1 card in. I love seeing the play with Ivern as well. Some people get them in trouble because of his seed, bringing you a little too close. Doesn't really hurt in the 80 carries because it keeps you at range, but it's been interesting to see the interactions and how people take to them. Contracts instantly on the blue. It's pretty clean set on this. The early part of the jungle obviously isn't really anything to fall behind on. We'll have to see once it gets from that first back.
This is definitely pretty standard stuff. Just sets up his seeds across the map. You go over the blue buff, you smite that, so you have the mana coming back to continue to pick up and kind of place down your passive even more. And as you arrive on the other side of the map, those camps are ready to collect, so you have a very fast, easy early clear here on Ivern. And you can even see that Acadian move very quickly up to his double buff, so he's going to have a quick double buff start, and we'll have to track where he wants to go after this, what he's really trying to get done here. If he wants to go for an early gank, if that's what he feels like Ivern cannot match.
He's playing kind of Ivern timer, as you may know. Feels pretty confident to go for top scuttle, as they almost would have matched. But like I said, it's the clean up. Froggen on the siege wave, actually getting hit up pretty hard.
And Jensen was able to land a full combo there, and I do think it's going to be tough in the 1v1 for Froggen in this matchup in particular. But his hope is obviously to kind of push in, to get things done that way, and really to make the plays around the map, not necessarily in mid lane.
I love this, the slight tell when mid laners start playing to the top and bottom of river. Cloud9 and Fox trading quite a bit of HP in the bot lane. Sneaky pretty healthy coming out of this, though.
And that's the big thing to track, right? So supports trade HP, but Keith took damage and Sneaky really didn't, and that's where you are going to get that edge. You can see Cloud9 is respecting the power of these early Kha'Zix ganks. They had an early ward in the river. Now they have one topside where they're going to be able to track Kha'Zix on that camp there if he tries to wrap around behind Impact, and Contracts into the mid lane. That's flashed down already.
He's going to back immediately. He says, my flash is down. I'll let these minions crash into my turret, and I can get back in time. Might be a repeat going into the Froggen. Acadian kind of hatching wards on that side. Impact, I believe, is toying with him pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. They had this all warded out. They're expecting the early ganks from him. The question is, did Impact actually bait himself out with it? And he is going to be okay going in there. And at the same time,
minion damage.
This is going to mean Contracts gets the entire bot side jungle probably from Acadian, and maybe gets even a wraparound gank here.
Both wards are up for Fox here. If they lose somebody, would have been a big error. They need to get some vision out, especially 4.5 minutes into the game. And they actually avoid that one. A summoner from gate.
But look at this, Contracts. You know, he smited away the Krugs. Now he walks back to collect the Raptors. And that's a couple more camps going his way from his enemy's jungle. So he is going to be able to be a little bit ahead in that regard. And so far, both junglers matching each other pretty well. Acadian not able to get anything done right off the bat, though.
Flash is down. They are making the rinse and repeat gank. A few more hits. He hits the root. It's going to be one more hit. Don't do that. Contracts box his auto attack so Jensen can get the kill. Very well played. And they were setting that one up.
Really nice pathing from Contracts as he's able to make the repeat gank already, thanks to his control of that bot side. And
oh, terrible.
It's got to be frustrating for Froggen, already ganked twice a couple minutes into the game. He's going to be so far behind. The farm plus that first blood, Jensen's going to take over.
I was going to say, you got to go forward on that. Gate actually took a step backwards, thinking it was the disengage. That would have very well been a kill. Smoothie didn't even have to flash out. Contract finally back in with his gingerbread cookies.
Such a ridiculous skin.
Let's see this one more time in mid lane. And you can see Jensen even walks up, and then Froggen's like, that's too much. You're coming too close.
Yeah, and Froggen, you know, popped the summoner spell pretty early there. He did show respect to it, but with that big minion wave there, double flash committed, Froggen didn't have his flash available, so there's nothing he can really do unless he avoids that skill shot. So now down a lot of farm. Jensen will make the base, and he's going to be quite a lot ahead. Look at that. I mean, look at that buy.
And control wards. One thing we definitely see Cloud9 doing is that first back. Usually they do it all together, are very closely synced. They all come out with one of those control wards, and they continue to do so. Now down towards the bot. Smoothie's doing a little warding by himself. Also mid, we talked about this before. Smoothie being able to leave a lot more than Gate leaving the lane. He's more so always with Keith, keeping that much, much safer. So just that added vision is much more information in the early game.
Things looking good again for Cloud9. Looper, you know, something to be said for his CS lead in top lane. You know, he has been winning that early matchup. Impact can have the advantage of being able to get that back by sitting in side lanes more often because he has the stand united, so that's something that does work in his favor. But early game, Nautilus is very, very strong. You can kind of outstat a lot of the other tank tops, and you can kind of get edges that way.
He's doing a very nice job of that CS lead too, just crashing waves into Impact's turret. Looper feeling much better this game, as it did not go well for him against Impact's Rumble. The red goes over to Jensen. They're going to start being able to share these, which is much, much nicer.
Especially when you're taking them away from your opponent.
Yeah.
It feels really good. And that red buff, you may say, why Syndra? Well, it is going to give him extra damage on the auto attack trades, obviously, but a lot of it is also about the HP regen. So when you are, you know, not getting hit by your opponent, you are going to be continuously regenning more health, and that's going to give you a trading edge quite a bit in this sort of matchup.
What they did to Envy yesterday, Contracts and Jensen would just trade it back to his core key over and over. I think it took about 30 minutes just for them to get one of their blues, and even one of those was stolen by Jensen's rocket alone. So they give teams a whole hell of a lot of trouble with this Ivern pickup and not being able to source their mid laner a blue. Smoothie taking some damage. Another wave crashing into mid here, or I'm sorry, the bot lane. As Gate takes a bit of damage. Things slowed down after the first gank, but Contracts is still going to be looking for information here as he heads into the jungle.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he does have to be careful about finding himself in a straight-up fight with Acadian, but with Daisy and the shields and everything, he certainly can go pretty aggressive and walks right in, takes both his buffs away on this clear, and there's nothing Acadian can do about it because his mid laner shoved in.
Can't help but not laugh.
Yeah, I mean,
ridiculous.
It's super frustrating for the Kazakhs, though.
Laugh, I should say.
I mean, your top laner is in base, your mid laner is shoved in. Nothing you can do about that besides give it up. So he makes the smart play, but this is going to be a 4 buff clear for C9.
Contracts making this Ivern pickup look much more juicy here. But I wonder how many people have actually looked at this in the NA LCS. We keep going for Rengar, we keep going for Rek'Sai. Even Lee gets in there for a few teams, and Elise.
Well, if they haven't looked at it before this week, everyone is going to be practicing it this week. I mean, I honestly feel like people should have picked it up earlier. This is a champion that has been very strong for a long time and has been showcased in the EU LCS to great success. You know, it was 12-3 in competitive play before it got shown in NA LCS. So this is a champion that has been smashing, right? And the fact that people hadn't picked it up, I felt like was an error. And certainly now that TSM and C9 are picking it up, as soon as the top teams in a region pick something up, the other teams generally do follow after that. So I think we will see more and more of Ivern in the coming weeks.
I don't think it's too much to, you kind of have to not base the composition around it, but know how to play around it, know what it's going to do. And it also, now that C9 has it, goes into the pick ban phase, where do you really take away Ivern from contracts because he can play anything else just as good? This is one of the ones he's just shown us now.
And that's why champion pools are so important, right? Being able to play these extra champions, add contracts to the list of another guy who you can't really attack and pick ban as well, right? If you have these really strong, not as meta picks, at least not as meta in the region, you can always get advantages in pick ban. It's like, oh great, you're an incredible Singed player. Well, do they ban that out against you? How do they get their edges? TP coming in. Looper wants this.
Gonna start tickling. Oh, flash straight into it. Oh, the hook! There's the stand united, but they do not stand united. They stand separated on that one. Impact gets stopped to the top lane and continues to farm.
That is one thing that Kazakhs can do that contracts cannot, is
a bing bang boom.
Pop your AD carry. That said, a lot committed to the bot side, so we'll find out what C9 is able to get back after this. A gate almost did go down. You know, top lane is being pushed in for Impact, so he's getting that farm advantage kind of evened out, and we'll be able to deny some of this and also get a decent amount of damage down on top turret because he has the red buff from Ivern. So watching this once again here, it was a good engage, and Smoothie trying to get dope with the exhaust.
Frogging under the turret, thinks twice, gets himself out of that one with the ghost. Thought he could take down Smoothie, but the support doing a bit more damage than he thought.
It's a good try from Froggen, but the exhaust is something you always have to calculate in, and especially with that like early deficit that Froggen had, and the fact that he's not building any CDR, your first ultimate failing really feels bad because he's already down, 30 CS to Jensen. Jensen has that first blood gold. He's on a full completed item. Froggen has no lucidity boots, no Morello, nothing like that. He's having to build a little bit more tanky, and really desperately needed that ultimate to work to kind of stay more relevant in this game.
Well, even without a turret drop, it looks like Fox is going to try something tricky here on Impact. Impact does have teleport to get somewhere if this goes wrong, but they just showed themselves.
Rotation.
Yeah, they just want the aggression.
They just want the turret. They're going to try to rush it down, and we'll see if they can get it first. It's going to be a bit of a race. With Kazakhs going up to topside as well, I think that Echo Fox should get first turret, and they certainly will. So really nice move from them. They were actually losing their lanes, but yet they get first turret because they make the rotation. And this is a play that more teams need to show respect to because we've seen it time and time again in the NA LCS now. And Echo Fox is even pushing for the tier 2 because they have the lead on this push. They're going to get 2 turrets, and they had no business getting that with the stage they were in the game.
Froggen has dipped into the top side of the jungle as well, so if anybody feels comfortable about rotating through that side of C9, they don't feel comfortable. Cloud9's back. They're going to lose second tier. And it looks like the strats here activated by Echo Fox, but
good
can
stuff.
They keep it going? It looks good for now, but Cloud9's very good at reacting and adapting.
They certainly are, and it's not like some massive lead or whatever, but this put them right back in it, right? This gives a bunch of global gold over to the team, so to their members who are struggling, they're going to be able to now get some item completions.
That's a good point. Helping the whole bank account.
I mean, that's the role complete for Froggen, right? He didn't actually get much done there, but just that global gold gifts him an item completion, puts him in a place where he's more relevant in the game and can hopefully make more plays from there, and they can look to get advantages off of that. So I think it's a really smart play from Echo Fox, especially from their losing position, to be able to get not only first turret, but a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah. This would be real nice for Cloud9 with their double AD composition between Varus and Emma. Trade over once again. And it still goes to the center. Today I learned.
Yeah.
Never had a Syndra throw it out.
Yeah, I did not know you could channel. I thought it was going to kind of reset on him and run back before he could actually channel it, but that's pretty crazy. Oh, Froggen.
Oh boy. Ooh. A nice flash. We both got a ooh out of both of us. I don't think it's going to last very long, though. Daisy's about to send him straight flying into the air. There it is. And Sneaky takes down Frog.
Yeah, and they had enough control there to gift it over to their AD, which is really nice. If you look at the farm advantages in bottom mid lane for C9, that's looking a little bit scary. So gifting a kill over there to Sneaky 2 means he's going to be way up in gold and in power. Nice catch, though.
Hello, good day. Smoothie didn't see him standing there and no longer is standing there himself. Jensen is dodging out the curtain call. And Fox, this is how Fox fights. They don't like to stop, whether they have the full 5 or just few around. Acadian loves to get in and attack. We heard these coming in his kind of interviews in the beginning. A lot of junglers say they're aggressive, but they don't show it. This guy wants to show it.
He certainly does want to, and he really has done a great job of doing it. He's been one of the best junglers in the NA LCS period, despite being on one of the teams that is not really at the top of the table. And especially on Kha'Zix, he's looked incredible. He's right back at it this game, definitely making things happen for Echo Fox, involved in both their kills.
Eye in the sky. Pop out. Again, a lot committed for this. Looper comes all the way in on the teleport. Bullet time is going to miss. Just a splash on Fox. Looper low, but he still wants to rip back. Shield coming in. Acadian all the way to the back. And 3 members, they get contracts, but that's the life of Looper. Acadian now fighting Impact back and forth. Froggen slowly stepping in, but that's a ward in the brush from Cloud9. So Froggen was still in vision. They also have vision as he continues to roam in. Fox peels back on this one, getting 2, as where we usually see them try to go for more and lose the most.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that was good patience to not dive in, not kind of show that desperation to get more. They're actually up in gold this game, and they catch Jensen on the ward. TP coming in, full commitment to this play, really nice. Fast reaction from Impact on that Stand United, but this is really key from Smoothie. Smoothie kind of kept them from getting devastated in this fight by zoning Froggen off his carry, keeping him alive longer, allowing him to get more done in the fight, but it still does go Echo Fox's way in the 2-for-1 trade, and it could have gone a lot worse as, I mean, if they weren't already chunked out, they could have kind of more aggressively chased in and probably picked up some of those kills.
Ooh, that's close. Heal quick. Insta spike. Cloud9 moving their numbers to the top side. They want to crush this turret down. It does not look like they will be uncontested. Fox continues to put their guys wherever Cloud9 goes now.
This is 4 men in the top lane, though, and they have TP available on Impact, so we'll see how they want to defend this. Oh, they're going in.
Sneaky low, one more shot. It's going to be the block. Smoothie gets just enough range between them, so it's not an AoE. Get out alive, but also hold off the top turret, which is quite big for them. So they're going to get a little more gain in those lanes as the minions push up. And they can start to work some wards towards the inside of this map where we see Jensen, where we see contracts. Once Fox can get the wards that deep, they're the ones that can make the quicker rotations.
Definitely will be able to. Pretty hyphy play, though, from Gate. As I figured, you know, with that flash forward, Froggen would be coming in, but him not having his ultimate available seemed pretty unlikely they were actually going to get that kill because Smoothie was always going to be there to block the shot. Either way, they do defend the turret, as you said, and that is important, and Froggen is kind of scaling up. He's not having the best of games, but he's in the side waves, he's picking up CS, and he's going to be looking to try to make some plays. Ooh.
Oh, they could have eaten Sneaky alive there. They hesitated. Yeah, they hesitated for a second, but said, wait, we have more vision. And we can see other members of Cloud9. So Sneaky becoming a liability here as we get into the middle part of the game. I don't know, middle, we're only 17 minutes in. Things just started popping off.
I mean, Acadian just keeps finding these picks. He's done a great job of setting up around vision, looking for those kills, and you know he is keeping his team very well in this game. I mean, they're up a little bit of gold. It's not a massive lead, but they're looking strong, and now being level 11, getting the resets means he can play even more aggressively with that.
Looks like he keeps hovering Gate here. He's like, Gate bait. Gate, I'm going to cast you out, make it look juicy, throw a ward in for a check or a face check, and then we just kill somebody. Let's try what they actually tried to do last game with Anivia as well. Anivia and some Nidalee spears coming through. They just couldn't lock down their target. Now they have the Kha'Zix, and those targets are falling as they want them.
One thing to keep in mind, though, is a locket is going to be built up for contracts when you have the redemption, when you have the locket, when you have the exhaust, and you have the trigger seed and the shields. There's so many things that do come in that make it tougher and tougher to get those picks the later you get in the game. Because if you jump in on Sneaky and locket shield goes up, redemption goes down, the Ivern shield, you have the Stand United, there's so many things. But they're looking for a play here in the mid lane. Jensen's hot.
They haven't really focused on the curtain call, so the follow-up damage doesn't really get anybody. Froggen's the first one. way in front. Gets himself out of that one. A little scary, but they're going to be all right. A nice try coming in from Fox again. Looper coming in from the side to try and initiate. But they do the curtain call. It's almost like an activation for Cloud9 to be wary of something that's coming.
Yeah, and Impact very quickly responds. I like the fact that he's not waiting until his teammates are low to use that ultimate, so he's actually always getting in there, and Keith almost going down. Jensen will be okay.
Should be good, Daisy. It's funny you say that, because that's always the way you almost learn to use Shen All. It's like, okay, they're almost dying, now do it.
Yeah, I mean, people watch health bars, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, does he need it? Oh yeah, he needs it, I'm gonna go now. But the problem with that is, oftentimes, the teleport doesn't actually complete. Oh, and Acadian doesn't have his jump, I don't
Root
think.
Caller, Chain of Corruption was missed.
Yeah.
Beautifully held by Contracts.
He jumped into that Dragon Pit from behind.
Yeah.
If you get caught there, that's what we talked about with the Blast Cone, right? If you can use that to get in, you have the jump to get out. But he didn't in that case. Ends up going down.
Womp womp. Good hold, good plays.
That feels real bad for Echo Fox, too.
It does. They've been keeping things in their favor. I was going to say they're playing very, very well, but it seems like they got a little ahead of themselves, thinking that bottom side of the river just continuously is theirs. And now Cloud9 takes a bit of it back, and they move their residents forward. Taking down the mid turret, you thought it would have been Cloud9 that would fall with the way this game has been going.
It was an overreach from Acadian. I understand he wants to be able to really extend that lead and to get something more, but they didn't have the vision. They didn't really have the control to be able to go for that, so he gives up the shutdown and an Infernal to his opponents, as well as the mid lane turret, all off of that play. So that's a lot of gold, as well as that kind of late game power for them. Oh, that's Syndra.
Closing the gate. Jensen walks away with a kill for himself. Things that shouldn't happen on the Rift.
Oh, here comes Acadian, though. They want Jensen. He's dodging everything.
Redemption went down. He'll be safe on that one. Looper wanted to stay out of it for the damage. Impact looking for a double taunt here if he can get him. No, they go for Looper. They want the tank. They're going to cut the meat down on this one. Rush not doing too much help. They get the grasping root, or should say root caller down, and they're still on to Looper. Acadian doing his damnedest to say, get away from my tank, but they don't even worry about the bug. They just take Looper straight from 100 to 0.
This is great play from Jensen. I mean, he dodges pretty much every curtain call shot, and then Looper misses his hook in. That could have been an easy kill for them if they were able to have that skill shot accuracy, but they do not land the hits on Jensen. He dodges them out. That nets them a kill.
These are pivotal, too, because he's been using Cleanse quite often when the depth charge gets on him, when he's slowed in these fights. So not having that makes his dodges that much more good for the team to stay safe. Or that much better, I should say. That much more good. We're good on English today. 36.5 to 35. Cloud9 within that last fight and shutting down Contracts for the team at 3 kills is a good bit of gold for everyone. Next Dragon's going to be an Infernal, 1 Mountain, and then probably 2 Infernals as we see what happens here once again.
Yeah, it really is. Jensen gets tagged for the first, but just good dodge. Dodges the third. The last one not able to hit either. The hook misses, and now it's been fully turned around, right? They have no threat anymore. It's in full retreat as Impact and Contracts come in. They're able to eventually chase down Looper. As it's so hard to get away from an Ivern because he can continuously throw out those root callers. The trigger seeds slow you down as well, and Daisy's knocking you up. So there's kind of the 3 forms of CC when trying to escape that Ivern, and if you commit to a bad fight, you almost always get punished by Ivern.
6.5 seconds right now on Root Caller. So basically when you get out of it, expect another one.
Yeah, and this slow can be coming in the meantime.
Exactly.
And then there's the Daisy knockup. So it's all 3 of those. Just means it's so tough to ever get away from this guy. So you need to be really sure you're going to win a fight when you go in, or there's almost no escape.
Things are only getting tougher here for Fox. We have seen that they can hold off when they play from behind, but getting that lead back in their favor is something they need to find to do this year. Cloud9 is really one of the bigger tests of that, but to show against Cloud9 and take them 40-plus minutes, it means they definitely can find a way in. It's just Cloud9 does not allow it most of the time. They've been so good at keeping the defense up.
They really have it, and you can see that the TF Ultimate is forced there just because of the amazing amount of vision that Cloud9 has. Look at all these pink wards. There's 4 pink wards in the Baron area. So Echo Fox has no idea if they were on it. And there's also bushes on it, so they had to actually pop the TF ult just to see if they were doing Barons. That's one of their big playmaking abilities, taken away just like that.
It does, it kind of puts a setback timer on you. You're like, all right, another 60 seconds. We actually had our minion wave in position there, but now we can't use that. So yeah, one thing was in the spot, but now we got to get it back.
And C9 can always threaten this Baron. They can just keep moving over there, and if you don't have a blue trinket or a TF ult or something, you have to be able to face check it, and you're not going to get away with that against Cloud9. I mean, look how scared they have to be. Cloud9 isn't on the Baron, but they could be, right?
Quite scary. They move up. Ping's going on to Baron, both teams. They're going to have a little bit of vision there.
Yeah, they had the blue trinket did come down, but that gets cleared out, and now once again into darkness. At what point will Cloud9 actually make the call to go to that Baron and start it up? They really want to get a pick first because they don't want to risk throwing away this lead that they have built up, and they're in a great position, so they don't have to start it up, but they certainly could. The other thing going on here is, I mean, Looper is coming up to the team, wants to be ready for a fight. Impact's pushing in the waves, right? Impact is always split pushing, so he's picking up CS advantage, XP advantage, etc.
Kind of think, when are they going to fight? Cloud9 is like, we're okay. Looper's about to do a crap load of damage to this turret. You're the people that need to move, and that's exactly what they're waiting on.
And now it was Acadian was actually going bot side. They were considering going for a pick onto Impact, but if you make that call, then you better kill that guy really fast and get back to the Baron, because C9 will immediately go for the Baron if multiple members try to answer Impact in that bot lane.
He's actually hovered. I think they saw him, but obviously it doesn't matter. He can just ult up to this spot. Ooh. All shots on Jensen. Curtain call is down now, so a little bit of a pressure relief here for Cloud9 if they did want to try a fight.
Yeah, nice shots there from Keith. Hits them all, but no follow-up damage, and those Ivern shields do keep you from getting lower, and you have to remember that the Jhin ultimate, the 4-shot, is like an execute, so the lower you are, the more damage it deals, and he didn't get that low. That said, at least Echo Fox will be able to finally get in and get some vision control. That's 3 pink wards cleared out. They probably won't be able to get the one near the mid lane, but they're actually getting some back and aren't going to be at as much of a threat.
Sometimes it looks bad. You're like, there are so many wards there. It just takes time. Play safe. Don't lose a few members and those wards won't move forward. You eventually clear them out. Still, that doesn't mean that Fox can move forward just yet. Echo Fox been having trouble.
Oh, they're looking for the fight.
As I say it, Froggen's going to go in great. Make it rain, slows down Froggen, and really they can only fight Daisy at this point. He gets scattered backward. Chain's gonna connect on 3, and that's the re-engage as Cloud9
nice ult from Gate, though.
Awesome, in. They popped up from the Stranglethorn, and it is going to try and be the re-engage again from Cloud9. Looper gets hit up with, even with all of C9 members flying through the air, they hit the ground, and they hit the ground fighting.
Yeah, Gay had an incredible ultimate there, but the locket, the exhaust, everything stops Acadian from zeroing out that kill. And now it's C9 right onto the Baron, and this one is going to be nigh impossible to stop. You can't even see the Baron with that objective, and Gate's dead. Ouch. I mean, the Ivern bushes are so frustrating to play against. There's nothing you can do. Like, how do you actually deal with that? You don't even know what the health of the Baron is, so there's not even really a chance to go for a steal.
Ridiculous. We'll see it here again. And as I'm saying, kind of Fox cleared out those wards. They feel confident. Let's do it. They're grouped up. Let's hit them.
And here is that fight once more time. You actually saw a wasted flash there from Looper, not able to get anything. The disengage very easy. It looks like it's already a disaster fight, but then Gate goes in and tries to make something happen. And look at this ultimate. He lands the roots. He lands it on everyone. Everyone gets low. Katie wants to go for the execution, but the instant exhaust, plus the shields, plus the redemption, all lands, denying that kill. Cannot get the reset in. The extra kill going over onto Looper, but I'm not sure really what happened with that initiation. Pretty sloppy. I mean, the flash expended from Looper doesn't even get close to anyone, and Froggen ulted in pretty far away from anyone as well, so they couldn't have anything going.
That's the one thing that continues to come back when I think about these initiations is we see Keith's curtain call. It makes C9 aware. We see those TF gates. It makes C9 aware. And they're always good at reacting to a fight. So it's very hard when these come in 2 to 3 seconds ahead of time. And then it's even harder when you actually don't get that engage that you want. Like you said, Froggen coming in very late, slowed down. So it becomes even more difficult, the fact that they're tipping off Cloud9.
Yeah, it really needs to be all at the same time, right? You know, the Nautilus ultimate has to be coming through as the TF ultimate's coming through, as the Zyra's flashing forward. Like, all these things have to happen at the same time, and it's not quite there yet from Echo Fox. You know, Looper was really not on the same page as the team there, it felt like, and Froggen couldn't get close enough. So when that happens, it tends to go bad, and there's so much protection from the assassination of Acadian that as long as C9 stay grouped, it's really hard for the Kazakhs to participate. I mean, he started 3-0-1, he was killing people left and right, but now, how do you actually jump in and kill someone without just dying?
It's going to be tough. We did not see the behind Ivern this game, as Acadian said, most fall behind in the scrims he watches. We actually saw Contracts take over the jungle, relieving pressure on the lanes and allowing Cloud9 to really come out strong here. Shots fired out. Obviously, you're going to think twice. Huge Stand United shield onto Contracts. He doesn't even have to worry. Gate is going to be taken out as he thought that was a safe distance, but there is no more safe distance on the map with Cloud9 piling through. Train on the tracks now headed for the middle inhibitor. 40 seconds on these death timers are going to give Cloud9 a lot of time to play in the base.
I think this could just be the game if Cloud9 want to go for it. They have been super risk averse, so they might not try to end it here. But Baron minions in the base, long death timers, and they are all very, very healthy.
They still got that Daisy to walk them right in. Good minions on the turrets. It's going to be the Deadly Flourish and everything that Keith can deliver, but he's running out of ammo. They're running out of time, and they're running out of games in this series. It's going to be a win for Cloud9. They're going to come up with another 2-0. And Cloud9 moves to 6-0 in the NA LCS.
Still perfect, looking great this season is Cloud9. And, you know, although Echo Fox, they fought them pretty tight in game 1, game 2 felt more one-sided, and it didn't feel like they could really get Froggen going in this one, who has been such a big player for them.
Yep.
You know, when he got put so far behind in the early game, it really did set them back, and Cloud9 was able to capitalize, continuously take away the buffs with the Ivern, and it just felt like smooth sailing from there.
That seems like such a hard thing to fight against. I mean, TF's not going to need blue all the time. It is difficult to clear those waves. We saw him kind of falling behind against Syndra, but you expect that to be kind of Froggen's lane. This is another one of those comfort picks for him. And it really is Cloud9 coming together as a team and really hitting hard. But you question what happens when Echo Fox can do that, and when can that happen for them?
Yeah, and I think that they're close. I mean, they are improving, certainly. You know, you hope for Echo Fox that they're not going to get too discouraged from this 0-2 week after their resurgence last week, because they still, even in these losses, look much better than week 1. And they are close, but, you know, with a team like Cloud9, you have to make every little thing count, right? And Froggen falling behind, you know, maybe if he wasn't so behind, that bot lane first ultimate kills off Smoothie because he was very close there. Yeah. These little things can help you snowball and can really change the outcome of a game. But because he never got to that stage, because he could never zero out, you know, even really to support, he couldn't get to his split push going. He couldn't get the map unlocked. They couldn't really have the game kind of moving in their favor. And with that not being able to happen, Kha'Zix, how can he get involved, right? How can he get the picks? Because Cloud9 just simply grouped up as a squad and didn't let that happen.
It seems like they're as much on the page as they kind of say they are. There may just be a few communication issues with Fox wanting to go in, and maybe they're not communication issues. Maybe it's getting hungry in those games when things do keep coming up short. That plays on your mentality a lot, and it absolutely plays on your mentality when you play these compositions that can zero out somebody when you might be able to get it and you're going just a little too far each time. It really becomes difficult.
It certainly is, but Looper, I definitely think, you know, he needs to work a little bit better with his team for them to take that next step, but still they are improving and there's a lot of positives to take away from them.
Different comps as well. They're coming through picks and bans with different things. They're trying to work around the fact that they're looking to ban out Froggen and Nivea gets hit there, but they're definitely making sure Froggen doesn't get the champs he can super carry the games on. We see how troublesome it is for the Nivea, and teams recognize that. So I don't know, maybe more in the pool for Echo Fox. It's hard to say when you're already 2 weeks in and you're kind of working the compositions of the meta. We will have to see. For a breakdown on that series, let's check in with our analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Cloud9 remain undefeated here, 6-0 on the split, a 12-2 game record. I mean, they're looking hot, and it doesn't look like very many teams are going to be able to take them down or even take it to them.
But I mean, these two games were like maybe a little bit sloppier, where there were a couple more pickoffs, but like hardly anything to get worried about. They basically took care of business. The games were still relatively quick, especially once they start getting leads.
Yeah, and I know we kind of got into this habit last year early on when Echo Fox wasn't doing great, but Echo Fox doesn't feel like a pushover to me. Right. So that's why they were kind of able to fight back. Froggen's a strong mid laner, Lupin's a strong top laner, and they put up a fight. Like, Acadian was scary for certain parts of that game, but Cloud9 has had much better teamwork, had that small lead, and were able to pull everything out.
Right. I mean, Acadian had a CS lead. In many of his games, he is by far and away the strongest early game jungler in the lead. And here again, we saw him building up a CS lead against that Ivern, who typically has a pretty easy time out farming his opponents. This Ivern look on contracts, what is our thoughts there? Because this is a player that we've seen perform well on the Kha'Zix and Lee Sins and the such, but very different play style here.
I actually think it looks really good. He is basically Jensen's babysitter. He's always there, and so, you know, Ivern's a great pick for doing that. You want to spend a lot of time around mid. You don't need to spend a ton of time clearing. So he goes mid really early, forces the flash out, and then they repeat gank him, and they pick up a kill on Froggen, which holds Froggen down a ton. He ends up a bunch of CS down off the back of these kinds of plays, and that's what Contract's main job on C9 is make sure Jensen gets ahead. And I think Ivern's a great pick for doing that.
Yeah, and speaking of Contracts as well, I'm going to do some of my favorite results-based analysis.
Let's do it.
I like putting Contracts on the variable junglers instead of just being on a carry, because he has kind of proven, even throughout Challenger when he was making his way up, as a young player, he's very capable of playing almost everything. Like, this is not a guy who struggles to pick up new champions or new styles for that matter. Not to mention, Cloud9's a team who can play around a lot of different carries. So you're able to put him on the Ivern, not need him to carry, and just camp for Jensen.
Right now, you mentioned that Echo Fox is not a pushover team. This series did prove exactly that. Even in the 2-0, there was still a bit of contention between the two teams. It wasn't until this 26-minute fight here that we're about to see 3-0 for Cloud9 in the mid lane that they really got control of this one.
This is where you see the power of the Ivern and exactly what it can do. C9 trying to get some poke down onto Echo Fox. Echo Fox with the TF ult coming in. Looks like they're going to be able to try and get a pick onto somebody. And then, you know, Contract flashes out right away.
Daisy's like soloing Gate out over here on the left side of the screen.
Right, and then they get some CC onto Frog, and they say, all right, let's jump on him, and then Sneaky gets caught out, but it's a total bait with the Shen ult coming in, the Ivern shield, as well as the locket that he tends to build to throw down the Redemption.
And the exhaust.
So much, you know, ways to keep a character alive.
Yeah, and that's one of the tricky things is you change the way you have to team fight. Ivern has this massive mid-game power spike as C9 was able to just kind of continue this play into the Invisible Baron and pick off Gate on the side of that fight. Is Ivern gets to Locket and Redemption faster than any other champion in the game is ever going to get there, because he doesn't need items to clear the jungle. He just builds boots, and then immediately the two most powerful support items. Doesn't even have to worry about sight.
Right, you sit on that Hunter's Talisman, and you build straight into those items.
And those items are so insane in team fights of just blocking enemy engages. It's quite impressive.
Also cheap.
They made great use of it there.
Yeah, they're very cheap. Contracts will be picking up player of the game here for getting Jensen ahead. Of course, the Syndra and Jensen has always been a top performer for the team when he does get ahead, but he's relying sometimes on those ganks and the attention there from Contracts to the mid lane. But this 2-0 look here, as we've got these guys behind us, just joining us for the Analyst segment. Lemonation, what do you think of that game?
I love my old team.
Yes, there it is. All right, fabulous. No, but this look on C9, the 2-0 here, I mean, they are out to a hot start here, 6-0. What is the key to beating this squad? Because we saw two different looks from them today. We saw impact on the Rumble this time around in game 1. So they don't necessarily have to play just through that stereotypical tank top lane, carry-ish jungler, you know, through to the bottom lane support ADC.
They don't need to, but I think their first game victory, they did look a little shakier. There were a lot more pickoffs, a lot more random scrappy fights that happened. And I know they're playing, you know, a team with, you know, no tanks. It's not as easy to close the game out when you're ahead without that. But I think that's something that maybe teams can try and force onto C9, because they seem to always have defensive options. In Game 2, we see the Shen, we see the Ivern, we've seen Taric, we've seen these very supportish style champions in a variety of roles. And when you take all those away, you might be able to force this kind of like really explosive game where hopefully a team stacks up better individually to contest them.
Yeah, my theory on how you might be able to take down C9 is looking at some of the inconsistencies they had in the past, where Jensen goes off some games or falls back very few games. And he still has the resource allocation of last split, where he has the highest percentage of minions killed post 15 minutes of any mid laner in the NA LCS. So he's kind of a farm hog. So if you can stop him from getting started early, then they're going to struggle in team fights, since they do most of the time throw impact on a top lane tank, and Sneaky's usually on the utility AD carry. So I'd want to try and win through mid lane.
I think someone needs to find a way to disrupt that playstyle, because it's always tank top. You have Contracts camping for Jensen mid to get him ahead, and Smoothie, who many agree is the best support in the league right now, has a crazy champion pool to counter anything out and always get priority by himself, basically. And so if you can break up that kind of game plan, you might have a chance.
Yeah, this is all theory, though, because they're undefeated. It's not like Jensen's an easy person to beat. He's one of the best mid laners, maybe the best mid laner in North America, so...
I was about to say, the theory is great, but in practice is a totally different story, because what exactly is the way that you break up this strategy put together by Cloud9? Do you just send your jungler mid and try and win the 2v2 then against Contracts and Jensen?
Spend 3
That's
blue
probably
side
not a
bans,
2v2 that I want to take, right? So then do I go top lane and try and abuse the tank and keep impact down so that he can't affect the map the rest of the way? Or do I go and try and turn the 2v2 that Smoothie and Sneaky have started to win in this split? I mean, previous splits, people have been pointing at that lane as the, you know, kind of the the lackluster one for Cloud9. Well, they've stepped up huge this time around. Do I have to attack that weakness?
I mean, it's a great question, James. I don't think Jad or I are going to be like, yep, that's what you do. But I think that's
well, then why are you even here, Mark?
Yeah,
why do I have you on the desk?
Do you want me to?
If you can't give me the answers.
Yeah,
I'm looking
Go
for.
coach an LCS team that needs to beat C9. And that's the thing that happens when a team hasn't lost yet, is you have to be, you have to have your own theory on what will beat them because you haven't seen it go into practice yet.
Right, you're going to be the first one to do it when it happens.
Yeah.
Right, it's the kind of thing where, especially like maybe one team figures it out, and then you can start copying a little bit more. We saw the way that happened against Team Liquid with TSM and P1, the fact that you can kind of force this Kha'Zix Rengar matchup onto them when you're on the blue side. A team really hasn't found a way to exploit C9 a little bit even like that, where they just look worse in general, because most of their games, like we said, are 2-0s, most of their series. So there's not quite a foundation for other teams to experiment with, but the first team to do that will hopefully lay the groundwork.
All right, well, here's C9's opponents next week: Team Liquid and FlyQuest. Now, I would have to.
C9 too.
I was going to say, I would have to assume if we're going to look at any team that might be able to poke a hole into C9's strategy, FlyQuest could be the team to do it. There's still some familiarity between the teams, obviously, between Jensen and Sneaky. They've had experience playing with High. High might have some ideas of how to pick apart this squad and hand them their first loss.
Yeah. So that's going to be a really tricky game for a couple of reasons. But if FlyQuest were to get an edge, I think it's because they throw a curveball when compared to the rest of the LCS. Their draft phase is so much different than all the other draft phases. With Evelyn throwing in there, High's champion pool, it can at least be different because C9 is so good at playing the game that everyone else is playing.
On the topic of the of champion select, you were mentioning FlyQuest has some very interesting champ selects where they're willing to leave up, for example, LeBlanc in place of the Kha'Zix. And I know, Jet, you have some thoughts around Kha'Zix kind of as that fourth power pick, maybe even becoming a top 3 power pick.
Yeah, Mark and I were talking about this a lot. Is Kha'Zix the 4th OP, and does that make him the 3rd OP on red side? Because blue side has this huge blue side win rate right now, but is that just because they always have Kha'Zix? Like, he breaks open so many games.
Right, there's no comparable jungler when you ban out, Rengar, LeBlanc, Camille, and then they get Kha'Zix. There's no matchup you take where it's like that close, and people are trying Ivern now, but it still doesn't look great, so it's tough.
Ultimately, C9 still looking hot, running undefeated here through week 3. It's time now for us to toss you over to NA LCS 1, where FlyQuest and Immortals are getting ready for Game 2. FlyQuest up 1-0 in that series. Take a look.
Of his next flank, right? Because he's building up all this extra AP. And then also it's always nice to have Shen on your team because it helps you out in any of the situations where you were a bit too aggressive.
Absolutely agree. And of course, you got to give honorable mention to Altec, who had a lot of damage as well. 100% KP for the beginning of that game. But you talk about one bot laner playing well on Altec. The Immortals bot lane was disappointing, and doubly so because we saw glimmers of hope with this squad. Their shot calling mid game was fine, but the bot lane, again, 0, 11, and 8, I think, was their scoreline, and that is just incredibly rough, and that's hard to come back from when they're getting killed that badly.
Yeah, and it is rough, too, because, as we said, setting up in draft, FlyQuest were attacking the bottom lane so heavily in their draft phase, but even so, with that, weren't able to play defensively enough to try and limit the problem that really sprung up in that area of the map. I mean, you mentioned the pros there for Immortals. Flame did have a good flash punish there onto High in the mid lane when he overstayed, and they were able to snare and get a little bit of momentum back there. But besides those couple of glimmers, Immortals pretty much need to completely revamp here. Basically, respecting FlyQuest more, because FlyQuest will immediately go for these calls. The thing is that
they're viciously aggressive,
and it really did show as well with the bottom play where they Immortals are going to try and pincer movement, kick out Fly. But the first thing on Fly's agenda is group up as 5, and then they just turn on the members of Immortals that are spread out and able to pick them off. Pretty simple maneuver, actually.
Yeah, they all just kind of collapsed into the river, and you kind of saw that if you can kind of call back in your mind what that play looked like, Immortals thought that it was just going to be High running away up the lane. Like, you saw people get lanterned over the wall. They're all ready to cut them off through Tri-Brush way over on the top side. It's like, no, we're just coming to the river. Now you're spread out, and now we've pinched you off. Now here's the time for the divide and conquer. And we are now into the game. Welcome, everybody, here to FlyQuest versus Immortals Game 2. If you missed it, FlyQuest took Game 1 in a fairly close match, but Moon and Altec did beautifully. Coordination was solid. Immortals going to hope to get a little bit more out of their bot lane, but they are a good enough team to win as we get into picks and bans. Fairly standard blue side, no Kha'Zix allowed for Dardoch, no surprise.
And aside from the obvious of prioritizing your bottom lane picks, you can alleviate some of that pressure by denying things like the Shen that are going to be used probably around that bottom side of the map. because that is another factor. I wouldn't go so far as to say, oh, you need to ban Moon's Evelyn or anything, because you know, gank pressure is always a thing in the bottom lane, no matter what champion it's on. And I don't feel like that one's a super high priority or anything, but especially since FlyQuest have just gone back to Shen over and over. And actually, they're showing right now that they have the highest priority on that champion as
probably
they
any team.
Nab him up again. Bear in mind that this time as well, they also spent a ban towards the top side, towards Maokai, to eliminate that you know, advantage of team fighting that we kind of went over. Immortals, if they had played more defensively and maybe had been able to limit the bleeding, would eventually be able to rely on Maokai, better tank in the 5-on-5 stand-up, but that won't be an option this time around. So maybe it is on Immortals going for some flashy stuff here. I actually really hope, yes, they lock in the Lee Sin for Dardoch.
Yeah. And I want to see Jace in for Flame as well. I feel like if Immortals' best performing players, there we go, is their top side of the map. I feel like you put your eggs in the Flame basket, you boil them up, and you hope that you know, you can actually win some games through top lane.
Okay, if you are drafting this, you need to snowball early. You need to keep up the pressure. Jace has to be pushing turrets non-stop. He's got a Lee Sin at his back to help him out with aggressive plays. You want to whittle down the Shen, try and get him low health, maybe open up dive, maybe at least keep pressure up there, because if you don't, you know, start getting the early turret gold to help you snowball through the mid game, then you will, you know, fall off, or you will fall prey to the cross map plays, because Evelyn and Shen are going to be doing a very similar thing. Jhin again, so they'll probably focus on the bottom side. Altec will jump out to the early lethality build. This time around though, that is important for Cody Sun to be able to actually have a comparable AD carry down there as far as the ramping goes.
Yeah, and I want to see if they can just, you know, get a decent wave clear bot lane in there. They can just kind of shove up and just, you know, not ever really be under major threat, because that was the issue before. And right, you have a very obvious Immortals game plan of trying to pressure for top side, I would expect. And FlyQuest, if they can keep the bot lane pressure going, I think that can be stymied somewhat by proper champs like from Immortals. We'll see. Cassiopeia off the table means 2 teamfight mid laners have already been banned away on the side of FlyQuest. Rise earlier on in the ban phase.
And I would actually expect Immortals to just really keep on going with this. Try and draft a super strong mid lane as well, pushing, you know, maybe a Corki to go along with that poke, add that magic damage from the mid lane, because you really do want to get, you know, the early tempo and keep it. And Corki is definitely a great champion to do that. Plus, Haya has just gone back to that champion over and over and over again, and definitely shown that willingness.
Yeah, well, they do need magic damage out of the mid lane. The rest of their team comp's already physical damage for Immortals, so first pick Corki may be on the table. Syndra dropped off. And of course, now it's Immortals' time to resume picks here. Actually, Morgana, the support pickup, is going to be the grab. So not knowing what the support is of FlyQuest, they're going to grab Morgana here. Technically could flex mid, though I doubt it highly.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to play one of his very standard champions down here.
Yep, his most played, and will continue to be his most played. We'll be fishing for those bindings. Yeah, you can, you know, set up Varus to land some extra damage as well. You know, the bindings and the Varus ultimate can combine for a lot of lockdown if you're able to snare someone and turn that around. This also means you can pull off some pretty good counter ganks sometimes. Luckily for, you know, Evelyn, Moon will have extra speed to try and dodge those bindings. Evelyn's W is really invaluable when you're ganking a lane like that, but you have to be sure to sidestep those, because if you get locked up, they can easily take you down.
So blind pick Zed coming out of high, and keep in mind, Immortals are still allowing Jace to be a flex pick as they haven't shown their true mid laner yet. And in case Bellwether was thinking about playing Jace in the mid lane, I don't feel like that'd be good into Zed all that easily.
The only, I was going to say, the only flex I do see would be a Rumble top, because it's good into Shen, and you really need some magic damage on this team. So even though they're only mousing over at this time, do expect to lock in. They are able to pick that one up. So it's going to be the flex into the Shen to try and get that good matchup still. Even though it's not the Jace, it's still going to be a similar strategy. They're going to have some aggressive solo lanes here, an aggressive jungler, definitely. And Dardoch, huge highlight plays from him on Lee Sin. Definitely one of his favorite champions. And we'll see if he can perform with it here, because he could definitely change the way this entire game goes. If the bottom lane on Morgana and Varus is able to wave clear, as you said, just kind of trade CS, the solo lanes are really set up to help him out. And Evelyn versus Lee Sin is very good if Lee Sin is able to get a beat on her, as long as she doesn't, you know, dodge out your Q and even sometimes if she does dodge out you too early on.
You never know. Well, FlyQuest have changed exactly one champion between game 1 and 2. A new mid laner in High picking up Zed instead of Corki. But Immortals, 5 new champions here, completely revamping the champs, like hoping that a new look for the squad can work out. They are playing a carry top for Flame instead of that tank Maokai, so we may see that pressure up there start paying dividends if Immortals can keep their bot lane afloat this time around, or if Moon can still just capitalize on that and just feast on those players.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be everywhere at once, right? So you need to identify, for Immortals, they probably want to play around top side. The top triangle, basically, of jungle, top laner and mid laner should be where they're trying to create a lot of their plays, considering both of those lanes are a bit volatile. Even though they're hugely bully lanes, they can also, if they do get ganked, it's rough if they get killed early on and blow summoners.
So here we are, game 2, maybe the decider as FlyQuest once again takes to the Rift to take on Immortals. Hoping for some more volatile lanes, as Kobe put it. Flame playing Rumble in the top lane, synergy bonus there, you've got to expect, and Pobelter on the Jason mid. Hoping this one can tilt in their favor with Dardoch on the playmaking Lee Sin. Grabbed that one in the first round. Moon back on his characteristic Evelynn. Finally found a win on it over in the first game of this series. Previously lost both his matches or games against Echo Fox playing that champ despite playing well himself. And FlyQuest hoping to make it a 2-0.
Yeah, I think this is a really intelligent invade here from Immortals because the jungle is going to be a big part of it and Dardoch wants this control. I would expect them to drop off a ward before they leave so they can see where Moon is starting and he can start to get to work in that sort of top triangle. Because remember, yeah, Jace does have range advantage on Zed, and if Jace is good at dodging the first set of Qs, Zed loses a lot of pressure in that lane. But if you get ganked and you die in that lane and Zed gets up to that level 6 earlier, then you really do have to be wary because you can still go for those all-ins. You can tell in the summer spells, though, they're prepared for this. Pobelter with the exhaust, High with the ignite. And, they're going to have to be fairly careful.
Like that quick aggressive trinket out from Moon. Spots that Flame is leashed for Dardoch at the top side. No surprise, but it's always good to have it securely known. Moon once again doing the Raptors start that he did in the prior game, so no leash at all, but you can see lots of bonus XP for him.
Yeah, and Evelynn is definitely one of the champions that it is nice to do that on. As we said, at the start of the game, you do get extra bonus experience for the low level of all those Raptors. And Evelynn has AoE at level 1 with a Q spam. So able to do it fairly healthy. Only 1 charge on the potion used. And always take Talisman on Evelynn because you can get so much health stealing out of that.
Yep,
One
of
my favorite tricks actually is even if you later on in the game don't want to kill the Raptor camp, you can pass by it. You gain 100 to 150 health off of just passing by it, landing Qs as you're running. It still leeches the health, even though you're walking away.
Absolutely. Flame UNC looks for the aggressive trinket ward. Will actually see Moon. Didn't turn invisible yet, so they know what's up with this Evelynn.
Yeah, the cooldown on your pass is pretty long early on.
Yeah.
But regardless, you rarely run into mana problems because you can just walk around invisible for the extra regen later. Dardoch, meanwhile, now that he has that extra information afforded to him by Flame, can make his way actually wherever he wants, go control the scuttles, even go for an invade on Moon. Evelynn has to be super scared, as I said, about any confrontations with Lee Sin, as he will easily outduel her unless the circumstances are heavily changed by laners.
And this is really well played by Immortals. This is one of the benefits of having a best of 3 and having your coaches sit in the back room. This same jungle start for Moon in this one, they pinged with him doing Raptors at level 1, and they pinged him doing Wolves. They warded him doing Blue, and it's an easy red steal.
Also, Dardoch could definitely wait around and get a huge chunk out of Moon's health. Level 3 Evelynn is a good target, but
misses a flash E.
Oh,
gets a Q out of the wall anyway! Pobelter maybe not the best flash. Dardoch! Minions in first blood! That is a catastrophe that should have been first blood. And now Pobo just missing his flash. Exhaust is on. Damage up, but here kicks him into the wall, though they gotta be a bit careful. But here comes Shen, and that's gonna be the kill picked up anyway. 2 for 0 FlyQuest, and that's gotta feel terrible for Immortals.
Oh, shoot.
There you go. PG-13.
That
sucks.
That definitely sucks for Immortals. That's almost like the whole spirit for their whole team has just kind of been crushed here. We talk about how much this lane can snowball the other way as well. Your Lee Sin has this huge advantage over Evelynn. Could wait at the buff to try and chunk him out when he comes to check it. Goes for the gank onto High. High gets double buffs. He gets the kill. He gets the flash as well. Both flashes were used. It's just so much in the favor of FlyQuest off of that early play, early botched play from Immortals. That is really a demoralizing start. So one of the big things now, as a team, it's still so early on in the game. Even though it's rough, you got to find a way, to change focus and really reset the mentality, because the mid lane is really going to be highest favor, and that just bailed Moon out, right?
Yeah, it really did.
Dardoch was going to have a huge early lead and a large amount of time advantage, but now Moon's actually got a level advantage, and he's got his Hunter's Potion and armor already set up for defensive play.
And this is kind of like the mark of a good Evelynn player. He's like, okay, I know Lee Sin's going to want to live in my jungle. I know Dardoch's aggressive. I'll go Hunter's Potion for full HP all the time, and I'll go Cloth Armor so I don't get one shot. It'll delay his power spikes, absolutely, but Pobalt's going to face check into him, and that's good enough. And out goes Pobelter. He's going to maybe recall away from this.
I will say that props to Pobelter, though. As soon as he got close to that bush, he was watching High the whole time he moved towards the bush. And you can tell from your enemy's movements. As soon as he moved towards it, High moved up aggressively in the lane. He was like, oh God, Evelynn is definitely here. Now, this is the type of game sense that we were talking about in game 1 that the bottom lane maybe should have taken into account. But Pobelter, even though he gets chunked there, he's forced back and he's in a terrible situation. At least he did have that game sense to see High moving up and not get himself killed.
2-on-2 fight for the Scuttle Crab. Boop. Good smite by Moon, grabs it away. More camps out. Good dodge on the Dark Binding as well. High just under the turret. He's level 6 and baits out to the skies. Exhaust drops turret aggro. Good damage. One more hit would kill him, but he can't get back in a range. Pobelter stays alive, but only barely.
Whew. Yeah, holding on there just barely, and this is maybe the 3rd time in the last minute that Pobelter has had to base. Is really suffering in experience now, and it's just going to get worse. Now he does not have Exhaust. Exhaust is the only thing deterring High from doing that again. Now it will not be there, and High will have Ignite for next time. It's all about cooldown tracking, and High will have shorter cooldowns.
It's going to be a huge advantage, I got to say. High is going to feel pretty good about this one. Flame is level 6, does have Teleport, does have Equalizer, even has Haunting Guise. So first power spike secured for Rumble. He reached level 6. Maybe Immortals can make a play out of this one. There was temporarily a minion lead in the bot lane. That has gone away now. Cody-san actually does have better items overall in the lane. His inventory is a bit richer. Might not mean much though.
Yeah. Hey, lands an arrow there. At least I'll take it to level 6 though, and you got to be careful. We did say what we want from this bottom lane, though, was to try and trade CS and their wave clearing and doing that at the moment. So even though tragedy struck in the mid lane, need to try and stay upbeat about it and try and get back here.
And no game's over just because it's 2-0.
Exactly. It's only 1,000 gold. It just seems so scary, and you really feel for Pobelter in that lane. Facing is dead. That his ultimate's about to come back up. Its Ignite is about to come back up. Bottom lane gets pelted here with the long-range harass.
That's just
stoned off the experience.
Yeah, and it's like, we're level 6. Run away from your turret. So they do. Shoot Ole again. 140 HP down and miss a couple of melee minions. 10 CS overall tonight, make that 8, but still advantage, of course, to FlyQuest. I typically want to say Flytech. I don't know why. I guess because of Altech. Fly right over it.
Give you a pass on that one.
All right.
Moon continuing to farm here on a ward. Hasn't had to do anything. Feels good.
Yeah.
High's going for it. Pretty much on cooldown there for the ultimate. Gets a large chunk of health. Does not burn the Ignite as he did not expect to grab that kill, and holds on to the longer cooldown.
Yeah. And I actually like how Pobelter's playing it. It seems, I'm pretty sure the way it works is you always show up behind your target, so as long as Pob is somewhere near his own turret, you just melee form, hammer him backwards, and Zed will take turret aggro, and High can't fight for much longer. So as long as Pobelter's not like in the middle of the lane, he can make these trades very short.
It's one of the interesting things that was always cool about the Ahri matchup with Zed Ahri, because you try and charm backwards to the other side, yeah, that he starts his ultimate from. But yeah, similar thing there with Jace.
this one's targeted, you're just gonna mash your keyboard and it's gonna work out for you in the end. But less timing requirement, more just make sure you do it in time.
Also, a little bit less reward. The charm landing is huge in the matchup, but Pobelter is trying to hold on here in the mid lane. He's doing just that. At least hasn't had a huge CS deficit balloon here. So I have to say, you know, making the best of that bad situation, stabilizing their mental game, you know, calming down the shot calling here for Immortals has happened. The thing now, though, is that FlyQuest are the ones with the initiative. They've got the Shen ult ready. They have the Jhin who's powered up and started roaming around now. That it really is their next move to make. And Immortals' really hope here is to try and come up with a good counterplay. You know, Dardoch getting in place for a counter gank and trying to burst somebody out.
Okay, we'll see what happens right here.
A lot of mid lane focus.
Yeah, a bit of commotion. Let's see, here we go, looking for High. Jumps over towards Ole. Shen's in there as well. That's a bad news bears for Morgana. One kill picked up. Is there more to be had? Whiff equalizer turns into nothing right there.
Also blow.
Back in a balls. Talk comes up on a dart. Not going to land the root just yet, but a double kill comes through anyway for Zed Balls. Does fall off. One picked up the Cody's son, but Pobelter is going to be chopped down to the side. 5-1 suddenly the scoreline. FlyQuest pick up a 3-1 fight.
That is one of the cases where sometimes bringing too many people to a gank gives away your position, because there were no wards for FlyQuest on top side. 3 members top side might have been able to get the jump on High, but Ole coming up from the bottom side river over wards was just too juicy. That draws all of FlyQuest not only to Ole, but away from the rest of the threat from Immortals that's on the top side here. See, Ole comes up, they're like, oh, juicy target. We did jump on him, you know, free kill. That not only was a pretty free kill, but also drew them away from this threat that Immortals had set up on the other side. And that kind of allowed the advantage here for FlyQuest, as the bottom lane did arrive pretty quickly here, and Cody's son made his way up, but Altec opens up on Jhin and is able to land that last one to secure the kill on Jace as well, and the lead does balloon that way.
Look at that, 4-0-1 on High. The attention's all centered around him. He's done a pretty good job of navigating through it. Still got to worry about that heartbreak of a first blood, or, you know, elation if you're FlyQuest, of course. But it's quickly slipping out of Immortals' hands. And this one, you can't blame the bot lane for it. Cody's son is their only kill. This time it was Dardoch and Pobelter who just overstepped and got 2 for 0 to level 3.
I mean, we can revel in this a little bit. High styling on Zed once again. Yeah. It's been years. They see Dardoch on the ward. Doesn't care about it.
Doesn't matter. Goodbye. Poppy goes.
And they get the assist because Karma added the shield speed.
Gave him some move speed.
There you go.
Elimination, equal participant in that fight, deserves the share of wealth somewhat. But yeah, High is now too far ahead to matter.
Again, the focus though, right? They call over Altec and Lemon Nation to just shove this advantage right down Immortal's throat. They grab another turret super quickly with it, and that's the way that they blow open these games. They just take a hold of that advantage lane and press it all the way home. High, just the classic stretch now. I'm just so used to him. Every time he gets solo kills in the mid lane, it's the
just puts out his wings.
It reminds me of the Inori Rengar.
Oh
one.
yeah.
But he's got his own flavor here, the FlyQuest version of it for High. 5 now kills for him, and the lethality will just keep on stacking from this point. It just gets worse and worse. Everybody on the enemy team is a prime target, by the way. There is nobody that is safe. The actually
high
the duo
trend keeps
it's the
going.
duo of ninjas, really, because Balls, even if someone was semi-safe, Balls can just come and help out High with a Stand United just to add some extra safety there as well.
You know what's actually kind of funny? It's a team with 2 ninjas, and there's someone else that turns invisible. Like, you feel like thematically invisibility would be one of the other 2, but nope. Moon, maybe the true ninjas in this game, who knows? Either way, it's FlyQuest off to a great early lead. Cloud Drake, why not?
All right, well.
Little dangerous from Altec. Yeah. I mean, he got rooted anyway, but here comes the attack into the back line. High does not get away from the chains. Will it even matter, though? 4v2.
Good shots. I mean, they're trying to fend him off from all sides.
Yeah.
Cody's son and Ole firing at everyone. Get away from me!
They're all gonna die. And somehow High steals both kills. I don't know how, but he got the kill credit. He gets the 7-0-1 scoreline. First turret still That was a while ago, but at least Immortals knocked down top outer. That was Flame's prerogative. He was winning the lane for a while. Balls just fights away and says, yeah, no, they're diving me. I'm just going to back off here.
Balls has been happy to take up the Shen, or when on the rare case that's banned out or picked away, he has opted for the other tanks as well. Maokai doing a little bit of his time as well. He just takes that small CS difference and then becomes such a big part of the team fights.
Like another turret in the works. Ole's here. Misses the bind pretty hard, but takes a bit of damage and walks away. Look at that, 4 turrets to 1 now, the score line. I mean, very close to a perfect game.
Oh, Flame has something to say about it.
Shen's gonna show up on an alt eliminations like, ooh, I wish I weren't here right now. My health bar's running pretty low. Shock blast, just barely flashed away. Electro Harpoon, number 2. Summoner heal comes in, and now he's slowed down, rooted in place, and it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. High zoning out the backline. Ole 1 hit away from Dead Moon, running for dear life. Flame does get a kill on an alt sec. That's something to be happy about. Still chasing in, can't get any more. Looks like 2-1 overall in favor of FlyQuest on that fight. Could have been worse, could have been better.
True. True statement.
Useful statement.
I feel like you can say that about literally anything. Here we go. Can't be worse.
Yeah. Sure, why not?
Here goes Flame, though. Does go for the flash follow on Elimination. Lemon is zigzagging, avoids the Harpoon, and gets turned around on a Flame. As he said, though, charges all tech, and he's going to gank someone down with him with the ultimate there. And they at least do get that 1 kill, but that is about it that they get out of it here. Hey!
Oh, ooh. Back in.
Hey!
You're 1v3 High, but that's a little suicidal.
You're not that good, High.
That's a little suicidal. Quick chains come up for Cody's son. Once you're rooted, he
wanted to outplay the 3-man.
I know.
There. That was reaching a little bit, but
that was a blooper reel play right there.
It's all right. He almost got his ultimate. What he was looking for there, by the way, is the ultimate, so you go untargetable, and then he was going to jump back, but gets hit with the quick ulti from Cody's son. So some credit to Cody's son there. High.
I like how we're giving High credit for dying for free. We're like, hey, he was looking for a good play. You know, I understand why he wanted to do it. That was a bit too much style. I'm sorry, Kobe. You know.
You have to explain the thought process, Freak. That's
I know. I'm mostly giving you crap. It turned out the way it did. Cody's son, quick reflex on the R, was very important. He would have probably died if he hadn't done that. And now High, back on the map, looking for Mercurial Scimitar, I'm guessing. What this item's turned into, who knows? Maybe it's Hexdrinker and a Ruin King. Maybe it's Merc Treads and a Ruin King. It's something.
Meanwhile,
walk right back
it's going to be an Infernal Drake as well. Huge snowball here for FlyQuest. Things have gotten a little bit chaotic as the entire map is open a lot earlier than usual.
Yeah, they just blasted open the map. It's 5 turret kills in 17 minutes. That's quicker than almost any game. And now when they go for this bright red Drake, 1,000 HP left, not even a chance. And Moon practices his Smite Secures and gets that no problem. Moon actually going for a tankier build, by the way. Checking in, Iceborne Gauntlet picked up quickly to be an extra frontliner. He's not snowballing, so he's going to go for the utility style, which is interesting, but looks like it'll work for him.
I mean, some extra armor, no problems here. You can build whatever you want, honestly. Every member of FlyQuest is incredibly rich.
Well, looking for Flame, does not have a Zonia's completed, so one more shot will do it. Oh, it goes wide, but the Ignite is enough. High. Flames another piece for his collection. Long Assassin, still
Meanwhile,
counts.
Ball's in the side lanes, slowly working away at those minions. He's ready to come in at any moment. Immortal Shield with the chase might actually prompt that. Whoop. Not gonna commit though.
Go to the red team. FlyQuest happy to get their 1 kill. Looks like they'll back out. The jungle on the top side of the map is cleared of monsters to kill. The bot side has a few things there, and looks like Moon's gonna go grab some more golden experience for himself. It is worth pointing out, really at all tiers of play, it's pretty vital to keep your jungle clear. It's a significant source of golden experience that, like, minions are gonna be there and you can just show up and collect them, but until you kill the monsters, they won't respawn. You're just missing out on potential gold that your team could gain. It is actually a somewhat valuable objective. Just full clearing your jungle is worth like 2 kills.
Honestly, Immortals here just looking to pick up scraps.
Fight for the blue! And it's gonna go to Moon. Root's gonna land on Dardoch as well, and Agony's Embrace buys a few seconds, but...
Buys a few seconds?
I mean, maybe they can catch up to Dardoch, and it's not. They can't. They needed more than that. They needed thirds or fourths.
Oh, dodged a shock blast and changed my mind. I don't want that 1v1.
Whoa, goes in anyway. Tanks to the skies, but there's a Shen coming in as well. Pobelter Nice taunt and pop! Down he goes once again.
No fair! 2v1!
0, 5, and 1.
Classic ninjas cheating again.
But see, here's the weird thing, though. The law of inverse ninja power says if there's more ninjas, they're weaker. And yet with 2, they won.
It used to be they get -1 health for every other ninja in the game.
Did you know it used to be -1 attack?
Right, yeah,
Way back
even
when?
before, yeah. But alas, they took both of those out. And,
Did they actually? I didn't know that.
They did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. It's probably smart, too. Did you know if you're wearing sunglasses, you take 1 less damage from Fiona's pass?
I think it was because they thought people would just rage if they died by 1 health, and they were like, that's a ridiculous flavor balance.
Yeah, not worth the gain. Dardoch jumps to a minion. Turns on the spell vamp and just runs away, licking his wounds. Bind on elimination. Ole gets the better of that one.
Yeah. Pretty classic here, though. They have a huge gold lead to work with, so just go to your 1-3-1 with your dual ninjas flanking on each side of the map, and your invisible whatever Evelyn is roaming around trying to pick
Shadow Demon?
In the middle.
Or Succubus? Or, I don't know.
I feel
He's
like
getting a rework eventually.
Succubus sounds right.
Yeah.
That's the right one. And look at him. He's actually flanking around. This is a classic super fed Evelyn play. You're just up in enemy territory, looking around for any stragglers. Who wants to die?
I actually know what Evelyn's supposed to be. I'm not going to spoil it, though, but I've heard. Inside information.
That's just cruel. Why?
Yeah.
You're just like, I know something. Ooh,
I know something you don't know.
Good one, Freak.
Yeah. I like thinking people dislike me. It's my new thing.
You don't have to try.
Fair point.
Woo! Yeah, there we go.
Kobe 1, Freak 0.
Classic NA jungler flame. Yeah. All right, here we go, though. Go for the...
And Nora's going to clean you up. High's not fast enough. He's got boots 1. He's just too slow.
Can he dodge out, though?
Look for Dardoch. Dodge away from the shock, but suddenly there's more team here. That was a bait in the first place. High flashing away from everything else. Dardoch nearly dead. Does limp away barely. And the last curtain call not going to land either, so out they go. Nothing for nothing. Ole gets the wards back down.
Well, after that bit of excitement, maybe we'll see them focus on Baron to actually finish the game out. Looks like so. Here comes the Stand United. Now, this does open up the opportunity for Immortals to try and get a steal.
Nice. Yeah, if not for that shield. Yeah, that was... I like the aggressive play. And, yeah. Flame did burn TP to get in there.
Let's count the things, in Immortals' favor for yeah, exactly. The Immortals' flavor for stalling out is Shock Blast and Arrow Spam from Varus. 2 of the best for, firing projectiles over the Baron Pit or using those projectiles to try and defend your turrets and stall this game out. Because, as chaotic as it's gotten and as crazy as we are, getting away with this one, that is still, the prime objective here for Immortals. Try and buy themselves some time, and if that Baron throw presents itself, be in place to jump on it.
Well, High usually very good at shot calling the Barons appropriately. He's aggressive at calling them, but he's also usually pretty accurate in calling them off. You expect FlyQuest to clean it up.
Especially when he's about to die from one Baron to auto in the air.
Shield me.
Probably time to abort mission.
Yep. See it again another time. Kills his enemy, the ward. Down it goes. Thanks for the 30 gold, pal.
Yeah. I mean, if we're trying to tally up, comeback attempts here for Immortals, well, never mind. Let's look for some more action first.
Tops off the Banshees, and Povel has to burn Flash to get away. Edge of Night Shield. I know it's not Banshees, but
he's got 3 people on his tail now. But 4 team members.
Oop, High, that's half his HP from a Shock Blast.
Moon wants it.
That happens again, it's going to be bad for him. Exhaust is on. Pobelt is still going to be hit up. Ole tries to block out the curtain call. Quick shield in, and Ole 1 hit away from dead, but blocked by someone else. Looks like Cody Sun face tanked it with Edge of Night Shield, so that was a 0 summoner heal, I believe, to remove Deathfire Touch as an option of killing him off. But as many summoners down, looks like 4 of them burn on the side of Immortals. And FlyQuest still feel pretty good about this.
Yeah, the more that FlyQuest keeps going for all these kills and blowing summoners, they increase the... Oh, actually, Dardoch is pretty deep. There's vision actually all around, but not vision that saw Dardoch get to this point. So even though there's a lot of FlyQuest members around...
Tries to get high, Ward hop in, kicks him down, shut down, solo kill to Dardoch, finally getting revenge from the very first play of the game. And the comeback tool starting to assemble. It's going to take a lot more.
I'm
But at
not
least something to
sure
think about.
what prohibited Balls from ulting. Maybe they made the call, hey, I don't need Stand United shield, but it was pretty clear that you needed the Stand United shield there, so maybe it's time to criticize the communication on FlyQuest.
I'm gonna see if it was technically on cooldown for like that 1 second.
Now, let's get our facts straight first.
No, pretty sure it was up.
He was doing blue buff.
Pretty sure it's all his fault.
Important business being taken care of in the jungle.
Yep.
Balls was farming wolf and blue.
Unlucky.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Yep. High shot calling, clearly slacking.
Yeah, I feel like those are the easiest calls to make too. Help! Help!
Help! Ah, help me! Oh well.
As they continue to stall out, and they have gone, for all these risky plays with their super high damage, squishy characters, start to get more and more gold back to this Immortals team. Immortals, as we said, do have a lot of long range damage.
Yeah, and it's a non-tank team. Right?
Yeah.
That's the really important thing. Oh, not non-tank. Sorry. Immortals were a non-tank team. You're right about that. Sorry. FlyQuest, a lot of them are pretty squishy. There's only armor on 2 of the champions, so the heavy physical damage penetration can break through. Right now, it's not going to. Ocean Drake picked up. The sustain's going to be nice for FlyQuest.
Yeah. Let's see if they can pick someone off because their siege is not the greatest, and the split push hasn't worked out, right? Balls has been toiling away in the side lanes, but there's the flank.
There we go. Half HP flashes. Equalizer buys a lot of time, and he zone uses with the flame spitter facing. Balls drops down about 2/3. Taunt's not going to land. Darda gets the shield, and now he's picking up the curtain call. A few more seconds, they'll have a way back in, but look at those shields. Yeah, Balls shrugs off the rest of the damage, and they're going to be okay on this one.
Defensive play here from Immortals is working out. Zonya's completed now, so Flame has another option, even though he did have to burn the flash. Some good damage dealt to FlyQuest as they're trying to exit. And Immortals are staying strong. Well, for how long?
Here comes the big play, looking for Poulter, dodging away, because the Black Shield buys a bit of time, but Exhaust is on, and that should be enough damage. One more shot, and here comes the chase in for High. Dardak, nice top flash by Balls, secures that second kill. And now into the base they go. Immortals forced to run away, and yet again, this time with one of the poke champions gone to the jungler dead, this could be a very easy Baron call for FlyQuest.
Well, they are going to go try and take advantage. Ball still has half-life on the Shen. The important thing is that they have Ocean Drake, and they're regenerating here, because tanking up the Baron would be fairly dangerous. The other thing is that there's no ultimate available for Flame yet. Rumble cooldown is coming up soon-ish, but not soon enough for the Baron contest.
Yeah, no real shot at this one. Maybe Cody Sun can look for the snipe, and there's always that chance that he does it right. Ward is there, charges it up, they're gonna wait it out. They stop DPS, smart. Let him throw the piercing arrow, now burst it down. Really crisp, and it was a late smite, but it's good enough because there's no damage coming back through. That's as well as it could have been done by FlyQuest. Immortals did what they could, but no kills at the end.
All right, so attempt number 2 on the engagement in mid lane. They still have plenty available here as the Exhaust is used there to chase down Belter. And High's ultimate right back off cooldown. Able to keep up the chase here, take down the jungler. That's so huge when you go for these, as there was no Smite Steal available for Immortals. And as you said, they would have to rely on that arrow snipe being pretty lucky.
Turn for Ole to die. Quick silver sash use. Gets away from the dark bonding. Now the snipes into Cody Sun. Flashes, still takes all of the shots. Could have hit one a little bit earlier and dodged away, but still he's forced into the fight, and that means Mid Inhibitor is the target. Pobelter gonna drop down. High caught again. Stand United this time does come off, and High will survive. Moon not gonna take that one, I don't think. Dardak will. That's the Inhibitor turret. The Inhibitor itself gonna fall right afterwards, and 5v4 gonna be probably a quick reset for FlyQuest, and they'll get more right after.
Whew. Okay, Inhibitor down, Baron buff on. This should be the FlyQuest return to their split, top and bottom. And as long as Balls gets out, yeah, no problem. No, not worth dying over red buff, so they should be able to run this one up past the side lanes here. Altec already getting in there to usher the minions along. Yeah, triple dragons, plus giant gold lead, plus Baron buff rolling through.
Good incremental gold leads, good incremental plays. Okay, 2 picks. Okay, this is a 99% Baron secure. Let's go for it. And they played it right to make sure it happened. All right, we have Baron. All right, let's go up the mid lane. Great, really easy to grab the inhibitor. They got that. Okay, let's reset.
Going for a hero play.
Now they're going to try. High in the back line, lots of damage. Has to jump back, and he will get out soon enough. 1 kill picked off. Poulter very low. Moon looking for the kill, and he does get it. Shields keep him safe. On top of that one, Alta, go. Looks for Dardak, rooted up by Cody Sun, and High Now on the front line, looking for the shot. Not going to land a snipe just yet, and Dardoch will heal up, even though it's a 2 for 0. Oceanbrick going to regen them. Baron Buff going to buff the minions. TP back in for balls, and here comes a 5-man push to close the game out. This should be it. No Ole, no Pobelter. Curtain call could be just that for this game. Dardoch tries to buy time in the front line. Not going to matter. Turret number 1 is gone. Turret number 2 going to be next on the menu. Somehow Immortals have to clear this one away. Declaws are not doing enough damage, but now the recalls, the respawns have come in. Nexus getting lower. The game's going to be closed out. They're trying to fight for, but it's going to be the damage in for FlyQuest. 2-0. Once again, tying for second place. 5-1 to close out week 3.
FlyQuest dream start to this season continues. And they are on course to meet up with Cloud9, which will be an extremely exciting
and Phoenix 1
confrontation.
Yep.
All 3 of those, other teams that are at the top of the standings with them will be their next opponents. Exciting times in the real test there of the top of the LCS. Meanwhile, Immortals still continuing to struggle a bit and patch up quite a few issues.
Phoenix 1 into Cloud9. That's next week's matches here for FlyQuest. And those are very strong teams, of course. C9 undefeated in first place. Phoenix 1 only 1 match behind. It's definitely going to be the real test right here because those squads have had to play against the league's best. FlyQuest has been like, it's like he's playing Mortal Kombat. You just go up the ladder and you play a progressively harder opponent every single time. The 2-0 here, pretty solid over Immortals, who had an okay record. They had 2 match wins. It wasn't completely deplorable, but took care of business pretty well. They had a close game. They managed to snowball the way through. They had a game where they blasted open the early game and did very similar things. Shot calling still crisp. The individual play from High still very good as well. Moon, different build on Evelyn pretty much every single game, still finding ways to make it work. And the FlyQuest formula certainly is succeeding.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of these underdog hero stories on the team. The returning veterans, that are old now, as well as Moon, who didn't have such a good time his first time around in the LCS and has completely changed history basically for himself here. It's actually just such a cool story, especially considering last time around, a lot of the flack that High would get would be small champion pool and lack of mechanics.
Can't lane well.
He had, previous to this game, probably should still remain true, the deepest champion pool, most diverse champion pool for any mid laner in the North American LCS. So
Moon's still playing a ton of Evelyn, which is okay, right? Like, he's the only person playing this champion. You look at Eve's pro match history, it's just 4 Moon games.
He wasn't really a factor in this game at all.
No, this one wasn't much about him.
Almost all about that early play in mid lane, where we talked about Lee Sin going for the play on High, and High gets flashes blown for his opponent, gets first blood, gets double buffs. Sweet.
But the game was about High. Then he started shot calling. Let's get advantages in my lane. I'll break it through, and it worked out nicely. So, of course, congratulations to High and the rest of FlyQuest for the 2-0 win. But now, to get some thoughts on that win, let's hear from Pastry and FlyQuest carrying the bot lane.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Altec after another successful weekend out for FlyQuest. Altec, you've had a fantastic weekend on a whole host of different lethality marksmen, Misfortune, Jin. How have you adjusted to the metagame, and do you think it suits you?
Honestly, I prefer playing hyper carries a lot more, but I think this is more of a team game, and champions like Jin, who don't really need attack speed and stuff like that, they really benefit from this patch. So I think I've adjusted well to this patch.
I'd have to agree, and in general, I think FlyQuest kind of defying a lot of doubters moving into the season. You guys were underdogs moving in, and I think you look at the bottom lane, it doesn't feel like anything that special, but you've certainly proved them wrong now. How do you think you stack up against the competition, and particularly some of those top teams in their bot lanes you haven't played yet?
I think I guess the strongest bot lane would be C9's bot lane, because obviously they're undefeated and they've been together for a long time. So I think they'll be the hardest challenge. But I think other than that, we should be able to handle most of the bot lanes.
I have to agree, you guys have managed well, and of course, FlyQuest, you're now tied for second with TSM, really looking for those top spots. Do you think you guys can carry this throughout the rest of the season, and maybe, how far do you think FlyQuest can go? Is number 1 out of reach?
Obviously, I think number 1's our goal, but I think next week, since we're playing C9 and P1, who are the 1 and 2, I think that'll be the hardest weekend for us, and I guess that'll just prove if we're a top team or not.
And there is, of course, something a little extra special for you at the end of it, potentially. Making playoffs would be nice, but top 4 would secure a spot in Vancouver. I know that's a special place for you. What would it mean to kind of make it all the way there?
Honestly, it's like it's just playing in my hometown. Like I've obviously thought about like playing in a final for once, but playing in like a final in my hometown, I think that'd be like the world to me.
Well, best of luck and congratulations on the weekend. Thank you very much, Arctic. But we're going to move it back to Analyst Desk to close out the weekend.
Thank you very much. Pastry time. FlyQuest here, 5-1 to close out week 3, remaining in that second place slot, right up there with TSM. That's got to feel good. And dominant game here. I mean, there's only so much to analyze when 2 kills go over to a Zed that early, 4 kills rather, go over to a Zed that early in the game.
I mean, you may as well just play the clips because there's not like a ton to say.
This happened in both games too, with the super early double kill going over to a carry on C9.
All right, well, let's take a look at the early kills handed over to High on this Zed, a champion that he is very familiar with from his old days in the LCS.
Right, I mean, you know, Dardoch is kind of the catalyst for Immortals, and whenever he doesn't get off the ground, they look like they struggle a lot. And here's a play where Dardoch goes over the wall, tries to make something happen, but isn't happy just with the flash, greeds out, unable to finish High off.
Great roam from Lemonation.
Great roam by Lemonation, double buffs on High now, and then Balls as well, responding to the pressure mid. I mean, you know, FlyQuest as a unit always seems to collapse to exactly to support High.
Yeah, Balls was helping a lot at the end of that play.
He was
making
there.
sure he could
Moral
get away.
support. You got it, guys.
So that's 2 kills right there, super early on in the game. Then 10:30, so just barely past that 10-minute mark, we have a 3-for-1 that goes in favor of FlyQuest. High picking up another 2 kills in this one. Take a look.
Yeah, this one was a little bit more chaotic because Immortals was like thinking about setting up a play, but they were just a little bit haphazard about the way they did this, and they missed a lot of skill shots mid-fight. Meanwhile, High's just landing all of his. Watch this Varus ultimate. I had to check if Flame was on the opponent team because that's where it seemed to be.
Yeah, he almost got the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, High did flash out of it because he was just completely in tune with this early game and just got incredibly fed.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not too much to say. You have a snowballing out of control Zed. We saw him continue to make plays, solo plays, roam plays down bottom. Like, he was all over the map after that. And we've seen High, you know, for years now on Zed, taking over games, happens once again.
Right. High is going to receive player of the game. I don't think that's going to come as a surprise to anyone now. Another top performer on the team has been Moon, you know, this entire split. And in this game as well, had a very solid scoreline. Deathless for him. High actually highest deaths on the team, but that's okay when you're carrying. Well, yeah, exactly. When you're carrying as hard as you are. But Moon is a player that I want to talk about. The Evelyn coming in, he's the only person playing this in the NA LCS right now. This time he actually went for a different build, more of that tanky. Not sure if it was the best idea.
Yeah.
Maybe they were just looking for a bit more of a front line for the Zed, but
I mean, it's hard to know exactly why you would do that because generally it's like the Eve goes in, gets a massive shield from her ultimate, does a ton of damage, you can't focus her, and then the Shen ult comes in when they want to start focusing her, and it's just you deliver this taunting, you know, bot basically in Balls. And when you build tankier, you're just harder to kill, but you didn't chunk them all out for the Jhin ult to snipe them out easier or the Zed to start cleaning up kills. So in that sense, you question a little bit, but because they're so far ahead, you can basically build any sort of productive item and probably still win.
And what I like about it is that they're trusting their legacy champion pools, because a lot of these players, especially High, we've said it's like 3.5 years ago he was playing Zed. It's been his best champion.
Right.
It's kind of in the meta. You can argue that you can play it. And Lemonation and ThinkCard are doing a really good job in the draft, putting them in situations with which these champions can succeed, which is making it hard to prepare for them. Obviously, it's results-based. If these weren't working, we'd be like, they should just learn the meta picks.
That's very true.
But I do like it when this stuff works out.
You want to get in here?
Well, just real quick on the draft. I mean, I believe they flexed the Jace mid after seeing the Zed pick when Zed used to be a counter pick to Jace, and like the only person who made that look reasonable was like
not
Pawn.
a good flex.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
But the Zed was blind picked, essentially.
Yeah.
Yep. Zed was blind pick following the Morgana, and then the Rumble comes in and they flex.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't know why you would do that and just not pick something that you would prefer to play into Zed. I don't know why you'd want to play Jason to Zed.
Yeah.
It's a good question. We'll have to ask the Immortals players when we have an opportunity. But I want to kind of zoom out now real quick and just talk about FlyQuest moving forward. We talked about it after the C9 victory today. They will be playing each other next week. So we have a meeting between FlyQuest at 5-1 and C9 at 6-0. But there's some familiarity between these teams, which could make that matchup super interesting. Let's rehash that.
Yeah, the storylines are absolutely insane for this because to many people, High is C9. Lemonation's notebook is a C9 notebook, not a FlyQuest notebook. So the history itself is there. And it's also a massive point for FlyQuest to prove themselves.
Right.
Because they have yet to play C9, TSM, and Phoenix 1. arguably the other 3 top teams in the league. So they really have a lot of proving to do next week.
I mean, from a narrative perspective, absolutely. Also from a gameplay perspective, where, you know, C9 has some of the most standard, in a sense, drafts where they seem to always come out ahead, but they're playing exactly what they want to play. FlyQuest, on the other hand, absolutely crazy. No idea what these guys are going to do. Only ones doing what they're doing in the league, and you're going to have a total clash of styles in that sense.
It'll be very interesting to see how Reaper comes up against this FlyQuest draft, because we have, as you mentioned, looked at a lot of C9 drafts and said, oh, yeah, they're coming out with edges in every single one. Well, against FlyQuest, I don't know how you even begin to attack them in the draft. Let's go ahead and take a look at the players who stood out here in Week 3. Impact is going to walk away with the most accolades, 3 for the week. That's quite a lot, actually. Now, with Moon, Hanzo, Ryu, and Svenskeren each netting 2 player of the games themselves. Of course, let's see how those performances affect the overall standings. Moon's strong week pushes him to first in total player of the game awards with Impact, Ryu, Svenskeren, and High hot on his tail. Did you think I would ever utter those words? Moon is leading player of the game. The tale of 2 splits for him.
Right.
Last split to this split, a total transformation.
Flabbergasted would be a word.
Good word. That is a great word for it.
I can't follow up with a better word, so I'm not going to say anything.
Where's your thesaurus?
But then let's talk a little bit, too, about how we've even heard from the players themselves. Lemonation spoke about it, that, you know, that Moon has been a great solo queue player. He's always been a very solid individual player, but it's this roster, it's having a strong leader like High, who's able to put him in a place of comfortability where he can make stabs at big plays.
Well, and just confidence in the champ pool, we talk about that. It's been a little different than the LCS, or the rest of the LCS as well. And
he's put out the Nidalee and the Evelyn, right?
Only one of the Kindred, and like, I mean, he's trying stuff. And the fact that the team is willing to say, you can try that and we'll see how it goes, is a huge confidence boost for a player who historically has been in situations that are not the most comforting environments, I think.
Yeah.
So I think that's a huge boost, not just like High telling him what to do, but having the team's confidence in him.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case, because you look at previous splits, and he has been a good solo queue player, but a completely different player on stage. So doing anything you can to increase his confidence really helps him.
A big step up for him. Let's take a look at how the teams are stacked up after this weekend. Cloud9 still in first place, while TSM and FlyQuest hold on to second. Meanwhile, Phoenix One drops to fourth, just above the middle of the pack teams. Then at the bottom of the table, Dignitas ends their week tied with Envy in ninth. We'll be back again next week with more North American LCS, starting Friday with Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, followed by Immortals versus Team Dignitas later in the Battle Arena. If that's not enough league coverage for you, make sure to tune in for the North American Challenger Series on Wednesday. But these 2 matchups here, Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, obviously gonna be the story of David and Goliath. We got Cloud9, a Team Liquid that has really been struggling to put together solid victories.
Right, but what's crazy is when you look at the standings, you think TL is doing so bad, and then they are tied for 5th. And
that's true.
I mean, I'm not going to say that they're going to beat Cloud9, but if they start picking up a couple more wins along the way, they're not looking in that bad a shape, considering that it seems to be very obvious groups of the top 4 and the rest of the league.
Now, we've talked about trap games in the past, Jab, but do you really think that this is much of a trap game, considering that Cloud9 then faces FlyQuest later in that week, and that's definitely a more formidable opponent standings-wise?
Yeah, so it definitely is a trap game in the fact that you're very easily able to overlook them. Will they be trapped by Team Liquid is another question.
Right.
I do not think they will.
Okay.
I think they will roll through them.
All right, well, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to head out. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
I want to be a player who can be more respected and inspire people to be more humble.
You'll see more calculated aggression from me, but I'll definitely be the one that's fighting a lot of people.
Dark's just going to force that bottom lane instead. Adrian played back, forced a flash, great bubble. Might save him, but Dark wants it, he flashes in, gets a slow, and then first blood for Dark. Straight in there, wants to go for the dive and does take it down. Ryu with the counter kill.
Yeah, so both junglers very determined with where they're going.
Well, they're going straight for Baron, but P1 might cut. Oh, Ryu! Absolutely massive ulti finds 2 with a stun. Ole getting Los Pobeltas trapped in the miasma.
When you're competing for the middle of the pack, the difference between a single spot, I mean, going to playoffs or not going anywhere at all. Meanwhile, Ninja looking to go for the
solo kill under Golden Glue. Kapow!
Piglet going to be finding himself caught out. Stand United is there, but the damage is way too strong. They got him easy.
More damage heading your way. Shut down!
And Team Envy has done it. They have found their first win.
what are they doing today? Why is George here? They're doing an interview.
If we lose this game, we're fired. Check.
Oh shit.
They're gonna try to body block it. Looks like Darshan doesn't have a way of doing so.
They get him.
Perfectly played. TSM removed the escape route. The attacks are there. Brush making for the auto attacks. And there's first blood coming through. Nicely done, Svenskar, making the thing happen. TSM will cement the comeback in the series. TSM improved to 4-1. Lod gonna go ahead and fire off that chain of corruption in bottom lane. Stranglethorn's counterattack. Bullet time coming out too. Chaser's gonna be bursted. So is Lod.
But still, they stay spread. Top left side might be that entry, but you have Edge of Night locking him out. Hakuo gets taken out. Bullet time shreds through the team.
Lupa's gonna revive. Lolo's gonna revive. Lolo, he's not gonna live. Piglet almost gets choked. He's down! Slapped him down with a piercing arrow.
I'm flanking around.
Yeah, go Jin, go Jin, go to Jin.
I'm gonna go on Jen.
Okay.
Casio, no sums. Casio die. Casio. Yeah,
조심해.
They get it. Bjorkson on Ryu. He's going for Ryu. Damage is good, but Bjorkson doesn't have anything left. He gets blown apart by Arrow. But P1 just don't have anything left. TSM, Nexus wide open. Bifrost, look for the play. It's going to cost him. It's Fed leaps in. And TSM 2-1 versus Phoenix 1.
Yeah, just gonna start hitting the Nexus. Go. Turn. Tom. Guys. Watch Gorky. Guys have to go in. Go. No. All right, good job. Finish.
Thought about this too much. What's there left to say? Throw your stones the river. Like me, it drifts away. I would watch you stare. I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. A time when we never let go, never let go. Ooh, we never let go. We can figure this out. Put your feet down.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so season light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color.
Alright, hey, we have to do it right now.
Open too.
We have to go right now.
I'll flash in on their carries. You guys in the game. Yep.
Don't get
I'm with shielded, Darshan.
Yep, I need Darshan to go right now. Right
Watch me.
now.
Darshan, anyone. Yep.
Look for the end. Look for the end.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start hitting the Nexus.
Hey, go. Turn. Tom. Guys. Watch Gorky. Gorky.
You guys have to go in.
Go. No. Alright, good job. Nice.
Hello and welcome to week 3, the edition of NA LCS tonight. I'm James Patterson. Joining me on the analyst desk to help recap this weekend is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Aiden Zyrene Moon as we see Immortals out there taking some photos with fans at the conclusion of the day. But gentlemen, big week here in week 3. Taking a look at the team standings before we get into any of the discussions themselves. Cloud9 still dominating the league at the top of the table, undefeated. Who is going to be challenging this squad?
Well, coming up next week, I know FlyQuest is playing them, so that will be one of the contenders. What's the other team?
The other one's Team Liquid, which is on Friday night. That's probably...
maybe not contenders, I don't know. They've been having a really rough go, Team Liquid, recently. So I think the match that everyone is going to be looking forward to is definitely going to be FlyQuest versus Cloud9. Basically old version versus new version.
Right.
And finally the Cloud.
Yeah. And FlyQuest versus Phoenix 1 as well. FlyQuest would now have to play the #1 and #4 team next week. That's a big challenge for them. And I think that, we talk about who could beat Cloud9. Now, they played TSM at the very beginning. Still a little bit of adjustment period for them. TSM have been looking better
since then
as well. They're still having 2-1s though and dropping games.
I was going to say, TSM looks better, but even if you look at them and FlyQuest tied at 5-1 in terms of series victories, you've got an 11-3 game spread for FlyQuest and a 10-7 game spread for TSM. So definitely telling two different stories here, tied for second.
Yeah, and we have talked about how, FlyQuest, they haven't played the other 2 second-place teams or Cloud9 yet, and 2 of the losses for TSM did come from Cloud9.
Exactly.
Who we do still favor versus FlyQuest as well.
Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of the big series here for this weekend, both of which actually included TSM in 2-1 victories over their opponents. The first of which was against CLG. Big rivalry matchup here with a little bit of a bet on the line for the owners.
Yeah, this is when we first got to see Ivern in North America, and then just gets rolled over, and then Darshan ends the game as a tank. Yeah, didn't really have a great debut, but then Camille got locked in. A little bit of an oversight there from CLG to... I don't know what they were planning, if it was the Poppy counter into the Camille, but the Camille came up huge, and I think Hanser also got player of the game for that one.
It was not like one glimpse in that game of the Poppy succeeding against the Camille, and then for the rest of the game, it went completely the other direction. But TSM, in the second 2 games here, looked very much more on point than they had previously.
I mean, a lot of TSM fans know what it's like to lose the first game and then win the next few. It was a strategy years ago when Loco Doco was coach.
Right.
Warm up.
Yeah, you got to bring it back. But that was only Series 1 for them this week, and the second big series for them was up against P1, arguably the tougher opponent of the 2, having been tied with them coming into this one, but they end up victorious 2-1 again in the series.
Yeah, I mean, and this one was a lot about junglers for me as well. I mean, Inori has been super big for Phoenix 1, and Spence Garen had some really nice moves for himself as well in the early game for TSM. But man, look at the
TSM losing the first game again, but here they come back.
Yeah.
I think Shen was a big part of a lot of the matches this week and a lot of the victories. Shen's just incredibly powerful, and we're going to be seeing more of the global terror that he is. And this right here.
This was my spend game.
It was so nice to see someone adapt to what is the standard Ivern start of invading off of just the single buff from Kha'Zix.
You can only have patterns exist in League of Legends for so long before they get punished, right? And the very standard play for Ivern is, prep 2 of his own camps, go steal your blue. And they did have a ward eliminating his own blue as an option. So everything came together there for Sven, and a really nice punish to get that first blood.
Yeah, it's a team effort. Of course, there was a ward in the pixel brush that allowed Sven to just kind of camp there and wait for the Ivern Q to come over. That's the nightmare right there. Every Ivern has done that at least one time.
Freak was actually telling me it had just happened to him in solo queue as well, when he tried to jungle and he tried to play Ivern. And his very first Ivern game, he was the recipient of a play exactly like that.
But I feel like that's just kind of individual.
Apples
to
and oranges.
Any of Freak's solo queue games probably start off that way.
Him getting first blood.
He can't even defend himself here.
He doesn't. He does that to people all the
That's
time.
true,
It's
that's
only
true.
fair that I take a shot back at him now when he can't defend himself. Now, there were a ton of standout performances this week to choose from, but only 5 players. I just put up 4 fingers. 5 players can remain truly OP. Let's take a look at them here. First up, Impact in the top lane. 3 FlyQuest members locking up slots there from jungle, mid, and ADC, and then Biofrost filling in support.
And then, yeah, we are starting with Impact here. This guy has been an absolute monster for the team. There was a lot of discussion about Ray being added to the roster and them being practice partners, / them, grooming Ray to come in. But Impact's performances have just been outstanding, and no reason to sub Ray in. The one thing I would say, Haunter also for me has been so big this week for TSM. He was right up there with Impact for me for this spot, but you gotta say, Impact definitely deserves it as well.
Yeah, the consistency of this guy, the split pushing, and that was my big criticism of him last year when we had lane swaps and stuff, is he was almost never teleporting in at the right times. He would sometimes get left out to dry, and now it just seems like he's right on track and he ends up there. 3 out of the 4 games got player of the game for them.
One of the big things that Reaper, their coach, has been focusing on with them and Impact as well has been communication, and it really does show, to illustrate your point.
Well, and it was a new look for them. We saw him on the Rumble this time around, so taking him off a tank, finding success there in the top lane with the Rumble, definitely opens up more things for them further down the line.
Yeah, and then I want to talk about, moving over to the jungle with Moon. This guy is playing Evelyn. Nobody else is doing that. And so actually
he has the most diverse jungle pool, the Nidalee finding its way in as well, all those.
Right, and it's the really unexpected one for me as well, because Moon was the player that, was really bad before, and everybody was like, oh man, he's got the worst participation pre-15 minutes out of anybody in the entire league, and now he's just an absolute monster. It's
Yeah,
night and
not
day.
so much anymore. No, he's doing absolute work
Not so much.
for FlyQuest.
Kill leader!
Yeah, no, doing very solid. Let's talk about Alltech, though. ADC for FlyQuest, picking up OP5 here this time around. We saw the MF out of him, a nice new look for them as well. So, again, FlyQuest drafts have been very interesting and are really going to force teams to adapt when it comes to just the pick ban phase.
Yeah, and when you mention things like Miss Fortune too, everyone's like, oh yeah, she's just one of those R champions, and then you leave it. But we've seen positioning be so important, especially with those AD carries that do not have their own dashes. Smoothie actually was one of the first to illustrate that as a support MF, but Alltech also really, really strong positioning for him in teamfights. And then his other games this week as well have been super impressive. Right to the Jhin, sniping people out. Pretty much every single game for him has been really strong.
Yeah, there's another person for the AD carry position who's right behind him in terms of who could be the OP5, and that was Arrow. Arrow really had some great performances for Phoenix 1 and sniping people left and right. Ultimately, his team wasn't able to come up with the 2-0 themselves, and he did have some kind of parts where he faltered, whereas Alltech just seemed really consistent, backliner, and great positioning.
I think he still has the least deaths for AD carries as well, for Arrow. That is, yeah.
We have to verify that. But either way, he has been a very consistent performer for that squad here through 3 weeks. Now, we've been taking your questions throughout the day, so we're going to answer a few now. Matthias Roos asks, what is the hardest thing to avoid while casting?
Freaks puns.
Yeah,
they are unavoidable. You cannot get out of the way.
All right. Okay, but for you yourself, what's the trick?
I ramble a lot. I end up starting sentences that I don't know how to finish sometimes, and then I get caught in a weird sentence structure and have to kind of like jimmy my way out of it. And that's like the big thing, right? I should have stopped there. See, I did it.
I know. I was waiting for it. I wasn't going to say anything.
I can't avoid it.
I was just going to try and make you feel weird until you just kept talking. Kobe, what about for you? What's the hardest thing to avoid while casting?
I'm having a hard time. I mean, like, something.
Did I get it?
Let's go with that one. PG-13 cast.
Yeah, keeping things to the PG-13 realm can be sometimes difficult. All right, next up, Adam Lofald. I hope I said that correctly. Asks, with teams adding lacking engage.
Yeah, you read that right, but
I don't think. I think
your fault.
Let me read down here. With teams lacking engage, the adding is and tanks taking. I can't read that. Tank's
With
taking a
teams-
slight nerf.
I got you.
A slight nerf.
Tank's taking a slight nerf. Do you see someone like Leona coming back?
I gotta get a new prescription. Can you answer this question?
Yes. Luckily, the answer is much simpler than the question here. The answer is no. I do not see Leona coming back because, I mean, anytime you take a melee support, it's such a huge risk in the bottom lane. The mages will just punish you so hard right now.
So can you explain to me why things like Tahm Kench and Braum can still be played as melee supports, whereas Leona couldn't?
So I think that the Tahm Kench is usually a counter to something like an Ashe, and that's like preventative for the team. So you sack your laning phase, you'll go down about 10 CS or so, maybe lose your turret, but your team fighting will be a little bit better where you can keep people safe if you have hyper carries. And the Braum, we've seen it like specifically into, I would say, the misfortune to block the ultimate was the one that they used against Altec.
Right.
It didn't work. I think the melee support that we should actually push up there is Taric, because he's got a range stun, he's got ability to keep his team
a little bit of
alive,
sustain.
right? And he has the sustain for the lane.
Also, to address the overarching question of the hard engage part of this, yes, you know, hard engage is important to have in the meta right now. It's just that you don't have to take as much risk by bringing your hard engage from elsewhere. Your top laner, super easy to bring them there because the tanks are so good right now from the top lane. So you just bring it from somewhere else. And your AD carry even, if you're bringing it from the bottom lane and you have Ashe and Jhin, these CC abilities are, you know, or even Varus.
I would be curious to look up these numbers at another time, but we're also seeing just a high priority on poke compositions, which don't necessarily require hard engage, right?
But hard engages can be good, very good against
it. Can be very good against it, absolutely. But we are seeing a lot of like, well, we'll put Jace in the top lane, and so we're just going, you know, triple poke with the Ivern to, you know, to support it and say, you know, in the Tahm Kench, even if you want to melee to protect your pokers.
Yeah, kind of the state of AD carry is have like range poke, catch, and some utility for picking. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of poke as well as 1-3-1 compositions, and I think we're going to see more with people taking Shen or like double TP or even having a Zed split push. Not looking too forward to that, but it does actually display
I love it. What? You don't like Zed?
It's a great. It displays a great understanding of like macro game when you hit the mid game and start 1-3-1ing. But overall, it's not always going to be like those gigantic team fights where people are coming out with
right.
Huge,
the map's
huge
more spread out
victories.
at that point. You're not necessarily running into each other as often.
Yeah, I would like to, you know, comfort this guy a little bit because Kobe was so mean. Leona, I think, is a great solo queue champion, though. I think
You're talking about Freak? I was thinking Freak.
No, I do think that Leona would be a great solo queue champion, though, if you're playing with a duo dominating lane. If somebody does pick a Zyra, just punish them really hard. Go in because they are so squishy, and Leona definitely exploits that.
It's super fun when it works. It's just that it feels like it's a low percentage play, but go for it. Kill lanes are the best.
Yeah, prove these guys wrong. Show us that it's viable. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us here in the NA LCS studios. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah,